creates the rage that sends people into the streets.
And what about the militarization of police? I mean, we've seen that change dramatically over the last 20 years, where we see even the smallest departments across our country have weapons and gear that we would just never think a police officer would need.
Well, I will tell you, as a member of Congress serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee, I interact with our military a lot. And sometimes when I see some of the police in our communities, I can't tell the difference, except for maybe the color of the uniform. So once again, if you view a community like you are on foreign soil and you're fighting an enemy, then why are we surprised that the community reacts the way it does? So I don't believe that you need military equipment in our neighborhoods. But if that's, I mean, could you imagine tanks rolling through Beverly Hills? The only reason they'd be rolling through Beverly Hills would be to arrest people on the other side of town. But a police situation would never be handled that way in an affluent area.
And now we have activated the National Guard and put into place curfews. How long do you think we're going to be in this situation? We've just seen cities extend their curfews, starting curfews earlier now, 4 p.m.
Well, I am certainly hoping that the National Guard will be leaving soon. I am hoping that they will not be needed. I am hoping that the looting that we see stops. I am hoping that we are able to get back to focus on the real issue, fundamentally changing policing in our city as well as in our country.
And I understand we have our own Conan Nolan with us at this moment. Conan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. So, Congresswoman, if you don't mind, nice to hear from you.
Thank you.
It sounds, though, that because we've heard from Connie Rice, the civil rights attorney who sued the LAPD before and is being brought in on tactics, on actually in figuring out who the next police chief would be when Charlie Beck was retiring. This is a city that says it has made progress with the LAPD, and they've changed the culture. But based on what I hear you say, they haven't done that enough, or you're not convinced?
No, I was referring to the national picture. I mean, even though it's difficult for some of my friends who are younger to hear this, policing, has changed significantly from the days of Daryl Gates. If Daryl Gates was the chief of police right now, he would be arguing that Floyd's veins in his neck were different than normal people. I'm sure you recall when he stood up at a press conference and literally said that, and said that's the reason why the chokehold kills people. I do believe we have changed in Los Angeles. We've not changed enough, but change has happened. We still have police-involved shootings. We still have people that have died at the hands of police that are questioned, and we still have a situation in Los Angeles where the police are not charged. But to say that it's the same as it was 28 years ago is just not accurate. But I was referring to the national picture. And what happened in Minneapolis is a perfect example. The officer that killed Floyd has been involved in officer-involved shootings before. He's had numerous complaints of excessive force, but yet he remains on the force. And a couple of the other officers that were there that were complicit, that were facilitating the murder, also have understand that if you have a bad apple, that bad apple needs to go, and that bad apple shouldn't just move from one town to the next and continue to be a police officer.
True. We should also point out, though, that policing is a local jurisdiction issue. We don't have a national police force. We do have the FBI, but it's the responsibility of different municipalities. And it seems to me, and I'd like your focus on this, that, again, there's a disconnect between what some police departments in some cities are aiming for, are trying to do, and they pay the price of departments in other jurisdictions, in this case thousands of miles away, that may not be where we are. I don't think there's any question about that. And they haven't even outlawed the kind of procedure, the tactic. We talked with Errol Southers, from USC, who's an expert in counterterrorism. He's a former academy trainer, who says the kind of thing that we saw in that episode of Minneapolis is not policy anywhere in Southern California. You're right. Daryl Gates talked about the chokehold chokeholds and referring to saying normal, they have a smaller windpipe than normal people. We remember that, but that was decades ago, and yet it looks like cities across the country are linked together by the internet and the globalization of information, so that you have a problem officer and several officers in one city will result in looting thousands of miles away.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, you have a mayor of a city in Mississippi who said he didn't see anything wrong with the tape at all. He didn't understand what people were upset about. And he said that, he didn't believe he died because he had his knee on his neck. He probably had some underlying health condition. What is that? That is the mayor of a city who basically said it was no problem. And people have to understand that black folks are feeling like it's open season on us. If you're going to look at the extreme disproportionate death rate from COVID and the lack of a response federally to the fact that we've had over 100,000 U.S. citizens dead, and a large percentage of those are African American or Latino, if that's the leadership that we have at the top, if we have a president the flame, fans the flame, and invites his right wing, many of whom are white supremacists, to come out and attend the rallies. I'm sure you heard that yesterday. He invited the MAGA folks to go and said that the MAGA people loved black people. How insulting can you be? But if that's the leadership we're experiencing right now, we should not be surprised by any of this. But on the other hand, we have 158 days to the next election.
Representative, is there anything that the president could say or do right now that you believe could help?
Well, I think that when he called for a DOJ, Department of Justice investigation, that potentially can help. Now, I have to tell you, just a little skeptical considering who the Attorney General is. But, you know, those are career staffers, career attorneys. So that might help. But many times I think it's best for the president to say nothing, because when he starts to say something, it never comes out right.
Right. And Congresswoman, I have to ask you, you know, one of the things I personally think of when you look at the record of the officer who was directly involved in this killing in Minneapolis is that departments, it would seem to me, at some point have to see problem officers as civil liabilities, that it's going to cost the city not in treasure as well as in blood and treasure to keep individuals on the force. But to your point, you say that police unions have been expert at keeping some of these officers on the payroll. We should point out, though, that the Police Protective League for Los Angeles came out with a strong statement condemning what happened in Minneapolis and saying that they actually put other officers in jeopardy as a result of the conduct of their behavior.
And I will tell you that over the years, the Police Protective League has changed considerably to what it was like under the days of Daryl Gates. Again, I'm responding to the national situation, and specifically in Minneapolis. But aside from the civil liability, if I'm running an organization, I don't want anybody in my organization that's a murderer. I don't want anybody in my organization that treats people like they're animals. So it's also at the top. It's not just about the unions. It's about the leadership of that particular police department. Oh, how can you accept that? Now, leaders of other police departments said that if any of their officers believed that that was appropriate behavior, they wanted them to turn in their badges. That's the type of leadership that is needed.
And we just want to remind our viewers as we continue to talk to the Congresswoman. It's 3 o'clock right now. We're on the air. Breaking in because of this news, we're having a peaceful protest here and across cities in our area. Santa Monica is one of them. That's what we're looking at right now. But the situation turned unfortunate there at the Santa Monica Place Mall when we began to see looting. Several stores had their windows smashed in. We saw looters breaking through the barricades that had been set up. Fences were put up there at the mall, and they smashed through and got into that mall. And we're seeing running out of stores carrying things, just as we have seen the past few days and saw last night in the Fairfax district, taking handfuls of items and taking them sometimes to waiting cars and leaving. This is not what we want to see. And I would ask the representative, how do we stop this sort of thing? This is not quell the anger? What change needs to be made so that people don't respond this way?
Well, but I do think you have to make a distinction. I mean, not everybody that is out protesting is protesting are protesting at all. And I do believe that when you see what you were looking at, that's not protest. Those are people committing a crime.
But why? Why are they doing it? How do we change that reaction?
I think that's a crime of opportunity. They know that there is, the ability for them to go and do that now, whereas they know they couldn't have a situation. So, I mean, that's a question like, why do people commit crimes? And we need to get to the root causes of that, but I think it's very important to distinguish the looting that is taking place in Santa Monica. That is not a form of protest. That has nothing to do with Floyd, and we have to understand that those are people that are just opportunists. They're doing it because they see an opportunity to commit a crime and a high probability that they will probably get away with it.
And too often, Representative, we keep seeing that message being stolen by those people who are stealing items from these stores. It's really not fair to the people who are protesting peacefully in front of officers like we're seeing right now on the streets of Santa Monica. I want to ask you, look, we've seen the changes, as you mentioned. We are not, the LAPD is not the LAPD of Daryl Gates that ended 28 years ago. That comment about chokeholds 38 years ago, in 1982, it was awful. I grew up in Burbank. I've seen a major cultural change within the police department there in my time growing up there. How much of this needs to be, there are a lot of good officers who go out on the street every day, who do good community policing, who are out there for the right reasons. How much of this needs to be a lot of those officers checking each other when they're out in a situation like we saw in Minneapolis?
It always needs to be about that. There's also the culture that needs to change, where if a officer knows that there's one of their colleagues is abusive, they need to step forward and turn that person in. So I think that internal to the police department, again, it's not the police department of the 1990s, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. I mean, frankly, the police department needs to be a little more diverse in terms of including African-American officers, and that's something that we can all participate in. But the change in the mentality of the police, the way it is different on one side of town and the other, it is better than it was in the 1990s, but it is still not where it should be. So you still have rookie officers graduating and wanting to go to South Central so that they can kick butt. Anybody that has a mentality like that should not be involved in my community. And frankly, I think that those officers that are in charge, when they know that that warrior mentality is a part of their department, if they're not going to accept it in Beverly Hills, then why the heck would they accept it in South LA?
Representative Karen Bass, we appreciate your perspective and your time. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to follow these protests that have been happening this afternoon in the city of Santa Monica. That's what you're seeing right now. We believe we have Gil Davis overhead this protest in News Chopper 4 Bravo. Gil, again, This is what we've been wanting to focus on, what we would like to focus on 100% of the time, this peaceful protest in front of officers. Unfortunately, just a few blocks from Ocean Avenue here are people who are looting, who are ransacking stores, who are causing crimes that are taking away from the message of what this protest is all about.
That's right, Jonathan. There's the peaceful group here on Ocean Avenue near the pier, and one street to the right is the Santa Monica Place, where we watched earlier looters go through the mall and get into stores and taking merchandise. The police are back on scene here, and they have it secured for now, but still a lot of looting that's been happening in the surrounding businesses. I'll come over here to 4th Street, and we're going to move the helicopter over there to take a look at that van store right on the corner. If Jim, you want to go forward, we can get that shot. But when we first arrived, we did see looters coming out of the Bloomingdale's at this corner, and you see the police officers have secured it once again. They had made at least one arrest that we witnessed, and but then the looters made their way out towards this area here off of Broadway and 4th, and then into the shops there, continuing up 4th Street that were looted as well. So the big scene that we saw earlier earlier was here at the van store on this corner. We're going to get around to that side. We saw multiple cars pulling up and people jumping in with merchandise, much like what we saw last night as well. And here's a group that's just crossing the street. It's really chaotic right here. You see it's very dangerous for those people to be crossing in front of those cars just not stopping for anybody and trying to get out of the area here for whatever reason. But you see as we continue here up north on 4th Street, you see a large group there on the corner, and it seems like there might be more around the corner. We'll get there in just a second.
Yeah, these just look like people who are out enjoying right now. It's we don't see those groups of people going into the store anymore. Are you hearing of any more looting anywhere in the area? It would be nice if we're not hearing about it, as we just talked to the representative. This is not about the demonstration. These are people creating an opportunity, crimes of opportunity, just to go in and loot.
And Kathy, we'd like to remind our viewers.
Well, there's some people running right now.
We'd like to remind our viewers that the city of Santa Monica has instituted a 4 p.m. curfew. We are less than an hour from that taking place, meaning it will be unlawful for these people to be in the street, which will change tactics dramatically for police in the way that they can approach some of these people who are looting. It will now be unlawful for them to be out and about in this area. Again, that curfew instituted by the city of Santa Monica, expecting to take place in less than an hour now at 4 p.m. Move further up. It was initially 8 p.m. Now again 4 p.m. And that's going to change things, hopefully, in the terms of police being able to kind of control this situation, this looting. It's incredible to me also, Kathy, that we're back here. We've been off this scene for maybe 20 minutes or so, and yet it still looks the same as it did 20 minutes ago. People coming in and out of stores in this area. I believe it's the intersection of 4th and Broadway. That van store just ransacked earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of people going in and coming out of that store, carrying boxes, jumping in cars, getting away. Here come more people out of that same area right now, still taking things out. It's hard to believe that there's anything left in there.
We did see that one vehicle that had its license plate covered, and again, almost like they had strategically planned to come and loot. They wanted their license plate covered, and we saw a bicyclist come up, and here's the video there. A bicyclist came up and actually ripped the covering off the license plate, only to be attacked by someone in that vehicle. Luckily, the cyclist appeared to be okay as he rode off, and the person got back in that car and quickly tried to get away from that scene. Someone just, we don't recommend doing this, but someone trying to take it off. Gil,
yeah, he ripped it right off, didn't he? Got it off, but it didn't get away scot-free because he got slugged. That looked like that could grow a little bit intense, but we're still watching here with Gil Levis, who's been over the scene in News Chopper 4 Bravo, watching the different businesses that we've seen. It started, was it the Nordstrom, and then the Bloomingdale's, and the police went in there. They were in the mall at least twice that we saw since we were on the air, and yet we're still seeing some of these corner businesses being looted, and at least one eyeglass shop.
That's right, Kathy. We're looking again at the vans here, but that's exactly the order that we witnessed it. It was the Nordstroms that brought us here for the looting. We saw the people coming out of Bloomingdale's, then the Vans shop here, and then the optometry store down the street. So it just continues here at the Vans store. You see cars pulling in. Very dangerous. It's very erratic driving as people pull into the curbside. We watched one individual just a moment ago going up to this vehicle with merchandise that's parked there just to the east of the van store. But again, it's just chaotic scene down here in certain parts. Now, just again, 1 block away, or 1 or 2 blocks away, is the peaceful protest that's happening on Ocean Avenue.
Gil, you know, we can't help but think that officers in Santa Monica are stretched thin, right? They're blocking and trying to protect the 3rd Street Promenade, which remains closed. They're allowing people to peacefully demonstrate over there on Ocean. And then we saw a good contingency of officers at Santa Monica Place trying to protect the stores in that mall and make sure more people don't run in there. Have you heard anything about other agencies, outside agencies, coming in to assist? We also know, of course, the National Guard has been deployed to Los Angeles County to assist as needed.
I have yet to see or hear about any municipal police departments assisting here, or the sheriff's department for that matter, but there is a LAPD airship overhead that is assisting the officers with what's going on. Here goes more people out of the van store, throwing items right into that vehicle, and they're going to jump right in and take off. So that's what we're seeing, and really at the top left corner, it's out of the picture right now. I'll follow the car, but I'll show you as I zoom out, that intersection there, that corner corner there, that's the Santa Monica Place Mall, and that's where officers are currently securing. And here goes a car that just loaded up from the vans, and they're going to go right by the officers that are stopped there at the one of the entrances where the officers were securing it. It looks like maybe those motor officers have moved on, but certainly at the Bloomingdale's there's a line of patrol cars that are stopped here, and that person is just going to drive right by those officers, and they have no idea that what just happened right down the street.
All right, joining us on the phone in just a minute, we'll see if he is there. We have Sid Hale. He is an expert in law enforcement. Are you with us right now, Sid?
Yes.
Okay, what can you tell us about how police are policing this situation? If you have been watching, we are seeing looters going in and out of that mall there, the Santa Monica Place Mall. And what they're doing is in a coordinated effort, driving up cars, getting out of the cars, loading up boxes, as many as they can carry, jumping in the car and driving off. Some of the vehicles with their license plate covered. How do police handle a situation like this where they have a huge mall and then at the same time they have this peaceful demonstration going on the other side?
Well, that is the problem. What happens is that we're overwhelmed, and so as a result, our focus of effort has to shift from enforcing the laws to keeping the peace. And so as a result, it means that some crimes are going to go, I don't want to say unpunished, but we don't have the ability to arrest. Now, I will say that if we have evidence, and we usually get a lot of evidence, and particularly this guy that you see is removing the plates, people will send these in after the riots, and a lot of our arrests occurred after the riots, and most of our recovery of property occurred after the riots when people actually gave us enough evidence to complete the investigation. So they're not getting away with it with impunity, even though it appears that way.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to hide their license plates only to take them off. Didn't want to be spotted probably by officers on the ground trying to hide their license plates, not realizing that we're shooting their license plates up from our chopper up above. Sid, this is Jonathan Gonzalez here with you. We appreciate you joining us. And, you know, yesterday before the National Guard was called in, Mayor Eric Garcetti was asked, and he had mentioned, look, this isn't 92. We don't anticipate calling in the National Guard. Obviously, a few hours later, that changed. But as you're watching what we've been seeing over the last few days or so, and knowing that you were on the ground in 92, how do these two different incidents compare, both of which starting with a brutal police arrest, in this case ending in a death in Minneapolis?
Well, there's more similarities, sadly, than there are differences. One difference I have noticed, though, is that the crowds or the mobs tend to be more confrontational. Now, the interesting thing is that you're talking about these people that are looting. I need to make a couple comments. One is those aren't protesters. Those are thieves. Yeah. They were thieves before the protest and the incident, and they're going to be thieves afterwards. So as a result of it, they have as much to fear from the people that are legitimately protesting as they do from the police, for the simple reason is that they are going to be providing the evidence. And so a lot of these are going to come out after the fact.
Yeah, it was interesting because we saw a man on a bicycle actually rip the license plate cover off a car. Unfortunately, being people kind of taking it into their own hands and doing what they can. So I'm sure you're right. We will see a lot of that. And now, these days, everyone has a cell phone and a cell phone with a camera, a very good one, so you can document some of these things.
Yes, exactly. That was one of the things I was just going to suggest. Rather than be confrontational, which is just going to create problems, especially violent problems, simply get us the evidence and send it in. Now, we're going to need a witness. Normally, we're not allowed to admit film without somebody testifying and amplifying where it occurred, when it occurred, and how it happened, and things like that. But all we really need is a license plate, and if you've got footage, so much the better. But do it from a distance and do it from safety.
Sid, we can't help but stress, and thank you for pointing this out. This is taking away from a very important message that's happening literally 3 blocks away on Ocean, where there is a peaceful protest of several hundred people going on. And as we continue to see these images of looting, how much does this, impact what the protesters are doing and how that's being policed, knowing that this is happening just a few blocks away?
That's frustrating. What happens is that you're looking at two different groups here. One is a crowd, one is a mob. A crowd is actually under the constitutional protection, and we are required to assist them in legitimate protests. Now, in some cases, it gets a little bit carried away, but we usually tend to be very lenient on it as long as there's no violence. The other group are not protesters. Those are thugs and thieves. The problem is that they steal the resources. So we're caught in this tactical dilemma between protecting the legitimate protesters and trying to enforce the laws to protect property. And so as a result of that, usually the senior incident commander, but often the ground commander, the deployed commander, has to decide where he or she is going to deploy their forces. Typically, that is on the side of public safety. And so although this is reprehensible and repugnant as far as the thefts are going, it's the least of the two responsibilities. And so personally, I think they made the right call, although I know that it's going to grind on them.
Sid, how much does the curfew help the officers who are patrolling this area?
Dramatic. I couldn't even begin to tell you. As a matter of fact, when they passed the curfew in 1992, on the last riots, the last big riot that I was in, the deputies nicknamed it reasonable cause looting, because the people that stayed out after the curfew were no longer under the protection. They were an unlawful assembly, and we could arrest them for that alone. And that solved so many problems. And with that, I will just add that people that aren't even protesting, and I know this is a huge inconvenience, particularly when we're talking about curfew that starts at 4 in the afternoon. You can't imagine how much better, how much that facilitates our ability to redeploy resources and deal with these thugs and the looters. And so we're really hoping, and I'm obviously not speaking for any department right now because I'm retired, but from a law enforcement perspective, we're really hoping that the community will get behind the curfew and just stay home for this, which leaves us with the people that are breaking windows and stealing property and fighting with each other, and let us deal with those entirely.
Sid, tell us a little bit about your background, what your expertise is. We understand you do have an expertise in non-lethal force, and then tell us more about when you believe police should use that. Well,
yes, that has been my interest for, well, now it's almost 50 years. When PCP, when it hit the streets, it made every non-lethal option available to us instantly obsolete, because the vast majority are pain compliance, which means that they induce pain to achieve compliance. The only two that really don't, even to this day, are tasers and pepper spray. The rest still work by pain. And so as a result of that, I began studying it, and I started writing some things on it, and in short order, it went global. I ended up teaching all over the world and still do. There's a huge amount of it.
Unfortunately, we have to go. We thank you, though, for your expertise in explaining that and giving us your insight into what's going on and how authorities are able to police this. Thank you, Sid Hale.
And as we're watching News Chopper 4 right now, we're seeing what appears to be an REI getting broken into. Can we go up to News Chopper 4 right now and see? Gil, are you still with us?
Hey, Jonathan, it's actually Eliana up here in News Chopper 4 Alpha this time. Yeah, no problem. Gil just left to go capture something down in the Orange County area. But we are looking at the REI store here on the cross of 4th and Santa Monica, where, as you said, there are looters going in. And here's an additional person coming up right now. They broke the glass there on the doors, and they are going in there. We've seen plenty of people come out with all types of recreational equipment, mostly bikes. So we've seen them go in there for bikes. REI has all sorts of sports equipment in there, and based off of how many things we saw them come out, I'd be surprised if there's more things in there to pull out. But just like that, additional people coming out with more merchandise.
And Eliana, are you seeing any police in this area? It appears like a free-for-all right now.
Let me double check for you, Jonathan, but at this point it looks like there are no officers on scene.
Okay.
All right, we're going to ask, right now we are continuing to follow what's going on, people breaking in, coming out with merchandise there. This all started when we went on the air, started following this peaceful protest that was happening in Santa Monica. Now we have seen the looting of shoe stores and now this bicycle shop, people in taking bikes right out.
Yeah, Kathy, we've seen people come in and out of the store there. They continue to go in there. The word is out. And there you go. There's one protester who doesn't want these guys messing up all of they have worked so hard to assemble here in the Santa Monica area. This was a peaceful protest. It's how it all started. And you see this one individual there in the blue jeans and the black shirt. He doesn't want this looting to continue because it hurts the cause. So you saw him try to take that looter down, and it prevented at least that person. But unfortunately, he's only one person, and there's plenty of looters. It's unclear how well he's going to be able to hold some of these people back.
This is just a scene that continues to unfold here. An unfortunate scene, as you mentioned, Eliana, taking away from the message happening just blocks away. That's something that we want to continue to stress, that this is not the peaceful protest that continues to go on just a few blocks away, that these are people who are here to simply steal and loot and ransack. We want to apologize for some earlier comments you may have heard on this broadcast by a caller. These are people who have come to simply steal, and we do see people now, Kathy, time and time again now, kind of trying to intervene in this situation. It's incredible.
We've seen a lot of people do that. Again, we saw the person who ripped the license plate cover off. He did pay a price because he got socked in the face. But again, yes, we don't qualify them as that. These are people who just are taking advantage of a crime of opportunity and going in and taking things. And we do apologize for the use of certain descriptions of these people. Again, most of the people out here are demonstrating for a cause they truly believe in. They are here with the best of intentions. They have gathered. It has been peaceful. It has been a very good day. We have heard a lot of positivity placed on the city of Santa Monica. The promenade is clear. Police have done a good job. Mostly, this has been a good day. But again, for a few people, a crime of opportunity, and we have seen that. It's been the same thing that's been going on for the last few days, and that is just what it amounts to.
And it's unfortunate, Kathy, because these are the images that we feel forced to show right now, to give a perspective about what's going on in Santa Monica. We would really rather focus on the images that are happening just a few blocks away, that peaceful protest that does continue. The other thing I want to point out is that this is now at 4th and Santa Monica, as we heard just Eliana say just a second ago. Really, most of the looting has been happening on 4th Street, really within a 2-block radius between Santa Monica and Colorado. We also saw some at 4th and Broadway, and so it's really just 2 blocks, and yet no police activity in this area. We did see police over at the Santa Monica Place near 4th and Colorado, but no police in this area. Kathy, at moments we would see people just randomly run in a certain direction. We would assume that police were there. We haven't seen that here in the last 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, it was interesting because we would see them take off all of a sudden and just scatter, and then you'd think that an officer was close by, or a patrol car or lights, something, to make them do that, but then we really wouldn't see anything. What strikes me is interesting, though, is they see the police helicopter over them. They see our helicopter, so they know that there are eyes on them, and they've seen the police presence. Certainly, they know police are in the area, and yet they're still going in and taking items out of these stores. Look at this. We see some officers right here on the street. What street is this that we're on right now, Eliana?
Kathy, this is going to be Ocean Avenue. This is the peaceful protest. This is the reason why people are out here. They are still calling for an end to police brutality and to seek justice in the death of George Floyd. These are the people that were out here earlier today walking the streets of Santa Monica, and a lot of them have now just sat down here on Ocean Avenue, really not causing any problem. They're still waving their signs and still trying to get their message heard. And some of them are actually walking away as we speak, headed closer to the ocean.
Yeah, I wonder if there was an announcement made about the curfew, or if they've been told somehow that this curfew is going to be going into place soon. You see officers there on the left side marching in. So it makes me wonder, people starting to take pictures of that, of the officers moving in. So we are about 35 minutes away from that curfew going into place. We'll have to see what happens here, if that crowd continues to disperse or if anyone stays behind.
Yeah, it looks like we lost about half of the crowd there in just a matter of about 30 seconds, but most of them seem to have come off to the side of the road. So perhaps there was some sort of announcement that was made by the officers that if they didn't clear the roadway, that they could be arrested. But you see, most of them, at least half of them rather, are still sitting down in the middle of the street. There is one person who is speaking to the crowd. You see them clapping in regards to what that person is saying. But this group is actually a lot larger than what we're seeing here. There's a secondary group, and I think they're just a little further way down, and there's that second bunch of the group. They're just to the south. They're just south of PCH. So this is where we see this other half of the peaceful group. There's one van there with some writing as well, making a reference to George Floyd. But again, this is the peaceful part of the protest. These are the people who have a constitutional right to be out here asking for justice, not only again justice in the sense of police brutality, but for the death of George Floyd.
Eliana, as we stay on your shot here, we want to bring in the Chief of Police for the Santa Monica Police Department, Cynthia Renaud, and forgive me if I mispronounce your last name. We appreciate you being with us right now as we continue to see images of a peaceful protest that's happening on Ocean Avenue. But we understand, Chief, that in about 30 minutes or so, a curfew is going to go into effect.
Yes, that is correct. At 4 p.m., there will be a citywide curfew in effect in Santa Monica, and we're requesting that all of our protesters return safely to their homes at this time.
Chief Renaud, why was that decision put into place? Is it because of the looting? What made you decide to move that to 4?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, we have experienced criminal activity here in the city, and we have experienced looting. And because of that violence, in order to protect the health and safety of our citizens, we have declared both an unlawful assembly and have instituted a curfew beginning at 4 p.m.
As we continue to stay on these images, as you mentioned, we can Ocean Avenue, dealing with the peaceful protests, but we also see police officers having to take care of the Santa Monica Place Mall, the 3rd Street Promenade. Have you requested any assistance from outside agencies?
Yes, we have requested mutual aid, and we are receiving help from several of our area partners here in Los Angeles County. We will protect this city, and even though there are looters and there is theft and criminal activity going on, the police department is out, and we will be making arrests for any of the criminal activity that occurs.
Chief, have you had any arrests? I know we saw one live. Are you getting any numbers on how many arrests were made today?
I do not have any numbers right now, no.
What about injuries of any kind to anybody demonstrating or police officers?
I don't have information on that at this moment. I'm sorry.
And how would you categorize the peaceful demonstration today? That's what we're saying, because we have not seen any sort of unlawfulness as it would pertain to the people who have gathered here for that demonstration.
Well, I think we're dealing with a couple different groups out there. And the Santa Monica Police Department and the city of Santa Monica is here to support the peaceful protest rights of all of our citizens. In statements that we have made citywide, we grieve with the family of Mr. Floyd, and we feel the sentiments of our public. And it appears to us that our crowd here in the city is really two crowds. One crowd that is peaceful. In fact, another crowd that was unruly and yelling at officers and throwing some bottles. We had community members hold hands and stand in a line in front of our police officers. We are one with our community in the protest and in the feelings and in them expressing their sentiments, but we will not stand for the criminal behavior and the looting that's taking place.
As we see these images of the peaceful protests and your officers there on the line, as you mentioned, and as Kathy said, we continue to see how peaceful this has been, but we want to make it clear at this point, it's been several hours that they have been out there. This is now considered an unlawful assembly because we are now 30 minutes away from that curfew. And also, I'll ask you, how will that curfew be enforced?
So the curfew will be enforced with a heavy police presence in the city, advising people that there is a curfew in place. I believe in our law-abiding citizens, and I believe that when advised of the curfew that they will comply.
And how are they being notified? Is it, do you send out an alert? Will police be there on any kind of a intercom system explaining to them that they need to disperse? What will we see?
Yes, you will see social media push-outs. The crowd will hear information over loudspeakers from police cars, and there will be individual advisements from police officers.
Have you been hearing from any small business owners or business owners in this area that may have been ransacked or looted at all in the last few hours?
Yes, we have had looting and we have had criminal activity, and I've been in contact with the business owners.
How do you reassure them at this point?
I'm getting close to your time. I think I'm going to need to cut off pretty soon. I want to thank you all very much for helping us get this word out. I think I speak for Los Angeles County as a whole that all of law enforcement stands ready to support peaceful protests, but we will not stand for the criminal activity that takes place.
Absolutely.
Cynthia Renaud, Chief of Police for the Santa Monica Police Department, thank you for your time. We will let you go. We know you are very busy. Again, 30 minutes now away from the 4 p.m. curfew that has been instituted in the city of Santa Monica. There on your screen, two completely contrasting events. One, on the left side of your screen, a peaceful protest. On the other side of your screen, looting and ransacking just blocks away on 4th Street, the left side on Ocean Avenue, and really just what we've been seeing over the last few days, Kathy. This is completely representative of that.
Yeah, and we've seen this looting for the good part of 2 hours now as the peaceful demonstration was going on, as you said, Jonathan. At the same time, people taking advantage and breaking into the mall there. Now, they had thought ahead and they put up barriers outside that Santa Monica Place, that huge mall there. They placed barriers outside of the stores, but we saw people go right through them. They ripped them down. They went in any way they could and then made access into the mall from several different locations. The first spot we saw was the Nordstrom, and then at the Bloomingdale's, they were in that area as well. And that's where we saw police really stage a large presence. They had a group of officers go in. Unfortunately, because it is a half-closed mall, we couldn't see what was happening inside. But twice we know that police went into that mall. And now it looks like, Jonathan, people are starting to move about, and it's not the organized group anymore.
No, and well, I mean, this is the group now being told to disperse, as we heard the chief say just a few minutes ago, because of that curfew coming into place. They're arguing that the police have let them demonstrate, let them practice their First Amendment right to assemble and protest peacefully. That is something that we want to stress we've consistently seen all afternoon through the streets of Santa Monica. But now they are being told to disperse and to go home because in less than half an hour, they will be considered an unlawful assembly. That's what they've been deemed as now, being told to go home because at 4 o'clock, they will not differentiate between a peaceful protester and a looter. They will combine them. They will just be people out on the street unlawfully because that curfew will be in effect.
Yeah, and that's when we'll start to see people cited and arrests possibly being made. It's what's been happening the last few nights. We're going to bring in NBC4's Conan Nolan right now, and he's talking with Supervisor Catherine Barger.
That's right. I believe we have LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. She is the chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, representing 10 million people. Supervisor Barger, are you on the line?
I am on the line.
Yeah, so let me ask you something. There's one thing we don't talk about much here. No social distancing. I mean, the question, they had this concern with protests weeks ago in other parts of the state when you had anti-stay-at-home orders and people were protesting that. We're looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at a potential problem here for the transmission of a virus which not only doesn't know geographic or political boundaries, it knows no boundaries when it comes to political protest.
Absolutely, and we will find out in 14 days, won't we? I mean, it's very frustrating to me to watch what's going on. I mean, I completely support peaceful demonstration, and that can be accomplished with social distancing, but I am convinced that there are a few that have used the peaceful demonstration as a distraction in order to go in and do looting and do what's being done in these communities.
Right, and we should also point out that there's a dual crisis you're facing. Yes, these are some national chains that you're looking at being looted, but you have small mom and pop stores that are being looted as well. They're facing a crisis. We can't underscore this enough. We're looking at Depression-era unemployment in this state, and what we're seeing here in terms of the economy of some of these neighborhoods and some of these cities, that too is just going to add to the devastation.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's not lost on me that we had the ability to announce on Friday that restaurants could open up, that businesses were finally able to kind of get up and running, and we're talking about mom and pop, and then to see what's taking place. And yes, they're targeting some of the big chains, but they're also targeting businesses that we're looking forward to trying to get back on their feet. And it is truly opportunist, and this does not represent the majority that are out there peacefully protesting on behalf of George Floyd. These are people that truly are taking down this community.
So the LA County Sheriff's Department is involved, obviously, to a great degree in trying to quell this rioting. Not so much the protests, but what we're seeing in terms of the looting. Can you tell us a little bit about the involvement of the Sheriff's Office and their relationship with the National Guard? Do you know where the National Guard is being deployed?
So Sheriff Villanueva is in charge of that, and my understanding is he has been in discussions and is actually deploying in areas that they feel it is necessary. So he is the lead on that, and he's been very active in working with LAPD as well to make sure that they're deployed in areas where they are going to help support law enforcement.
Right. We've seen civil unrest before, and there's a school of thought that says that just the visual image of the National Guard can actually help keep some of this from happening, or can be a deterrent when it comes to the looting. We haven't seen anything like that in Santa Monica or what we're looking at here.
No, I think what's frustrating to me is that what you're seeing in Santa Monica. I mean, I think someone said this is as good a day as as it's looking in terms of less looting. But what's happening is wrong. What these people are doing is wrong. National Guard's going to be out there. My concern is when daylight leaves us and we go into the dark, what is going to occur? And I think it's important for us to recognize that the National Guard is there to support and help law enforcement who are the front line, who are doing an incredible job under very, very extreme and difficult circumstances. So I would ask the public to recognize that while we support peaceful demonstrations, I think we need to take a step back at this point and recognize that there are those that are not in there for the peaceful demonstration. They're in there to take advantage of a situation and truly cause harm on our communities.
Are you concerned? To my knowledge, there's been very little in terms of this kind of activity, looting, in your district. But there have been word that there have been plans to go after stores in Glendale, for example, and other places that are in your district. Are you in contact with the authorities in some of the outlying cities outside of the city of LA?
Absolutely. And for example, yesterday there was a peaceful demonstration up in Santa Clarita, and it ended peacefully, no looting. I know that Glendale is being targeted, and I know that the city manager and the police chief are coordinating, and my hope is that if they call out and need National Guard support, that they will get it in order to ensure that those that do show up are peaceful. But understand, if we put a curfew in place, there's going to be no need for anybody to be out there protesting beyond the time for the curfew.
So give us the parameters of the curfew. It's for the county?
Yeah, so we're waiting for Sheriff Villanueva. I've been coordinating with Sheriff Villanueva. I believe that his preference is to have a 6 to 6 curfew. Again, we're waiting for that confirmation, but it will be county-wide. And I think it's important for us to respect that and to recognize that it's for the greater good. I know we're coming off of Safer at Home, going back into Safer in the Community, which is the goal that I've had all along, is to get people back out into the community, supporting small businesses and restaurants. But given what's going on, you are safer at home, not only for your health, but also for public safety.
So could you, for the sake of clarity, could you repeat a little of that? So you believe the sheriff of Los Angeles County is going to ask for a curfew starting at 6 o'clock tonight countywide, lasting how long?
Till 6 in the morning. I mean, my understanding, and again, there's definitely going to be a countywide curfew in place tonight. The sheriff will determine what those hours are. I think his preference right now is to have it begin at 6. I completely support and believe that we need to support his request because he understands all the dynamics out there. But again, I think that'll be coming through literally in the next few minutes.
Is there coordination with the city of Los Angeles, Mayor Eric Garcetti, and the extension of the city's curfew?
Well, I can tell you that there's coordination between the sheriff and Police Chief Moore. And again, you know, I let public safety drive the discussion as it relates to what they need to get things in place. And so I'm confident that Sheriff Villanueva has been in contact not only with Chief Moore, but also with our other 87 cities that are those that have police chiefs. He's been in close contact with them as well.
Is there a countywide state of emergency?
Yes, I declared that. That was already in place. That was declared this morning, and actually it was declared late last night. We declared a state of emergency countywide, and I know the city of LA has as well, so we have put that in play.
Have you been in contact with the governor's office? Is there a potential for an increase in the deployment statewide of National Guard troops?
Well, let's wait and see how it goes tonight. I think that the state has been very generous in sending down. I think that 1,000 have been requested, and I think we're pretty much close to getting that number. I'm confident that the governor, working with Sheriff Villanueva, who put in the request, are well aware of what the needs are, and our goal is to complement and support the law enforcement on the line, recognizing that it's not unique to LA County. These are happening throughout different parts of the state, and so we need to be sensitive and recognize that they're being deployed other places as well.
We just had a former police administrator in a police department talking about the importance of curfews. 6 o'clock, why not earlier? I mean, Santa Monica is deciding at 4 o'clock, and it gives, from what we understand, law enforcement great latitude in actually trying to get some of this looting to stop.
Well, I think Santa Monica did that in response to what was taking place, and they put it at 4. Again, you know, I trust law enforcement to come up with a formula that works. Given that it is now 3:42, that gives us 2 hours to get people ready to recognize that there's a curfew in place. And so I'm not going to second guess the sheriff and his decision to request for 6 o'clock.
I'll describe the picture that we're looking at here, Supervisor. On the left-hand side, that is the California National Guard in the Mid-City area. They have been deployed downtown for the most part. We have now seen them deployed further in the direction of towards Santa Monica and West LA, as we're now in Mid-City. I'm not sure if that's Wilshire Boulevard or not. To the right, of course, is Santa Monica, and we can assume that there will be more arrests made because when the curfew comes down, there are individuals who, as a statement of protest, will ask to be, and we see that routinely, and that's almost in coordination with law enforcement when they refuse to move and they're taken away.
I think the frustration is I've heard that on Friday night many of the protesters that were arrested were released and they were out doing the very same thing that they got arrested for. So I think we need to be very vigilant in how and who are arrested and what is done, because at the end of the day, we don't want to recycle and reinforce bad behavior by simple slap on the hands. And I feel that, you know, I've talked to many of my constituents who are very frustrated when they heard that took place on Friday night. And law enforcement's hands are tied as it relates to how they go about booking and releasing. But we've got a certain group within a large group that wants to protest peacefully, and a small group who wants to use that group as a deterrent or a distraction in order to do criminal activity within our cities.
Right, and we should point out it's not just looting. I mean, we have a LAPD officer with in critical condition as a result of apparently a bottle to the head, and there have been other injuries to law enforcement officers as well. But my question about that, we were told that there's no bail, and as a result, once they are processed, they were released OR on their own recognizance. Is the no bail policy because of COVID-19, or is that because of this new state law?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I mean, the county's been very focused on moving to no bail, especially for those that financially cannot afford it, that traditionally they would have been put out on bail had they had means. So we've been trying to, based on the crime, but with COVID, I think it exacerbated the situation. We tried to bring down the number of people in our jails, recognizing that the COVID-19 situation and the spread within our jails was real. So I think it's a combination of both, and it's actually the perfect storm given what's going on here. And I would argue, and I'm not a mental health expert, that just coming off Safer at Home has exacerbated the situation as it relates to a lot of anxiety with people. Jobs for a period of time. So I think this is just the perfect storm to have a situation like this.
What have the other members of the board been calling and telling you?
The other members of the board, I mean, we've been in support of the declaration for the emergency, and I mean, we're all concerned. I mean, this is something that we all stand united in the fact that you know, the situation with George Floyd, I mean, justice has to occur, and there is no question that what happened was a murder of a gentleman on camera for all to see, and he has to be held accountable for what he did, and we are united on that. But that does not give people a license to go out and do the kind of criminal activities being done on the street as it relates to looting. We all support peaceful demonstrations. We would hope they would do it recognizing social distancing and face masks, which I sound like a broken record, but the reason why we were able to announce on Friday that restaurants could open and that we were able to kind of move toward phase 3, safer in the communities, was because we were practicing that, and I only hope this doesn't take us back to a situation that we don't want to be in.
Supervisor, by chance, do you know anything about transit within Santa Monica? We were hearing that some of the off-ramps on the Santa Monica freeway have been shut down, or PCH. Do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry, I don't. I know that MTA, our transit's probably in close contact with them, and has been very focused on working with law enforcement to make sure that we terminate where we need to in terms of the bus system, and I know last night we did, and then it started again this morning.
And finally, Supervisor, I'll wrap this up. Is there any sense of frustration on the part of you, the board, and others that efforts have been made with the LAPD, the LASO? Certainly you have your critics. No police department's perfect because people aren't perfect, but efforts have been made at the LAPD, for example, is racially diverse. It represents racially the city that it serves, and yet you can be in this position because of the actions of 4 officers in a municipality thousands of miles away.
I'm frustrated in that I feel that what occurred in Minneapolis was horrific. I know we've come a long way here, but what you're seeing from the people, at least, and I know some people that were at Pan Pacific Park yesterday, they were protesting in support of the people in Minnesota, and we recognize, and they recognize, that we've come a long way, but I recognize we've got a long way to go. We are working together. I mean, our commission that's been put in play to be oversight for the is diverse as it relates to each appointee on that commission. So we've come a long way, as has LAPD. I mean, Chief Moore has been unbelievably transparent and responsive to the citizens of LA City, and this board has as well. The Board of Supervisors has stood tall in recognizing that we have to have full transparency and accountability, because as you said, we're all human. There's nobody that's perfect, and if someone does something that's inappropriate, whether it be in law enforcement, in politics, in any segment, you've got to be held accountable.
LA County Supervisor, the Chair of the County Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, thank you very much, and good luck and stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
All right, Conan, thank you so much. Catherine Barger, who we've been hearing from almost every day talking about COVID-19, and Jonathan mentioning once again, we'll see what happens in 14 days because we're seeing these large groups come together and, not practicing social distancing, not everyone wearing a mask out there.
We want to get up to Eliana Moreno and News Chopper 4 Alpha following what's happening in the city of Santa Monica. We are 10 minutes now from a curfew taking effect, which will give law enforcement an entirely new strategy on how they approach people who are out in the street, especially the people who are looting. We've seen today, Eliana, is that these have been peaceful demonstrations, but as we heard within the last 20 minutes, those demonstrations have now been declared an unlawful assembly. What are you seeing, Eliana?
We see a lot of movement, Jonathan. We've seen additional officers arrive. These are deputies, rather, that just arrived from over the 10 freeway. They were walking over the Main Street overpass of the 10 freeway, and now they're at Santa Monica Station. They're here to brief with the Santa Monica police officers so they can know exactly where their assets will best be needed as the curfew goes into place and the crowd starts to scatter. I'm going to move the shot over now, though, to the peaceful crowd here on Ocean Avenue near Colorado. This is one of two groups. There were two clusters of protesters who were on Ocean Avenue. The first group was just off to the north. I'll go to that shot first. And for the most part, that crowd has in fact scattered. Most of them are actually now off into a little park area just off of Ocean Avenue. But even that location is still not good enough. They will have to leave the area, even though they have cleared the road. Once that curfew sets in, they could get arrested for still being out and about. But for the most part, that group has gotten off the main roadway. But there's that other group just to the south. This one's the one just south of Colorado. You can see that most of those protesters are still blocking the street. A lot of them with their hands up, fist in the air. A lot of them have sat down as well. They are willing to get arrested. That's what we've seen over covering these protests over the last few days. Once a protester sits down in the middle of this street, they know they're going to get arrested, but it is a sacrifice that they're willing to make to continue their cause.
Yep. So we're still seeing a good many people out there, even though we are now 8 minutes away from this curfew going into place. They've sort of splintered, as you said, into two groups, and that one is right here, doesn't appear to be going anywhere. As you said, maybe they want to peacefully be detained and cited, and then the other group has just moved off the road, but they're still gathered on the side.
Yeah, still gathered on the side and still out here in Santa Monica past curfew if they stay here for an additional 8 minutes. So they could also get arrested, even though they're for the most part not really blocking the roadway anymore. They're all I don't know the exact name of this park, but it's just off of Ocean Avenue here near Palisades Beach Road in the Santa Monica area. I'm still counting dozens of people, easily 50 people, maybe more. And look at all of the officers who are still on scene here, still blocking Ocean Avenue. They were the reason why the protesters moved off to the side of the road. They started making announcements, letting them know that if they did not clear, that they did run the risk of getting arrested. Most of them listened and cleared the road. But unfortunately, there's still a large crowd just to the south here. I'm going to push in on them here in just a moment that is still on scene and refusing to move.
Yeah, it's interesting as we watch the two different crowds. We want to remind our viewers that this has been really a peaceful protest that we've been following throughout the streets of Santa Monica today. And in the last hour or so, we did see on Ocean Avenue the peaceful protests continue, but really separate into these two groups. And on one side, as you just showed us, they're at Palisades Park off the street, no longer doing that. So, basically listening to officers to get out of the roadway as the curfew is set to take effect here. But these people here, this smaller group, much smaller group, willing to, continue their civil disobedience and risk getting arrested in the next 7 minutes or so, as they've already been declared an unlawful assembly. And Eliana, and the other issue too, of course, just blocks away. The looting does continue, I'm sure.
Oh, the looting does continue, Jonathan. I'll see if I can move the shot over to one of those areas. Those two groups are really separated. And I wouldn't call the looters necessarily a group. That is not what they are. They do look to be operating all on their own for the most part. Most of them are on 4th Street and between Santa Monica and Broadway. So I'm going to get the shot over there here in a second, if possible, to see what's going on there.
Yeah, we'll wait for you to go ahead and check in over there. We're going to switch over to our own NBC4 Rick Montanez. He has been following the situation with the National Guard. We heard from the mayor. He had talked to the governor last night, and the Guard was mobilized, moved in overnight, up to 1,000 members, and we're seeing more people running there right now in Ileana's shop. But let's go over to Rick. Rick, what can you tell us about the National Guard here now?
Well, Kathy, what the mayor was saying earlier today is that there are 2 different activations in terms of the National Guard responding here to Southern California. At least that is the initial response. 500 for the county that were called in by the Sheriff's Department, and then 500 that were requested, 500 troops requested to come in to help the city of Los Angeles. We'll show you some video of where they are stationed. The convention center is essentially home base right now for those 500 National Guard troops called in by Mayor Garcetti. When he talked with Governor Gavin Newsom last night, he says this afternoon the mayor talked about the deployment of those troops, those National Guard members. He says they will be out in the community, not policing, not patrolling, Garcetti says, but actually providing security, in a sense, to a lot of the businesses that are in these areas in the city of Los Angeles that are getting hit by this looting. He says that is in an effort to get the officers back out onto the street. Take a listen to what the mayor says and what Chief Michael Moore had to say.
We mobilized our entire organization in a matter that has not happened in more than 30 years.
These actions are intended to protect our neighbors, our local businesses.
So here we are. We talked about this yesterday as well in terms of the LAPD having to bring in all of their resources, sending out detectives in uniform to be on the streets and redeploying officers to certain hotspot areas where they need to focus on. So the National Guard is also here. But of course, as the situation unfolds, we'll see how the deployment may change for those Guards members. As we've been seeing those aerial shots from News Chopper 4 Alpha this afternoon, where we see the Guards, men and women, out in different areas. So that's something we'll certainly keep an eye on. But for now, what the mayor was saying today is that the Guard is here to help to bring the peace, to help get officers back onto the streets. Reporting live, I'm Rick Montanez. Kathy and Jonathan, we'll go back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you for that. As we continue to watch images in 4th Street in Santa Monica, I believe that this is the REI you're seeing here from News Chopper 4 Alpha that we have been continuing to monitor. This is just one of many stores along 4th Street in Santa Monica that have been looted. It is the looting that is completely separate from the protests happening blocks away that has really dominated, unfortunately, our coverage and taking away from the message of those protesters. And this is the reason, this looting, that is caused the city of Santa Monica to institute a curfew that will take place in about 2 minutes. At 4 p.m. that curfew will take place, and we're continuing to monitor. That means anybody outside in this area will be considered unlawful. They will not allowed to be outside in this area, and they will be subject to arrest or citation. As we approach the 4 o'clock hour, we want to let you know that you are watching NBC4's continuing coverage of the protests taking place after the death of George Floyd. The curfew, again, just about to take effect here in the city of Santa Monica, 4 p.m. And we have learned that LA County Supervisor Captain Barger telling us a few minutes ago there will be a curfew in effect for all of LA County. The LA County Sheriff confirming that curfew will start at 6 o'clock. And contrasting today's protests, which have been peaceful really the entire time, we are continuing to see the looting here on your screen being done by people in completely separate groups in Santa Monica, people who are not part of the protests, people here who are stealing items and really stealing the message of the demonstrations. Cars and SUVs we've been seeing pulling up, people running inside of stores, grabbing things, going right back into their cars as we continue to follow what's the development here, again, taking away from the message of the protests. We want to get to our own Conan Nolan, who's with us now. Conan, what can you tell us?
I wanted to bring into the conversation.
We're at the REI store, Jack.
Okay, we're hearing Eliana. Here's Conan. Conan?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yes, I want to bring into the conversation, I think we have on the line Assemblyman Reggie Jones-Sawyer. He's the chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee, Democrat of South Los Angeles, somebody who knows something about civil rights. He also knows he's seen his share of civil unrest. His uncle was even a member of the Little Rock Nine, the students that in 1957 desegregated Little Rock schools, famously with the National Guard at their side, allowing to get them to the classroom. Assemblyman, thank you for taking the time. I have to ask you, first of all, your thoughts about what you have seen in the city for the past 48 hours.
And thank you, Colin. It's disheartening to see the looting, destruction of property, but it's also encouraging that people are standing up and peacefully speaking out on something that we've all been working on for quite a while. I feel something different, much different than what was happening in the civil unrest, where I was emergency preparedness coordinator. I saw Chief Gates and Mayor Bradley during that time and how tense it was. The same intensity, but it seems like people want a solution this time. People want to see something happen. And I've been saying for a long time, all it takes is just one person to make a difference, whether it was Mahatma Gandhi, Jesus Christ, or Martin Luther King. If one of those officers had just pulled that person off, his fellow officer off, if one person had just said, don't loot, don't throw a stone, don't hurt a law enforcement officer, we would be in a much better place right now.
We are in continuing coverage here on KNBC TV Los Angeles of the civil unrest and protesting that is peaceful protesting taking place in Los Angeles County, specifically. Speaking with Assemblyman Reggie Jones-Sawyer, Democrat of South Los Angeles and chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee. You have been down this road before, Assemblyman, and there has been conversations before and dialogue. There have been changes at LAPD and the Sheriff's Office, but you must feel some sense of frustration that this sort of repeats itself and that yes, we've had them before, but it doesn't seem like it's getting any easier.
So I with a lot of laws, I used to work for the city of Los Angeles, so I know what it's like to be a bureaucrat. And I tell people I'm one, and now I'm an elected official. And I make laws now. But the rubber meets the road is at the implementation stage. And we need to actually come together both with the community, with elected officials, with unions and others to come and find a way to finally resolve this. And that's at the implementation side. I think I've told you before, we've done quite a few laws that have benefited and have moved the needle. We've had several police chiefs. We even changed some of the makeup of the community as far as law enforcement. We've done quite a bit, but to get us over the hump to where we have true equality, we're going to have to all come together and to just resolve it once and forever.
Right, but to somebody who watches this and says, listen, all you can do is help with the community that you're in. And this is a national problem. So whatever you do in Los Angeles, and I mentioned this earlier with Congresswoman Karen Bass, who you know, who represents part of your district, that yes, you can do what you can with the municipalities and the police departments within the community where you can be active and where you as a legislator can help pass legislation. But this is a national issue, so you are at the whims to a certain degree in terms of public conduct for departments across the country that you have no control over. So I'm just wondering, is this a federal problem, and can this be done at a federal level?
So it is a national problem. The solution doesn't have to come from the top down. It can't come from the bottom up. And California, Los Angeles, have been the bellwether of change for as long as I've known. And so if we want to make change, sometimes it's got to start here at the local level. Sometimes it's got to start here in Los Angeles. Sometimes it's got to start with the people in Los Angeles saying that enough is enough, and we're going to make change. And then we pull in the right people to effect that change. because the real thing is systemic racism. And until we can really grapple with that in a substantive way and not do Band-Aids to it, we will be looking at this over and over again. That also includes looking at the training, the policies, the procedures that we have for the criminal justice system. They were in place, put in place a long time ago, and the society has moved, advanced in a way where we've got to look at them and say they're outmoded. Like I tell people all the time, if you look at some of the early training or the early policies that were developed in law enforcement, they were based on the slave trade and slave bounty hunters going after runaway slaves. And so we got to get that out of some of these practices so that we can move forward and understand where we were, and then understand where we need to go, and then we've got to have a one-on-one serious talk with both the community and law enforcement on how we can make these changes sustainable and effective. That's the part. Implementation is not easy. Legislation is easy. Implementation is very difficult, and we just need to do that hard work.
Hard work ahead. The Honorable Reggie Jones-Sawyer, member of the California State Assembly and the chair of the Public Safety Committee. Assemblyman, thanks for taking the time, and stay safe.
Thank you, Conan. It's a pleasure.
Conan, thank you for that. It is now 4:05. It is 5 past the hour now. You're watching NBC4's continuing coverage of the protest taking place of the death of George Floyd in the city of Santa Monica, a protest that has remained peaceful all afternoon, but has now been declared an unlawful assembly by police because as of 6 minutes ago, a curfew went into effect in the city of Santa Monica through tomorrow morning, and we have also learned that there is a curfew in effect in the entire LA County, Los Angeles County, starting at 6 p.m. that will go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. LA County Sheriff confirming that. Contrasting today's protests, which have been peaceful again mostly, we are continuing to see looting as well, just blocks away from here in the city of Santa Monica, which led to that early that early curfew. You're seeing it on your screen there. That the looting, really people stealing items from different stores along 4th Street and stealing the protest message. We've seen cars and SUVs pulling up, people running inside stores, getting right back in their cars and taking off. Kathy, it's just been kind of unruly, just a few blocks away from where we've seen some really peaceful demonstrations.
Yes, the demonstration has been peaceful, but now it is unlawful because these people have been told that they need to leave the area, and it'll be interesting to see what police do at this point, because we have some of the people who are peacefully demonstrating now sitting in the streets. If we go up to Eliana Moreno, we can ask her. She's been over this scene here. Are we seeing any fewer people? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Kathy, the curfew is well in effect now, but you wouldn't know it based off of all of the people that are still out here on Ocean Avenue. The group that I'm showing you now is the one that had actually cleared completely off the roadway and had made their way into the park, but now at least half of them have made their way back onto the road. Perhaps they have decided that it is worth it to get arrested, because that is exactly what is going to happen in the next few minutes if they do not clear out of the area. And let me move the shot now over to the other group that is just to the south. Again, this is going to be Ocean Avenue near Colorado. This is where we have another group that is also obstructing the roadway. It's about the same size as that first group, but you can see still a lot of people out here, a lot of people that run the risk of getting arrested, and there are plenty of officers to do it. Look at the intersection right here. We have dozens of officers already on scene. There's an additional few other dozen officers that are coming out here now over from Santa Monica Police Station to join in and start effecting some of those arrests.
And besides the City of Santa Monica Police Department, we heard from the police chief, Cynthia Renaud, that they have additional resources that have come in from other areas. So they have extra help out there today. And in fact, we should mention that the City of Santa Monica is planning to hold a news conference coming up at 4:30. So that's 20 minutes away now, 30 minutes into their curfew that they have implemented. So we'll get an update from them. We'll find out the very latest on what they have to say. Probably a lot about what they saw today. from a few individuals who took advantage of the opportunity to loot several of those stores there that had prepared for it. We saw a number of stores that had boarded up, but they went right through that. So again, as we continue to follow News Chopper 4 Alpha, Ileana's shot here of that group that had moved off the road there to the side to the park, and they were on the grassy area, but now some of them have wandered back onto the street, knowing full well that this curfew has now gone into place. So we're kind of waiting to see right now what authorities will do, if they'll move in, or exactly what's going to happen right now.
And Kathy, as you mentioned, you know, the police in this area is stretched thin. They are getting assistance from mutual aid and different agencies outside of Santa Monica, but we have seen police, you know, peacefully let protesters demonstrate, practice their First Amendment right to assemble, but just blocks away, they've had to stop looters from entering the Santa Monica Place Mall. We know that all afternoon they have blocked off and tried to protect the 3rd Street Promenade, and then we see looters along 4th Street, and now we're seeing some kind of tear gas canister, some kind of smoke coming here, and we're not sure if that's coming from police or if that's forcing those protesters to disperse. Can we get Ileana back about what she's saying here?
It looks like maybe from police, Ileana?
Yeah, it's unclear who threw it. We were actually focusing our attention on one of the groups when this smoke bomb was deployed. But
or they have weapons drawn.
Yeah, the officers do have their less than lethal weapons drawn. That includes pepper balls, beanbag rounds that they can deploy if necessary. But let me show you where the protesters are in relation to the officers. They're quite a ways away, and that actually made most of them scatter. So that does lead me to believe that it was perhaps, it did come from the officers to try to get that crowd to disperse, and it proved to be very effective. We had just checked on that crowd about 2 minutes ago, and most of them were still in the middle of the road, and you can see what that smoke bomb did, pushing most of them to the park to the east.
We'll see if they leave, actually, though, because we've seen them congregate again, as we saw on the other side. They were on the grassy area well off the street, and then they got back on the street. So did that just scatter them, and they're going to come back? We'll have to wait to see what happens there.
Yeah, and my pilot is actually telling me that he's seeing additional people that are either coming or going that are now on the overpass for the 10 freeway. So you see some of those folks there. It's unclear if they are related to this protest in any way, but earlier we did hear that there were some protesters on an overpass, and there they are. So there's a larger group there that is now making their way. This is the 4th Street overpass for the 10 freeway. So they might have a chance to possibly even get off on the freeway. That's the wrong way, though, if they get on right there. Hopefully they don't do that, but there is the possibility that they could get onto the Santa Monica freeway, the 10 freeway. This is going to be the 10 freeway with the 4th Street on-ramp is what they're coming up to right now.
And are you seeing any CHP in that area, or any kind of law enforcement trying to block any kind of entrances or on-ramps or off-ramps?
Yeah, let me widen out and check real quick. Because we weren't expecting to have them come this way, so it's unclear if the officers were expecting that as well. And at this point, I'm not seeing any CHP units on that particular off-ramp. I don't know that there's an on-ramp to the 10 freeway from here. Let's check. It looks like we do have some sort of traffic control taking place over here, but that is appears to be unrelated to what is going on the freeway right there. It looks like officers were simply staging nearby.
Yeah.
Does that look like CHP, though? I do believe that is the on-ramp there, Ileana.
Yeah, it is in fact CHP, but it looks like cars are still able to maneuver onto the on-ramp. So if this guy gets on here, if this white vehicle can get on the freeway, it means that those protesters will also be able to. And it looks like, in fact, if you can.
If you could go back to where the CHP, where it looked like we saw several officers starting to line up, those CHP officers who appeared to be CHP, almost looking right as those protesters are now entering this intersection. Yeah, there's a highway patrol. I'm assuming they're, trying to prevent those protesters from entering the freeway.
Yeah, those protesters are going to be right there where those CHP officers are. And not too long. They're moving fairly quickly as a group, but no, they're going straight.
Yeah, it does not appear that they're going to try to enter the
all right, as we continue to watch this, Jonathan, let's go to Guad Venegas. He has been on the ground in various situations. I know he was there yesterday when we were watching the Fairfax area. And Guad, where are you right now? This is our Telemundo reporter.
On 4th Street, right near the Santa Monica cross street. There's having a lot of audio issues. I heard you asking where we were at. We're on the corner of 4th and Santa Monica. There's looting going on right behind us. People have been entering and exiting this jewelry store, trying to find whatever has been left. Now, this entire block has businesses that have been looted. I'm going to move over this way, and you might be able to see all the trash on the sidewalk on the street. That's not actually trash. Those are boxes. Those are wrappers from products that have been stolen. You can see some shoes. There's a Patagonia store across the street. I'm going to walk over, and you can see people just running in, running out. This is what we've seen in this area of Santa Monica is complete chaos. Police officers will arrive, will try to stop the looting, but it's impossible because something else is going on half a block away. So you see the officers rush in that direction, then crowds move in this direction. It's complete chaos. You can see from my view, I can see a helicopter. I can see dozens of officers on that side doing something. The firemen with fire trucks putting out a fire that started at another store. Meanwhile, this store right here is getting looted. And this is what's been going on for the last hour, hour and a half. Now, we actually witnessed a lot of this looting when it started. We didn't get to see this yesterday, but sorry about all the movement. We have to maneuver between traffic and everything going on. We were standing right outside the Van store, and we saw the peaceful protest going on 2-3 blocks away. And all of a sudden, 7, 8, 9 cars pull up. Now, this is like out of a movie. They pull up, they're breaking windows, by the way. You can see that. And then there's bikes coming by. This is the chaos that's going on.
Yeah, Guad, so you have a lot of cars there, and you're in the street. Do be careful.
There's a lot going on, but I want to make sure I describe how the looting started when we were here. You see these cars pull up, full of people. Each car will then, some of them will step out, run in the store, start looting, while others stay and watch. They watch one side, the other side, and they keep time. About 2 minutes into it, they start honking the horns. At 3 minutes, they start yelling 3 minutes, 3 minutes, and then people run out with the products. They have bags, huge backpacks, get in the cars, and take off. I'm going to ask you to step over here, sir, please. So this is really what has been going on in Santa Monica as officers try to control what they can. Firemen put out the fires. And, I mean, the images describe themselves. As you can see, there's complete chaos in Santa Monica.
Here, and I just want to ask you, as we're continuing to stay with your shot here, we want to remind you to please be safe while you're out there. We have you on our left side of the screen. On the right side, we have a peaceful protest that continues through the streets of Santa Monica. Can you talk about how different what is happening where you are is from the actual protests that are happening as we speak?
Completely different. These are two groups of people. I think as these protests in LA have started 3 days ago, we've been trying to figure out what's going on. The first night it was in downtown. Yesterday it was down in the Fairflex area, and now it's here in Santa Monica. I think in Santa Monica it's been much more clear because the actual peaceful protest continues. The crowds are over on the other side of Santa Monica. Meanwhile, this is going on. So it's hard to tell how these things are organized. I did speak to some activists that were here earlier, asking them who actually organizes all of this, and they mentioned there's several different groups that will send out messages on social media, and it's difficult to see which ones are real, which ones are not. So what you have is a lot of organizers asking different groups to congregate in an area like this, and one of those groups has to be the group that is looting. This is not something that happens out of chance. This is planned. We saw the way these groups operate. They get out of their car, they have tools, they have crowbars, they have hammers, they go straight to the windows, break them, they're in, out. A lot of the people that you see going in and out now are not the people that started the looting. These are people that will walk in, grab one or two things, and keep walking. The damage started with these organized groups. So yes, two completely different groups. The one thing that I have noticed is that the groups that start all of these break-ins usually are covered everywhere. They have a mask, they have a hoodie, sometimes even glasses. So when you see a group of people running in a direction where their face is completely covered, a lot of times these are the groups that are looking for another store to break into.
And Guad, I don't know if you noticed this, but we saw from our helicopter some citizens were trying to help police in that they were ripping license plate covers off the cars. We saw things like that where the community was really trying to help not stop this, but help police to you know, like at least get a handle on it.
We witnessed people yelling out, "This is not going to help. This isn't the change we want." We saw people like that. In fact, when we were standing, there's another explosion just went off somewhere back there. When we were standing outside the Van store, this is when all the looting began. There was a woman and a man that stood in front of the door when the looting began and yelled for everyone to stop. The people that were right in front of them stopped. They thought about it twice, but then you have 15, 20 guys rushing in, so they actually knocked them over, trampled them, and went inside the store. So some people had to come to pick up this woman and help her move to the side because it was impossible for her to stop the people. So yes, we have seen people that try to yell out, "Stop, don't do this." We've seen others like the ones I mentioned that physically have tried stopping them, but it's impossible. There is thousands of people running around everywhere. And even if somebody were to stand here and stop the looting, I can see 5, 6, 7 stores from here where others are running into. So it's complete chaos.
And Guad, can you remind us, as we're getting safety alerts on our phones right now, reminding people about a citywide curfew from 8 p.m. tonight through 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. And again, the LA County curfew starts at 6 p.m. Guad, and sorry about that. We're hearing sirens, but we're not seeing any police activity on the ground where you are. Can you just reiterate that? What are you seeing?
So you can, the sirens you can hear are these police officers. Now this happens every 10, 15, 20 minutes we see this. You hear the sirens, the officers get in their vehicles, and they rush to another location. This is sort of the way that we've been keeping track of where everything's happening. 30 minutes ago, we were at another location where a store was set on fire. We heard all the sirens out here, walked over. Now you can see all of these vehicles moving to another location. It seems like there just isn't enough officers for the amount of activity going on in Santa Monica. So we imagine something must be happening out there, and that was the last vehicle moving. We can still see a lot of officers down the street on the other side. That's closer to Santa Monica Place, closer to Colorado Street. So, I mean, that just has been the scene. It's hard to know where they're going. Oh, this car was backing up. There is a team here, and there's somebody that's watching my steps who was able to tell me to move.
So it's just we want you to be careful out
there. A lot of
there.
Confusion.
Yeah, be careful out there and backing up like that.
Yes, no, we have somebody watching, so.
Okay, well, we're glad to know that as you continue we appreciate your reporting on the ground. You're giving us our first real ground perspective of what's going on. I don't know if we can, in our booth, if we could contrast with what's happening here, these images of a peaceful protest and demonstration that does continue in the city of Santa Monica. We want to reiterate that there is peaceful protesting going on. Despite them being ruled an unlawful assembly, it has remained peaceful. Group, Kathy, than what we've seen there in Guad Venegas has shot all the people who are coming into Santa Monica, stealing from these stores, looting, breaking into businesses, two completely different things going on here, really stretching thin the police department and the police agencies and law enforcement in this area.
Yeah, our Telemundo co-worker, Guad, he was in the thick of it yesterday, and once again, he's right there on the street, showing us exactly what's happening as police try to keep up with the different areas as the looters go into each store and break in. And what a touching story, it's a terrible story that he shared with us, that some people were standing in front of the store and saying, no, you know, don't break in, and they were pushed to the ground. And it's exactly what city leaders don't want to see. We're expecting to hear from them in just a little while. The city of Santa Monica expected to have a news conference, and we'll listen in to see what they have to say. As we know, we're now 25 minutes into this curfew they put into place at 4 o'clock. What they really want now is for everyone to get off the street. Jonathan, this demonstration that started earlier today, we're seeing people walking in the streets, but I have not seen any sort of activity that you could describe as negative in any sort of way. It's been a really peaceful group. If they wanted to get a message out there, they did it well. The demonstration seems to have gone off very well, and now all we need is for them to clear the streets and go home and pay attention to what the city leaders want them to do, and that is just to clear the streets now.
And you know, you mentioned how city leaders, Kathy, have wanted and been asking the looters to go home and stop doing what they're doing. It's also the same people who are peacefully protesting. They are asking the very same thing of the people who are ransacking stores to stop what they're doing immediately, because it is simply taking away from the message and from the demonstrations, but the death of George Floyd and police brutality across the country, the very message that they want us to cover, that they want us to focus on, continues to get stolen by the people who are committing crimes as we speak. Can we get back up to Eliana Moreno in News Chopper 4 Alpha? And just, Eliana, where are you now? What are you seeing? We know that this peaceful protest has been declared unlawful. Are you seeing police in this area? Where are you?
Jonathan, we're right on Ocean Avenue and Olympic. This is the group that we saw walking over the 10 freeway at 4th Street. We have followed them now for several miles, and at no point have we seen them be unruly in any way. No vandalism, no criminal activity of any kind. They have been just peacefully walking on the streets here of Santa Monica. But what is about to happen is that if they continue walking north on Ocean Avenue the way that they are, they will join up with one of the two groups that was obstructing the intersection, and I'll show you that group now. That is that group right there. That's the group that for the most part has scattered, but you still see people in the road, and there's still a lot of officers on scene. Here's where we saw that smoke bomb go off earlier. Again, right here on Ocean Avenue, you can see that line of officers still holding their ground, holding their skirmish line, and at this point, that first group, again, has scattered for the most part, and a lot of them have made their way here to this nearby park. But even though they are off the roadway, again, that curfew is well in effect. So despite how peaceful they are being at this point, they have to clear or they could get arrested.
Absolutely, and that smoke bomb did clear a lot of those protesters very quickly. Well, stay with your picture. We're going to bring in California 1 in Huntington Beach, and NBC4's Christine Kim was there today, and she has more on what happened at that demonstration. Christine.
Kathy, we've just arrived at the Orange County Bureau where it is safe for us to be here, but I will tell you that much of the protest is pretty much over, but there are still some stragglers hanging out in the downtown Huntington Beach area. There is a police presence there that remains, but I want to go ahead and show you the video of what it looked like during the peak of the protest, which began around 11 o'clock this morning. While it did start off as peaceful, a group of apparent counter-protesters and the Black Lives Matters protesters began yelling at each other. It started getting heated. They became verbally aggressive towards each other. And then the crowd started to congregate, move onto PCH, and they started to block traffic, the vehicles coming through. At that point, which was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when Huntington Police decided to declare an unlawful assembly. They asked the protesters there to leave. We saw police officers in riot gear form a line to move the crowds away from where they were gathering. That was at PCH and Main in that area there. Again, right now we're told that much of the protesters have left. There are still a few protesters there. I did speak with Huntington Beach Police's public information officer, Angela Bennett. She tells me there was no looting in the nearby businesses, thankfully, that there were no damages to the nearby buildings, also no injuries on protester side, and also no injuries with the police officers. At the very latest from here at the Orange County Bureau, I'm Christine Kim. Back to you guys.
All right, Christine, thank you for that report there. And again, just highlighting the fact that, Kathy, this is not just the only protest we've been seeing in Santa Monica, that there have been protests not only all across Southern California, but also all across the country that continue today. As we continue to follow this one in Santa Monica along Ocean Avenue, it appears that they've made a circle. There are now hundreds of people who have been declared an unlawful assembly despite being peaceful the entire time. It's because a curfew is now in effect as they continue to march their way towards a skirmish line of police officers just yards from them, really.
Yeah, we were watching them for a long time, not on the move before the curfew went into effect, and then the curfew went into effect, and now they're on the move. We see some kneeling there with signs, and it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen. We are expecting police to move in at some point, but it doesn't look like these people are going anywhere. They're setting up barriers right here. Let's go to Ileana now. We're seeing more smoke. Ileana.
Yeah, more smoke coming out, and actually, it looks like it's almost like some sort of fire extinguisher or something. You see it there next to that building, but the smoke is starting to dissipate. But whenever we do see that smoke go off, it does tend to cause some of the protesters to dissipate from the area. But most of them are probably not going to feel the effects of that smoke. They are a couple yards away. Let me show you where the police officers are, though. They are right in the middle of the intersection. They haven't really increased in number since we arrived on scene to replace Gil Avis and East Rappaport Bravo. It's still been about the same number of officers here, but we know that there are additional officers coming to the Santa Monica area. We flew over to the police station. We know that additional police officers as well as sheriff's deputies have arrived on scene to assist. And we've also heard that the National Guard is on its way there. I don't have the exact location for them yet, but as soon as we get eyes on them, we of course will focus in on that.
It looks like some people there on the right side just ran off for some reason.
It could have been because of that smoke, perhaps, or they gave out another dispersal order advising them that they will get arrested if they don't leave. But here, this is the big picture. This is that group that we saw walking, as well as one of the groups that had already been here on Ocean Avenue for a while, just kind of coming together here on the street and refusing to move. A lot of them are grabbing wood boards or whatever else they can find, and they are building their own makeshift fence here across Ocean Avenue. This is their version of the skirmish line, but you see them there. They're telling the officers that they come in peace, hands open wide up in the air, and for the most part, this group has been peaceful. They are not responsible for the looting that we have seen in nearby areas of Santa Monica. This group has remained peaceful the entire time.
And now they're moving in, as we see, to where that barrier has been set up. They've also grabbed some cones along the way. Someone is bringing in a trash can there on the left-hand side. The whole crowd just seems to be inching up to that barrier they've set up. A few people crossing over and joining in, hands up, with these two people who have already stepped in front.
And
Jonathan?
Eliana, can we get a perspective now of what the officers are doing in response to this crowd getting closer to them?
Let me widen out the shot, Jonathan. I'm going to move it just to the north. So and here's where the officers are.
Yeah, they seem to be staying put as of right now. And this is what we've seen in terms of this protest all day. The officers not being combative in any way with these protesters. The protesters remaining peaceful with them for the most part. And as you mentioned, and thank you for clarifying, a very different group than what we've been seeing with the looting just a few blocks away. That does continue at this moment. But again, this area under curfew. We want to remind our viewers we are anticipating a news conference from the city officials there in the city of Santa Monica to hear more about what their plan is going forward, as this peaceful protest that's been going on for several hours now has been ruled an unlawful assembly. And we're now seeing, this is probably the biggest group we've seen in several hours, Kathy and Eliana.
Yeah, and we're seeing them, as we pointed out, with those street barriers and with boards that they've set up, anything they could grab along the way, a trash can, a couple of cones there, and they set up that barrier where their standoff is, and then a few people, more than a dozen people, have decided to go in front of that, many with hands up, kneeling, or not going to abide by the curfew that the city has implemented, which went into effect at 4 o'clock. They're going to stay here and continue the demonstration. So in other cases, we have seen police wait, but then perhaps maybe, using more of the smoke bombs. We saw tear gas yesterday. We certainly haven't seen anything like this today. This has been totally peaceful. But there could be a point where they do send officers in to kind of drive that crowd back. But right now we're just waiting to see. And as you said, Jonathan, it'll be interesting to see what Santa Monica says when they hold that news conference, if they still do, coming up, because things have kind of changed here just a little bit.
And the curfew really giving officers more latitude to respond to these people, but obviously they could never, I mean, they couldn't go in and arrest everyone here at one time, right? They're clearly outnumbered in terms of that, but as of right now, it does remain peaceful despite being what they have deemed unlawful. But this is just probably the most tense we've seen it, but clearly not what we've seen, what we saw even yesterday, Kathy.
No.
Not even close to that measure. And so they're quite a distance away from officers. Clearly they're vocalizing their frustration. They're vocalizing how they feel. They're practicing their First Amendment right, despite being deemed unlawful by the city of Santa Monica.
Yeah, there's certainly nothing in any way violent. We're seeing some more officers here, and it's possible that we'll see extra forces come in. As Ileana mentioned, the National Guard and city leaders and police officers, the police chief included, have told us that they have resources coming in for other departments. So we may see some of that, just bringing in more officers. But right now it is what it is. The demonstrators holding signs, and we've seen clapping and chanting at the most. Any type of violence. Now they are simply unlawful right now because they're not abiding by that 4 p.m. curfew.
Let's bring in, as we stay on this shot, let's bring in our own Kim Tobin with some video she's seeing right now from the ground there in Santa Monica. Kim, are you with us?
Hey there, Jonathan. Yeah, we have been watching all of what appeared, as you talked about, you and Kathy, what started out as a peaceful protest there in the Santa Monica area, then having some of those people move off and some of those people starting to loot some of those stores. So we want to show you some of this video here that we're getting from some of our crews, from of our network correspondents that are there on the ground of the area of 4th Street and Santa Monica. You can just see this shot right here. I mean, look at this, people breaking that glass, going inside of the store, just coming out with merchandise, so much of it. We're talking about clothes, backpacks. We saw a guy with 2 guitars strung to his back there. So this has just been getting extremely volatile. And one of the shots there, we can actually see, I believe it's a single Santa Monica police officer, one patrol car there with the flashing lights, and you can flash over right across the street and all of the activities happening there. So people on the ground there are telling us really that they're pretty much overrun at this point in a lot of those areas because it's just so full of all these people looting, a lot of them with those face coverings on, a lot of people either covering their faces for fears of what's happening with COVID-19 or not wanting their identities to be out there. A lot of them even covering up their eyes, covering up their faces when they do see a camera, and then going on about their way and kind of just going down the line. We've seen about, I would say, 30 to 40 stores in the Santa Monica area that are just getting ravaged by all of those looters out there in that area. And sometimes at points, police nowhere to be seen in this. And also, in addition to that, we're seeing LAFD having to go down into there because small fires are being started inside some of these stores as well. So out there, the sounds that you're hearing are some of those sirens that are going off, the alarms that are going off in the stores with all the broken windows, all of that merchandise that's just being grabbed out of there. And we also talked about, you and Kathy, some of those people that are trying to help, trying to block some of these protesters, kind of getting pushed out of the way by them because people who live in Santa Monica, a lot of them are seeing this activity right in their backyard. They don't want this to happen to their area. A lot of those people who either shop at those stores, they know people who own those stores, they themselves might be a part of that area, and they don't want to see this destruction happening. So it's just been really difficult to watch all of this. Obviously, all those looters going in, grabbing that, and a lot of them too, like we saw, having cars just full of them going there, dropping off some of the folks who run inside through a broken window. They're just kicking out the glass. They're going through the doors, grabbing what they can, just handfuls. We're talking jeans, backpacks, any equipment that they can get. REI was one of those stores that was hit pretty hard and then had those small fires that were started in there. And LAFD needs to get inside of those places to put those fires out so that they don't start spreading. You can just imagine what devastation would happen if one of those fires started to spread, moving on to all those businesses. They're so closely joined together, pretty much sharing walls down in that area. So they're asking people to make their way for the LAFD firefighters to get inside of there to be able to do their work through all of this this chaos. So again, this is some of the cell phone video, some of the ground crew video that we're seeing from the area of Santa Monica Boulevard and 4th Street down near the ocean there, where what started as a peaceful protest, and some of those people are still going about a peaceful way, but then you had those looters, those rioters breaking away from that group and starting a lot of this chaos that we're still watching. And we'll be, of course, keeping an eye on it, getting all of our network feeds and keeping an eye on what's happening there. Jonathan and Kathy, we'll send it back to you.
All right, the good video there of what was happening inside and on the ground. And also, we were wondering about those fire trucks. So we have confirmation there were some fires reported there. We still have Ileana. She is in News Chopper 4 Alpha, giving an overview of the area. We have that LA County curfew going into effect. We heard from Supervisor Catherine Barger that curfew is going into effect 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That is in coordination with the Sheriff's Department, who reached out to them. They've been talking. Of course, a lot of authorities have. And they have reason to believe that is a good idea for the area. They're the ones who know where the trouble spots might be. They're the ones that have the ear to the information to know exactly which areas we should be watching tonight. And that is the time that they have suggested that a curfew would be a good idea, Jonathan, for the county.
And what was also interesting was that we had initially seen the city of Santa Monica, Kathy, issue an 8 p.m. curfew in coordination with what the city of Los Angeles, city of West Hollywood, and other places were doing. But because of the looting, but because of the chaotic scene that we just saw there in the video that Kim was showing us, they were forced to move that up to 4 p.m. and in the LA County area now under a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. But really, I'm not sure where we're seeing from Eliana's vantage point here as she circles the Santa Monica area, but you know, this entire city really stretched thin in terms of the police department, Kathy, because we saw them down on the skirmish line with the peaceful protest that's happening down on Ocean Avenue, having to protect 3rd Street Promenade. We saw looting happening in the Santa Monica Place Mall, and that was had to be, you know, we saw more officers go into that area, and then of course 4th Street, which has become the hot spot for a lot of the ransacking and looting and the breaking into the stores, which Kim was just showing us just a few minutes ago. Can we get any perspective about what Eliana might be seeing right now?
And I think anytime our chopper is on the move, we know that they're looking for something they've heard about because they hear it on the scanner or they get information from our desk. And so they hear about something we want to check out. So she may be on the search for something that she has heard about as we will get a nice view there of our scenic Southern California coastline. But again, we've been following that protest. The one in Huntington Beach that we heard got a little rowdy earlier today. We heard from Christine Kim, but mostly everything going well there today. And then Santa Monica, which has been our focus this afternoon, mostly peaceful, as you said, Jonathan. Ruin the message for everyone because they don't really have a message. They're just taking advantage of that opportunity to go in and to loot, and just so much, you know, so sad to hear from the business people who are trying to protect their businesses and then to have everything ruined and their merchandise stolen.
In many cases, Kathy, we're seeing, you know, major businesses, corporations, corporate businesses, but in a lot of cases we're seeing small business owners being affected here, and that's just sad because this was the weekend that many of them were expecting to reopen. They had prepared to finally reopen, to get back to some sense of normalcy for them, to get back to some kind of financial help for them, because that is their life business. And unfortunately, in too many places now, we're seeing too many of those small businesses affected. Here on the left side of your screen is the peaceful protests that we are seeing, but now deemed an unlawful protest by the city of Santa Monica. Police urging these people to disperse and to go home immediately as a curfew has broken out, as we see one person there run right in out of the smoke there. And on the right side of your screen, the unfortunate scene happening just 4 blocks away on 4th Street, the looting and the crimes that are happening. Can we get back up to Eliana about what she's seeing? We're seeing that crowd has dispersed dramatically, Eliana.
Yeah, Jonathan, we're back over that crowd on Ocean Avenue. As you said, it's dispersing as we speak. People clearing out of the road and heading towards the park nearby because of the effects of the smoke here that they're about to start to feel here on Ocean Avenue. Let me show you the police department. Again, the number really hasn't increased, but they're using the tools that they do have on hand to try to disperse this crowd and get them to clear. These, of course, were the legitimate protesters who were out here protesting protesting against police brutality and the death of George Floyd, but now they could get arrested if they don't clear the scene because the curfew is now well in effect. They should have gone home. They should have gotten out of the city of Santa Monica, but they're still here. And you see them running now because they're starting to feel that smoke. And it looks like we do have that line there of those pieces of cardboard or wood. It looks like most of the people that were holding those up are now gone.
Yeah, it looks like they left and there are just a few people still standing by, but because the people have left, it looks like someone helping someone else who might have been injured or something happening there. I'm not quite sure what's going on right there, but obviously getting help from a buddy. And yeah, we're watching that. I hate to see anybody get hurt in all of this, but really what the city would like is for everyone to go home now. The demonstration went well. Things went well today for them, and there's really no need to still be out there. They're pouring some water here on this man.
Yeah, it appears they're pouring water on his face. Yeah. Perhaps his eyes are stinging with what's going on.
Could
with
be.
What's in the air right there. And
shows you how strong it is and why people, might be running.
Oh, I've been on these scenes too many times to know how strong that is. I can't imagine even being that much closer to it like they are. But what's interesting, Kathy, is as we see more people running, they never seem to run too far. And again, the police urging them to go home immediately because they have been deemed an unlawful protest. But here they're arguing this is still their First Amendment right. They're not going anywhere. We see them move. We just never see them move too far. So that is the interesting standoff that's happening here between that skirmish line that has seemed to move maybe a few yards, but protesters never moving that much either.
No, we're seeing cars in the area too. And here we go. Police going to hurl another one of those smoke bombs there and trying to get them to disperse. And
it seems this is their strategy. They're just going to continue to push them back slowly and urge them to go home until they're tired of it, if that even ever happens. We know the curfew that's in effect, that's been in effect for 45 minutes now in the city of Santa Monica, does give them more leeway in terms of making arrests and making citations, but that's not what they want to do. Not even the police officers want to do that. They simply want this to come to a peaceful end, and we remain that this has maintained a peaceful protest throughout the afternoon, Kathy.
Yeah, but they have now achieved one more step. They have these people who have abandoned now that little barrier that they put up. There were a lot of people, and people started crowding in behind that line that we saw, even getting in front of it. But now we see them, they're pushed back now and really dispersed. We're not seeing the big crowd, at least in the street, that we were seeing earlier at all.
No, not at all. And this is just south of the pier now, the 10 freeway right there below as it heads onto PCH. I've been seeing some social media posts where CHP officers and LAPD officers have actually been blocking off ramps going into the city of Santa Monica, who hopefully, I think they're, in an effort to try to get people from coming into that area. And of course, we're about an hour and 15 minutes away now from an entire county-wide curfew that will take effect at 6 p.m. We are also waiting to hear, Kathy, from city officials in Santa Monica. We were expecting them about 15 minutes ago. Obviously, they're dealing with a lot to see what their plan is because, well, we've seen protests in other areas. The biggest issue isn't necessarily the protest, Kathy, but the looting that's going on 4 or 5 blocks away.
Yeah, they certainly want to try to get things under control before nightfall when it turns dark, because we've seen how that has happened each night. It just makes things more difficult. Police going street by street to try to take care of that. We're seeing more smoke going in. So again, the effort to try to push the protesters back, to send a message, to encourage them. It's time. It's time to go home. There is that curfew in effect. So let's bring this to an end. Let's just call it a day. But still, we have a few, well, more than a few stragglers who still remain out here from the protest that started earlier today and went very well. So it's unfortunate now that they're not heeding those warnings and very direct messages that police are sending right now to go home.
And while Santa Monica is already under curfew, the rest of Los Angeles County is just about to join it, as we've been mentioning. The LA County Sheriff says a county-wide curfew will take effect at 6 o'clock tonight and run through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. More than 10 million residents being told to stay inside tonight. And along with LA County, the city of Santa Ana in Orange County also under curfew. Their curfew in Santa Ana will start at 10 o'clock. We want to get to NBC4's I don't know, actually, sorry, we want to stay with Eliana Schott here as we continue to follow what's happening in the city of Santa Monica, where a protest, a peaceful protest, and continues, but being told to dissipate at this moment. I'm unclear if this is, and I just may have missed the shot, Kathy, forgive me. Did Eliana move the camera? Is this a separate group here that we're seeing?
I'm not sure. Let's see if we can check in with her, Eliana. We'll get her in a minute.
Sarah was looking out the window, and he realized that there's another group.
Gotcha.
And this group is also on Ocean Avenue, but they're further north than the group that we were just monitoring. This group is going to be just south of the California incline. So these people are completely separate from the ones that we have been watching for the last few minutes. So far, so good that I haven't seen them committing any type of act of vandalism, but I'm not really sure where they came from,
Eliana.
because it's a very large group, yeah.
Hundreds?
Easily 100 people, maybe more, all walking northbound on Ocean Avenue towards the California incline.
The difference here, though, Eliana, is there as big a police presence ordering them to dissipate as we're seeing just down the street from this?
I actually don't see any officers near this particular crowd, and I'll try to show you both crowds in one shot. So I'm going to start on the one that we just found. Let me move the shot to the south. This is all going to be along the same street, California, or not California Avenue, but rather Ocean Avenue. And this is where is that second group that we were monitoring. So the first group that we were watching actually looks a lot smaller now compared to the new group that we have found. And that new group doesn't have any officers anywhere nearby.
No, and a lot of people there. And so right now they're just continuing to walk. Holding signs, really just continuing the demonstration that started earlier today, and they appear to be peaceful, but again, as we said, in violation of the curfew at this point.
Absolutely, and I don't know if their thought process is perhaps if we walk out of the city, then we'll be fine, which is correct to a certain extent. But unfortunately, if that city is in LA County, which it will be, we have that new curfew going in at 6 o'clock. So they're only buying themselves maybe an hour's time before they run the risk of getting arrested.
And this is along Ocean Avenue. That's correct, right, Eliana?
Correct. This is Ocean Avenue with a cross of Idaho Avenue, very close to the California incline.
And yeah, as this was set up, we had always heard that they would split into two groups. So it was really a planned thing. And we've seen that throughout the day. I think one of the groups was supposed to go to the pier and another would stay on the street. So they've continued to stay in two groups, but we have seen this one grow. And the other ones sort of scatter because they're facing the smoke bombs from police. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this group as it spreads out. They're covering a wide area now as they continue along this street.
You almost wonder if some of the people from the other side, the other protests that Eliana just showed us, had made their way over here, because this is quite a sizable group. I mean, there are a lot of people in this crowd, by far the biggest crowd I think we've seen all afternoon. And this is really what you've been talking about, Kathy. This is what we've been seeing most of the day. This is something, you know, as a news network, that we want to stress that this has been a peaceful protest throughout the streets of Santa Monica. It made their way through different areas of the city. But as of 4 o'clock, that curfew going into effect, deeming this unlawful and police asking them to disperse, but they are continuing to practice their First Amendment right to peacefully demonstrate and assemble. And so,
what's the location here? I see Montana. They're at Montana now.
That's exactly right. They're at Montana and Ocean Avenue. I'll widen out the shot just a little bit more. I want to give you the big picture.
There's the police, yeah.
Yep, there's the police coming in, and I just quickly wanted to show you that this is basically right up against the ocean, hence Ocean Avenue. So there's the shot there. Let me push back in, though, where we, as you mentioned, have now seen that first officer on scene, and it's actually forcing the people out here to make that right-hand turn onto.
Okay, so now they've deviated from the area that they've been in. So are we thinking this is what police want them to do?
Well, they'd like them to leave, and that much is clear, though these officers here taking a very different approach in terms of how they're handling it, kind of just letting them. It's interesting, the contrast between this protest and the one just down the street, Kathy.
Yeah, because down the street is where we're seeing officers lined up, and the deployment of that smoke and tear gas, which is getting people to scatter. And then here we're just seeing these people now walking from Ocean onto Montana, just right where that patrol car is, just avoiding them, and they're forcing them to turn and go, and it's working perfectly.
And police will, obviously have to monitor exactly where they're going at this point, if they're going to continue to try and go around them, or if they are actually going to disperse as they have been asked. Police, for the most part, as we've seen, have been completely, peaceful in letting people demonstrate in the way that they wanted today in the city of Santa Monica. Certainly not in the way that we saw in the Fairfax district yesterday, Kathy.
Yeah, today went really well, except for the isolated looting. Just an update now. We told you we were expecting to hear from city leaders from Santa Monica, and that was going to be at 4:30. They've now pushed that to 5:15. So during our 5 o'clock news, that is expected because obviously things are kind of changing here. They probably want to update, talk about the curfew, talk about what's next, and give us an update on what happened today in the city. So as we approach the 5 o'clock hour, that's what we're expecting for that update, that news conference to come around 5:15.
And we believe that this group moving their way off of Ocean Avenue, and I believe, Kathy, was this Montana that we were looking at?
Yes.
And making their way, certainly not out of the city by any stretch. They're still well within the city limits. But this is what police have been asking them to do, is to disperse from Ocean Avenue, and this is really the first time we've seen it. We want to keep reminding our viewers that this is something we are focused on covering: the peaceful protests, the demonstrations, the frustration, the pain that they are feeling over the death of George Floyd and other police brutality issues across the country. But one thing that unfortunately we've also had to cover today, and we don't like to, but we have to, is the looting that's been happening just blocks from here on 4th Street in Santa Monica. And it's really made for an ugly sight. It's made it hard for police to help keep these protesters safe, because those police officers are now being stretched thin, having to monitor not only the protests, but really try and stop some of the looting that's been happening, and that's been very difficult for them to do, Kathy.
Yeah, they're stretched thin across the entire area. We've seen that with the LAPD. They've been put on 12-hour shifts working around the clock. The fire department in all of these cities also stretched, having difficulty doing their jobs. And, never mind, they also have to take care of their normal business for the day. So aside from everything they're handling here, they're still getting the same calls. The fire department still getting their regular calls. Yes. So it just really taxes everyone. And that's why we've seen this call to mutual aid, and really why the governor gave the okay now for the National Guard to come in just to offer some assistance.
And as they head east here on Montana, once they cross Lincoln, there's going to be a strip of businesses and stores. And, we have been focusing on mentioning how the looters are not the same as the protesters. These are two different groups. The looters being opportunists, trying to take advantage and literally steal the message away from what this demonstration has been about. And again, a peaceful demonstration, as we've seen all day. But we are going to get into another area where there is going to be storefronts, small businesses, boutiques, once they cross Lincoln here, headed east on Montana. And so we were going to monitor there on 4th Street just a few blocks away.
No, not at all.
And we don't anticipate
we
that.
have no reason to believe that either. It's also a residential area right here, so people are handing water out to the people who are walking, so obviously in support of what they're doing. And we've seen people, waving now they've got water, they're waving at them. We've seen people standing outside of their apartments, their homes, watching all of this. So now they're getting a front row seat to what has been going on all day, because this continues now. This is the way police routed them. They blocked off Ocean and got the crowd to go this way. So we'll wait and see what happens. Will these people disperse? How long will this go on? They are now in violation. That curfew went into effect almost 1 hour ago.
And here you see them making their way north. I'm not quite sure what street this is here, but we're making their way north. Eliana, where are they right now?
Jonathan, this is going to be 4th Street, coming away from Montana, and we've seen protesters on 4th Street before, but they were always heading south and not north. And because they are moving north now, this will put them into a highly residential area here in Santa Monica. And I'm really not concerned about these particular protesters because they've been great. They've been calm the entire time that we've been monitoring them. No unruly activity in any way. But the concern is that people who have bad intentions could join into the mix and disguise themselves as being one of these peaceful protesters and then try to take advantage of the situation. So that's really what we're watching out for, in addition to just watching these protesters as they peacefully make their way down the street here on 4th Avenue.
And one thing that we have been stressing, Kathy and Eliana, right, that this is in complete contrast to the looting that we're seeing. What's interesting to me is that so much of the looting was happening there on 4th Street, almost symbolic, this protest moving in the complete opposite direction on the very same 4th Street that looting is happening, perhaps maybe a mile, half a mile down. This protest moving north, a completely different scene here, a peaceful scene than what we're seeing down the street on the very same street.
Absolutely, Jonathan, and it continues to be that way. We're not seeing police in any form right now in this area, so these people continue to march with their signs, and they're going to be doing that for as long as they are allowed to, I'm sure. But at some point, we're going to see what we saw happen with the other group that was on the other side of Ocean, and that is where the police were lined up, and they were trying to get that crowd back. They were obviously sending a message with their smoke bombs to clear the area. But right now, there's nothing happening with this group. They're just being allowed to advance now. But as you pointed out, as much of the day has been, it is being done peacefully. It is now 5 o'clock, and we are continuing our coverage of breaking news, protests, and more looting today in Santa Monica. Two very different things going on right now. A curfew has been in place in the city for the last hour, and it is in effect until 5:30 tomorrow morning. We want to thank you for joining us. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We're glad you're here. I'm Kathy Vara. The National Guard out there now enforcing that curfew. We want to give you a look from News Chopper 4 Alpha over Santa Monica and News Chopper 4 Bravo, which is over a new protest in downtown LA as the National Guard rolls through. While Santa Monica, again, already under curfew for the last hour, the rest of LA County is about to join it. The LA County Sheriff confirming that a county-wide curfew will take effect at 6 o'clock and run through 6 tomorrow morning. That is going to cover more than 10 million people who live in LA County, being told to stay inside tonight. And along with LA County, Santa Ana down in Orange County will be under curfew starting at 10 o'clock. Right now, we want to get up to Gil Levis in News Chopper 4 Bravo with what you're seeing, and this is in downtown Los Angeles, Gil.
That is, Jonathan and Kathy, you're looking at a deployment of the National Guard here. Those Humvees moving through the streets. Right now, they're eastbound 1st Street at Spring Street. Let me come down to the corner here. And just moments ago, we saw a group of LAPD officers along with National Guard members there standing at attention there at the corner near City Hall. But as I come out to a wider shot, you'll see those Humvees once again on the right-hand side of your screen, and a group of demonstrators, protesters here at City Hall on the steps. You see the LAPD officers there deployed along with the National Guard troops on the steps of City Hall. It's a peaceful protest right now. This group has been moving through the city all afternoon, and they have congregated here at the steps of City Hall. Everything seems to be peaceful right now as the National Guard is deployed in this area.
To see those
LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn is on the phone with us right now. We thank you so much, Supervisor, for joining us. We understand there is going to be a curfew in place. Tell us why the county is going with a 6 to 6 curfew.
So our Sheriff's Department made the request that we have a countywide curfew starting at 6 p.m. and ending at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We feel that we need to do it a blanket curfew. We know some cities have begun to implement their own, but I believe the thinking is that this will make it easier for law enforcement departments in all of our cities, as well as our county sheriffs, to basically clear the streets after 6 p.m. It was made in consultation with many of the police chiefs in the county of Los Angeles, as well as many of the city of this. It's tough. It was a tough decision to make, just as we're trying to reopen our businesses.
And we want to bring in our NBC4's Conan Nolan. I'm sure the two of you know each other well. He has some questions that he would like.
But I have to say the point person for the county side is Sheriff Alex Villanueva, who has had a contentious relationship with city councilman for the city of LA, who came out and said he didn't want the National Guard in the city exactly because they would be under the direction of Alex Villanueva. I'm just wondering, is there a sense of confidence that you and the board have that the leadership of this department is operating appropriately thus far?
Well, I think that, this is not the time, in my opinion, to have any kind of a dispute with law enforcement. I personally am confident that the sheriff is making the right National Guard to come here. I lived through the Watts riots. I remember one of the complaints that we waited too hard. I mean, this has gone from being a peaceful protest over police brutality in Minneapolis to looting and destruction of property. I just got a text from my brother who lives in Santa Monica, and he said they're breaking the windows at the courthouse where my brother is a judge. So this has really gotten violent, and I believe we need to join together with our sheriff's department, with our police departments, with the National Guard, and put an end to this and get back to all of us as a country looking at the systemic problems with law enforcement and our African American friends in this country.
The daughter of the legendary Kenny Hahn, who was a supervisor for many years representing South Los Angeles. And you're right, you have been through every civil unrest dating back 50 years in the city, back to the 65 Watts riots. It must be frustrating, certainly from the legacy of your family, to know that, and certainly in the memory of your father, that this would still be happening so many years after what we saw then.
Oh, my brother and I were talking about this together this weekend, and we know our father would have been so sad to see that it's still happening. I mean, I think there were so many moments that we thought were going to be transformational in the city. I think the Rodney King beating was a real awakening for many of us, and we thought that was going to transform how police departments treated people. And then we got body cameras, and we thought, well, maybe that would end some of this. And I do know LAPD has gone through reforming, and we've had 2 African American police chiefs in LA, and I know that Chief Moore is a man of integrity, and we've got great men and women on our force. But in this country, there's still a problem, and we have got to figure this out. I really don't want to live through another one of these. And again, I think there's 2 tragedies. One is that these looters and these people who are destroying property have really taken our focus away from what happened to George Floyd and these peaceful protests that we should all be joining, frankly, to come against this kind of harm against an unarmed black man. And it's also a tragedy because I thought, to be honest with you, this weekend was going to be one where we were celebrating the reopening of our businesses. A lot of people were making reservations at their favorite restaurant, and now we've got a curfew in place. We're basically putting everybody back on lockdown, and it just breaks my heart.
We're looking at live pictures here. This is the Civic Center in downtown Los Angeles. This is Spring Street, the west steps of the Los Angeles City Hall. And it is where the California National Guard has been deployed on the steps there, along with LAPD officers. There's a full tactical alert, of course, citywide. Speaking with Supervisor Janice Hahn. So I have to tell you that, you know, we have seen civil unrest before, and certainly over the past several evenings, and therein lies the issue. You have a curfew, and it would seem to me you need to address that as early as you possibly can once 6 o'clock arrives, because the destruction normally takes place once nightfall takes place, and that's when you've seen most of the damage to outside of the looting we saw this afternoon. That's where the fires start. That's where the police cars are engulfed in flames. That's the critical period.
Yes, and that's what the undersheriff told me, and he again felt that a countywide curfew would make it easier for law enforcement agencies throughout the county to begin clearing the streets. And it's the only thing I believe that we need to do at this point to try and curb this violence and this looting. And again, these poor businesses who were just eking out a survival, and now to have many of them burned to the ground again and looted. I don't know how they're going to recover. Let's not forget, in '92, we created Rebuild LA, right, which totally focused on trying to rebuild a lot of the areas that were destroyed. And some of those businesses, Conan, you know, never came back.
Right. And we haven't had the loss of property currently that we had back then. The looting, though, as to your point, and we mentioned this with your colleague, Catherine Barger, a little while ago, we're in the middle of an potentially an economic depression. We have 1 million people unemployed in Los Angeles County alone. And so getting the economy back is going to take a Herculean effort. And we're looking at this crowd here. Again, this is Spring Street on the west steps of City Hall. There's no social distancing taking place. And now I'm sure the public health officer, Barbara Ferrer, is concerned about the advent of COVID-19. You try to keep people apart, and this certainly lends itself to an advance of the virus, which does not respect political affiliations or your position on civil rights.
Again, this all couldn't have come at a worse time. This is just the perfect storm, a tsunami, an earthquake. This is just a disaster this weekend on so many levels. And I heard my colleague, Catherine, talking to you, and she's right. We're going to, you know, in 14 days, we'll know whether or not this has really set us back in terms of us flattening our curve. We were really going in the right direction. People were really mostly obeying our stay-at-home orders, and this is just a tragic weekend.
Right, and you know, to your part of your responsibility, the state of California is looking at a $54 billion budget deficit. We're looking at potential cuts to public education as a result of that. The county, you've seen a cut in the your budget as a result of the devastation to the economy, and this is just going to complicate that.
Yes, well, we're already looking at a $2 billion hit to our budget in the county of Los Angeles this year and next year. And everybody wants to know, where is the extra money going to now help rebuild these businesses? And of course, we'll see a lot more overtime, of course, from our sheriff's department, which we're going to have to pay for, which we gladly will pay for, in my opinion, because we need them out there. They're all doing 12-hour shifts. Many of them are not taking time off. we're certainly on high alert. This puts a huge strain on the men and women in law enforcement, but we need them out there tonight and maybe for the next couple of nights to come to keep the peace. And that's just what I'm calling for, is really peace, calm, telling everybody to go home. And I think you can tell the difference between the peaceful protesters and those who are out to do damage. And I think the curfew will help us make that even clearer.
Right, but it's an extremely delicate balance. You have law enforcement aided by the National Guard trying to enforce the law and keep people from doing the kind of things that we've been seeing, not just looting, but assault, while at the same time allowing people to demonstrate. And then you have to enforce a curfew, which we are about 45 minutes, a little more than 45 minutes away. That will be problematic. It's going to be a long night. Supervisor Janice Hahn, thank you very much for joining us. I wish you you the best of luck and stay safe. Kathy, back to you.
All right, Conan, thank you so much. Supervisor, thank you for that. And we're going to switch now to LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. It has been a tough few days. We were just hearing from the supervisor. They are following your guidance in putting this curfew into effect county-wide now, 6 o'clock tonight till 6 in the morning. Is it because you're expecting more of the protests that we have seen and more of the violence that we have seen, unfortunately, by a few?
Well, actually, if it was just a protest and people exercising their First Amendment rights, we'd be more than happy to support them. In fact, we'd lead the protest with them. However, when it descends into looting, lawlessness, people getting assaulted, and attempts at arson, we have to draw the line there, and we're not going to tolerate other people being victimized, and it takes away from the message about George Floyd and his tragic murder. So the curfew is definitely a big tool in our favor because that allows us to enforce it, and we're not going to run around, chase everybody, and put them to jail, but we're going to selectively enforce it with those who are actively involved in looting, rioting.
Sheriff Villanueva, Jonathan Gonzalez here with us, and we appreciate you being with us right now. We know you're very busy. We're looking at a shot as we talk to you of City Hall, where we see LAPD officers as well as National Guard members protecting the steps of City Hall. There's a large peaceful protest happening just outside. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're willing and you're telling your deputies to continue to protect, people's First Amendment right to assemble. It's how are you going about trying to deter people who are just opportunists, taking the chance to literally steal the message by going into stores and stealing items?
Well, that's right. They detract from the message overall. And if you can see, it looks like a standoff of sorts, but we are definitely defending and honoring that First Amendment right for those who are there gathered peacefully. But we're deploying other personnel now to address the people that are using that to loot. And if you notice, we don't just have the people you see behind the barricades in standouts. We also have a lot of personnel out and about targeting our looters, targeting places that may be subject to being burned.
And besides a presence here, how is the National Guard helping? I know the governor cleared the way for us to have, up to 1,000 extra National Guard members. They arrived overnight. How were they assisting?
Oh, they're assisting in many ways. They're a force multiplier for us because we have some of our deputies who are highly trained and experienced peace officers assigned to security posts, and now we can replace them with the National Guardsmen, and then that frees them up to join our mobile field forces and put them out there and deploy them throughout the county. So that definitely helps us in a lot of ways. We can also use them to deny areas that are problematic or may already been subject to looting. So we're using them in a variety of capacities, and also down in the downtown Civic Center area, they're going to be widely deployed.
Sheriff, as we continue to see this shot here of downtown LA and City Hall, we want to ask you about the curfew again. We understand, obviously, it's countywide. That's going to cover some 10+ million people. There are a lot of people who are going to be concerned about, what if I'm out? What if I have to be out? How are you going to enforce it, and are you going to be enforcing the curfew in really more of the areas where we're seeing a lot of the violence and looting and robbery and things like that?
Well, we're looking for voluntary compliance first, because when people comply with the curfew orders, we have less people on the streets, which means it allows us to travel from point A to point B as quickly as possible, so that it won't hinder us in doing that. And then if people are going to and from work, they're going to see a doctor, seeking medical care, things like that, we're not worrying about that. We're targeting the people that are in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is looters, rioters, the opportunists, the vandals that are in the areas being impacted. Those are the ones that are going to be subject to the curfew, and they will be arrested. And
Sheriff, we want to talk about that. We were seeing the looting earlier. We saw a lot of people trying to cover up their license plates, but obviously not everyone was successful in that. Is there any kind of deterrence? I mean, can you prosecute after the fact? Can you what message could you send to those people who are just using the protest as an excuse to commit crimes?
Oh, we definitely can prosecute. We don't prosecute after the fact. We just gather the evidence when we make the arrest. We use a reasonable suspicion to make a detention. Once we get all our preliminary investigation, we determine, based on probable cause, that the crime occurred and they're the ones that did it. Then they get arrested, and we present the case to the district attorney for prosecution. And we will be doing that in significant numbers.
And tell us, you have a wide area to cover, and so you have incidences that are happening in these different places. How are your deputies holding out?
They're holding out pretty well. They're happy to keep the county safe as a whole. They're working shoulder to shoulder with all of our other local law enforcement agencies, and they've made a big difference in Beverly Hills in that area, in the Fairfax area, the areas that they were assigned to, they had a positive impact. And everywhere we're going now, we're striving to do that, to assist the peaceful protesters to continue their protests and separate them from the people who are there for other purposes.
Our News Chopper 4 is on the move there. That's why you see us losing our shot every few seconds there. But we're here on the phone with Sheriff Villanueva. And Sheriff, at this point, I know you don't have a crystal ball in front of you. I mean, how long do you anticipate? We know that this is a one-night curfew, but now this is the second night of curfew in this area in Los Angeles. And now, how long do you anticipate us seeing things like this? I mean, what is the end game here?
Well, we're going to assess it day to day. And the end game, eventually, like all civil unrest, riots, they tend to run their course. People's energy dissipates, and they move on to something else. And this, too, is going to pass eventually, and we'll just take it day to day.
How much did the city curfew help last night?
This is, no, it was very useful to have the city curfew. And we had other cities that had even more strict curfews in the city of LA. So now we're going for a countywide one.
Okay, we're showing our viewers another shot here of the ground there, I believe. Yeah, in Santa Monica, we're seeing officers, we're seeing people who are looting, and if you're hearing that noise on your phone, you are getting an alert that a curfew, again, as we've been mentioning, is going to take effect in about 40 minutes from now, 6 p.m. tonight to 6 a.m. tomorrow, countywide, affecting more than 10 million people who live in the county of Los Angeles. Sheriff Villanueva, how are your deputies assisting in what's happening in Santa Monica?
We sent 2 squads there initially earlier this afternoon, and then we created a new team of rapid responders who went there with members of our elite SWAT team and a full mobile field force. We sent also one of our large the jail buses. So their goal when they go there is to effect arrests on people who are busy looting.
Okay, and how did it go today? What can you tell us about what happened in Santa Monica?
Well, if you see right now, you're seeing a Bearcat that has a firefighting capability.
Uh-huh.
They're being deployed right now. That is from our department in Santa Monica. That's part of the group we sent there this afternoon.
And is it crowd dispersal that they work on right now, or what is it there to do?
No, they're focused on arresting looters.
Ah, okay. So they're right in there where the crime is being committed. That is why they were sent there to take care of some of these people. How many arrests have you made? Do you have any kind of a number, or how many businesses were looted?
Not yet. It's too early to have statistics on that.
As far as yesterday, with what happened in the Fairfax district and any arrests that were made, were you finding that, again, in that situation, that a lot of the people who were arrested were not from that area, Sheriff?
That is true. We had one arrest in South LA, and we had 30 arrests up in Beverly Hills, in West Hollywood area, and a lot of them were from out of town.
And in the arrests, what were the charges in those cases of the people that you did arrest?
The misdemeanor ones typically were failure to disperse, and then once the curfews came in, then it was a curfew violation. Then we had burglary, arson, and assault. Those are the most common charges, and vandalism, felony vandalism.
Sheriff, we want to keep you on the phone as we bring in our own Conan Nolan here with an update. Conan, what do you have for us?
Well, I was going to ask Sheriff Villanueva, what is the profile of the National Guardsmen? They are armed, but those weapons aren't to be shown. And what is the guidance that you have for them if indeed they come across individuals who are engaged in violent activity, either looting or setting, say, a structure on fire?
They're to provide security for the areas that they've been stationed. They're not to take law enforcement action at all. However, they're supporting our efforts, so they will alert us, and we're in communication with them if there's something arises that requires law enforcement action. But in the meantime, they're a very visible presence, and they're eyes and ears for us.
Right. Well, does that visibility mean actually bringing them by vehicle through neighborhoods, or such as in Santa Monica, for example? For the longest time, we didn't see any police presence, either Santa Monica Police or National Guard, because some have suggested that just the visual, just the visual of National Guard troops has a deterrent effect.
We sent that large rapid response team we sent there. We also included an element of the National Guard that went with them to Santa Monica, and they're currently in Santa Monica.
Are there other deployments, such as to Glendale? There was talk on social media of efforts at going after stores and shopping malls there.
Actually, an effort that we have ongoing right now is at the Citadel in the City of Commerce. So we have another rapid response team that went to Commerce, and that includes an element of the National Guard as well.
How difficult is it to cover all these? It sounds like whack-a-mole to a certain degree, that you've got some intelligence saying that they're going to go to various spots, and then you have to essentially roll the dice on getting people there in time.
Yeah, it is a kind of like a game of whack-a-mole, and we're just anticipating where the crowds are going to be and the dynamics of the crowd, because you have peaceful protesters that you see on the skirmish line and with their signs, but it's the people that are 2, 3, 4 blocks away that are ones that are doing all the damage.
Right, but for those peaceful protesters, they have now 26 minutes to depart, because they have to be off the streets starting at 6 o'clock.
That is true.
And so just getting them out will be a challenge in and of itself.
That'll be a challenge of itself, but for our purposes, if they're just peacefully protesting, they're not doing anything else, we're not going to be terribly concerned about their presence. It's the presence of looters and vandals that we're concerned about.
But right, but there will be selective enforcement of the curfew. I mean, if people are there past 6 o'clock and they're protesting peacefully, that's not a priority, and you'll let them continue to do so.
We're just going to the curfew. Our priorities are the people that are causing damage to the community. Those are the ones that get that ticket to jail. And we have the capacity to arrest them by the thousands, and if we need to go that far, we will. We don't want to, and we're just going to see how this plays out.
Right, and we're looking at a picture here of a vehicle on fire. So that's in Santa Monica, we understand. I'm not sure if that's a police unit or not. It's hard to make out, but Yeah, there's obviously the concern is, and we've seen this before in public protests, that there is the protest, the demonstration, the constitutionally protected demonstration against what they saw in that videotape out of Minneapolis, but then night falls and all of a sudden there's this disconnect between those who were there to peacefully voice their opposition to what they saw as the racism and the police brutality in that city, and those who wanted to take complete advantage of the situation, and therein lies your problem once night falls.
Exactly, and that's why we're going to have an increased presence and visibility. We switched all of our personnel that don't work in our custody environment to 12-hour shifts. So starting at 6 o'clock today, in fact, when the curfew starts, we're going to have the greatest number of personnel we have available to deploy onto the streets. So we're going to be everywhere.
Right, and one last question, Sheriff. I didn't see the pictures of your officers, but are they in full riot gear? Because there's always been this dispute as to whether or not that is an incentive for violence when police show up in helmets.
Well, considering all the rocks and bottles have been thrown about, I think Chief Moore can attest to that. The helmets work wonders, and that's just a part of the course of doing business.
Very good. Chief Alex Villanueva, I'm sorry, Sheriff Alex Villanueva, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County, the most populous county in the nation and one of the largest police and law enforcement offices in the nation. Sheriff, good luck.
All right, well, thank you. You folks stay safe out there, please.
Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate your time, as always. And again, that 6 p.m. curfew about to take effect in the next 30 minutes or so. That is a county-wide curfew that will take effect from 6 p.m. tonight through 6 a.m. tomorrow, affecting, as Conan just mentioned, the most populous county in the country. More than 10 million people living here will be affected, but the focus will be on those who are causing crimes, setting fires and looting like the one we're seeing here. Let's get up to News Chopper 4 Bravo. I believe we have Gil up there. Gil, what are you seeing here?
Jonathan, this fire is happening at Main Street and Pico Boulevard in Santa Monica. You see the fire department on scene. The car here fully engulfed. They were able to get the majority of the fire out. That rear section is the stubborn part. But this fire is burning right up against a commercial structure. I'm not sure what the business is here, but you see a very large structure here on Pico and Main, and the fire department rolled up just moments ago as we arrived. We could actually see the smoke from the 405 freeway as we approached Santa Monica. So they were able to get that out, and fortunately it has not spread to that building right now as they work on the last flames there. There are some folks in the area that are taking pictures of what's going on here, but again, this fire, and it's unknown how it started, but again, a car fire fully engulfed, and they're able to start to get the knockdown on it right now.
Okay, and as we're looking at this picture right now of this car burning right now, we understand that the President of the United States has been taken to an underground bunker right now by Secret Service. So we're getting more information on that. This is at the White House. We know we've seen protests out there, as we have seen across the nation. So that happened a few nights ago when people were there. Of course, they're not going to get on the property, we hope, of the White House. But yes, that's the information that we are getting right now, that he has been taken on Friday to an underground bunker there at the White House. As NBC News reporting that to us. So we wanted to go ahead and pass that along to you as we continue to cover the situation that's happening right now in Santa Monica. When we were on with Conan, we were talking about, is this a police car? It does not appear to be. I don't know whose vehicle this was, but firefighters were quick to get the water on that, and they got that out, Jonathan.
They did. They got it out pretty quickly, and as Gil mentioned, thankfully, before it caught the building on fire. Unclear because it's so unrecognizable now whether that is a police vehicle, as we continue to see Gil moving his shot towards the kind of the downtown area of Santa Monica, which is what we've been focusing on most of the afternoon. That is where most of the protests have taken place, and unfortunately, a few blocks away from the protests, we saw a lot of the looting, and we believe that looting does continue at this point, as Gil is kind of giving us a wide perspective here of what's happening. You know, Kathy, it was just Ocean Avenue less than an hour ago that was still, you know, swarmed with a lot of protesters, some of them clashing with police, not physically, but, you know, not dispersing either. But then we also saw that larger group moving peacefully and police letting them move as they were being told to disperse out of the city. Just a few blocks east of here on 4th Street, unfortunately, is where so much of the looting that we've been seeing right there, the Vans store at 4th and Broadway right there on the corner on that right side of your screen. Looted repeatedly, and we do see a group of people up the street. Let's see if we can get up to Gil Levis now to give us another perspective about what he may be seeing. This looks peaceful, but we're not sure exactly who this is, Gil. And it appears we may not have Gil's audio at this time, but we do have his pictures.
Well, we can see the picture right now.
I apologize.
Okay, go ahead, Gil.
Yeah, sorry about the audio problem there. We are looking at 4th Street at just north of, Broadway, just north of 4th Street. This is right up the street from the Vans store right there on the corner that was being looted. You see the police department on scene here. They've secured that intersection, but now a group of people in the middle of the street. We have some cars there. It's not a big group, but it's substantial enough to have the attention of the police department down here, and you see them standing firm there in the center of the street. But again, this is business area, and I'm trying to locate the bulk of the rest of them. It's unclear which direction they've moved on right now, but we're keeping an eye on this group here just west, let me get it right, just east of that Vans shoe store. This is again Broadway and north of 4th.
Yeah, this is an area that we saw earlier, Gil, when you were last overhead, that was a hot spot of all the looting. We saw police in and out of there, people trying to disperse, cars pulling up, letting people out. We heard earlier from our Telemundo correspondent how organized, Kathy, that it all was. They would come out, yell 3 minutes, 2 minutes, get back in the car with all their stuff, and then they would immediately take off. This does not seem to be the looters. These seem to be peaceful protesters, and again, we want to continue to clarify that the looters have nothing to do with the peaceful protests that we have been seeing in the city of Santa Monica today. That this is this group here appears to be peaceful, police letting them demonstrate despite the curfew in effect there in the city of Santa Monica. Gil, you know, 4th Street has really been the hot spot. I know you're right over 4th and Broadway. Are you able to look to the north along 4th Street to see if there's any more activity? We saw some blocks to the north where there's the REI and some other stores that were repeatedly hit, or are we finally seeing this kind of under control by police?
Yeah, definitely there at 4th and Broadway. It's definitely under control. It looks like 4th Street here is pretty much empty. It looks like from Broadway, you see the stores here that
Gil.
were
We're going to go to
looted,
the news conference. Santa Monica officials right now holding that news conference. Let's listen in.
The safety of the members of the public. We are telling everyone to go home. Tomorrow, we start our recovery. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief of Police, Cynthia Renaud.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a few minutes. I just wanted to reiterate that the City of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Police Department is here to support peaceful protests, but will not stand for civil unrest and criminal behavior. The Santa Monica Police Department, in coordination with our area law enforcement partners, are actively working in the city. There is a curfew in place. We are asking you to go home, and those who don't, we will begin notifying and making arrests for the curfew violation. Our intent here and our primary goal is to keep everyone safe.
Hello, I'm Deputy Chief Judah Mitchell, and on behalf of the Santa Monica Fire Department, we have resources deployed throughout the city with the #1 goal to protect life and property. As this is a dynamic situation, and we'd like to remind everybody to please follow the 4 p.m. curfew. And lastly, if you remember, do not overburden the 911 system. Only call for life-threatening emergencies.
Buenas tardes. Yo voy a hacer esta entrevista en español para la gente español. Yo quiero desearles a la comunidad de Santa Mónica, de Los Ángeles, a todos afectados de estas acciones de mucha gente que estamos sentidos con ustedes. Por favor, que protesten en paz. Ahorita tenemos la ciudad, las autopistas cerradas para que no vengan a Santa Mónica. Por favor, les digo que ustedes pueden estar haciendo lo que están haciendo, pero lo hagan en paz. Por favor, quédense en su casa. El jefe de
All right, we've been listening in to
bomberos,
Santa Monica officials right now, giving us an update right now. Basically, the curfew in effect. Please go home. They want officials, they want people, everyone to stay safe there. Let's go to NBC4's Kim Tobin. She's been showing us earlier some of the damage that was done in the city, bringing us video that she acquired of the looting. Kim, what do you have for us now?
And Kathy, we do have some breaking news here. We have learned that a police officer in Santa Monica has been shot, apparently shot in the foot. So we're working to get more information about this. We know it happened between the areas of Santa Monica and Venice, pretty much right on the border there. Again, a police officer shot in the foot. Not exactly sure which department this officer is with. So we're working to get more information on that. Again, an officer shot in the foot near the area between Venice and Santa Monica. But we have been showing you that video. We just now had that press conference where we were hearing from the police chief there, Cynthia Renault, is she saying that they will not stand for civil unrest or criminal behavior. They're asking everyone to go home, or they could possibly face that arrest now that they've had this curfew in place for more than an hour and a half. So we want to show you some of that video again, some of the cell phone video you're watching right here. Sand and Surf, one of those shops at 2nd Street and Broadway, just completely looted there, taken over by those people who smashed those windows open. We saw some people doing that with rocks, bricks, other items, even using their own feet to kick in that glass, shattering it, and then running in, grabbing sweatshirts, hats, backpacks, just anything that you can imagine, just absolutely cleaning out these stores. And this whole area there down near Santa Monica, down on the ground, we have those crews that are there reporting for us for safety issues. We are not down there, but our network crew grabbing a lot of that video, counting about 30 stores that have been completely cleaned out around the Promenade area, around 4th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard as well. We watched that REI that was just completely demolished with those rioters there going in, smashing the windows, and again, taking all of this property and really taking advantage of this situation where you have the peaceful protesters that have gone off to the other side. They went down to the pier and then around. They've been kneeling in the street. That is a complete different contrast to what you're seeing here on your screen with these rioters. Again, some of them just driving up in a car, letting 4 people run out, smash into there, grab backpacks, hats, shoes. We saw some people that were running in there, even grabbing bikes out of REI and then putting them on top of their vehicles and driving off. So again, we've been talking about all the violence, the chaos that's being felt down there, and a lot of the people who are trying to step in who live there possibly in Santa Monica or go to these stores frequently. And keep in mind, a lot of these business owners that have been having to close for months now because of COVID-19, now trying to reopen and then dealing with this. Some of them maybe not able to come back after this kind of situation. And we saw some of those people who live in that area, maybe work in this area, trying to protect those stores. It could also be some of the peaceful protesters that are saying, hey, this is not what this demonstration is about. They don't want to put a bad name to this. They don't want to have all of this violence and looting happening kind of around in this protest area with those people taking advantage of it. And we've seen some of those people blocking those areas, trying to help and getting pushed right out of the way. Some of them physically assaulted by some of those looters who have nothing on their mind really except to just clean out these stores that you're watching here. So it's been really tough to see this video again, and we've been keeping an eye on all of it. But again, that breaking news that we brought you right at the top, I just want to reiterate again, a police officer in Santa Monica shot in the foot between the areas of Venice and Santa Monica. We're working to get more information for you on that. When we do, we'll be back there with another update. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, and we will stay on top of that. We'll come back to you as soon as you get some new information. And as we continue to see these images on your screen, we can't reiterate enough, this is not what we wish we were showing you. We wish we could focus on the peaceful protests that we saw all day. Instead, that overshadowed by the looting and the ransacking of these stores, the breaking in that continues at this hour. A live look right now from our news chopper for Bravo. Let's get up to Gil Levis. Gil, if you're with us, about what you're seeing here and exactly where this is happening.
Well, Jonathan, this is east up Broadway. This is Broadway and 9th Street. You're seeing one of these stores here. I'm trying to make out the name of it. We're going to try to move closer to it to get it, but I believe it says it's maybe a pharmacy that people have just broken into and are continuing to loot. They're going in and out. We're noticed that, we're looking for the areas where there's a lot of cars. We'll see the cars pulling up here, and that tips us off for any area that's being looted. And sure enough, they're doing the same routine. seen pulling up to the curbside, dropping off people, and they come back out like this person is doing right now with goods, and then taking them right to the cars and getting in the back seat. So that's what we're seeing here. I believe it's a pharmacy. I'll have to get more
confirmation. It is a pharmacy.
It
is called Tritech Pharmaceuticals, at least according to Google Maps, and that's what you're seeing people breaking into. And of course, this is a good distance from 4th Street, where we've been seeing the primary looting today, Gil. Police, I'm assuming, not in this area yet.
They're not at all. They're dealing with the smaller group down Broadway towards the beach, and you're seeing more and more people filtering out of that pharmacy right now. People coming out with a lot of product and departing. We're going to slide right, Jim, to get a little closer to the scene. But you see more and more people coming across the street, parking in different areas, and running into the store. The windows, it looks like the front door has already been shattered. I'll come in a little closer. You can see the glass on the ground there. Very typical of what we've been seeing yesterday and today as well.
And what's so typical we've been seeing for a few days is that method of operation where they use cars and they can move around quickly. They use the car, they drive right up like they're picking up goods, go in, grab stuff, throw it in the car maybe a couple times, and then drive off. And then earlier today, Gil, we saw cars with their license plates covered so that police could not get their license plate. And we saw someone who was actually ripping that off. He got assaulted by someone for trying to do an act of good, trying to take that cover off.
Yeah, that was very dramatic. We were worried about that bicyclist as he pulled that cloth off the rear license plate of that vehicle, and the suspect's inside the car jumping out and trying to beat the guy on the bicycle. He was able to get away and break free, fortunately, but time after time we're seeing more of this happening with the cars pulling up, and that is a good indication for us up in the air. We can spot that pretty easy. We look for those cars. Now look at, there's a couple of guys running off here, and it's probably because there's law enforcement on their way.
And Gil, as we say with your shot, we want to let our viewers know that on the right side of your screen, there's some ground video, looks like cell phone video of the sake house there in Santa Monica near 3rd Street Promenade on fire at one point today. It's unclear, because this is not a live shot, about what the status is of that place, but set fire, we're assuming, by the people who've been breaking into these stores, and that's just an unfortunate situation, Kathy, as we've been seeing firefighters also having trouble getting into these areas because their own safety is at risk, and there's not enough, law enforcement support to help them put out all of these spot fires that we keep seeing.
Yeah, in certain situations, they might need protection. They might need police to go in first and clear the way. I don't know how blocked the streets are there, but yeah, we saw that one fire. And we also saw that car that was torched, that vehicle earlier, just go up in flames. So we've seen a couple of fires here and there. Nothing like we saw last night, and hopefully it won't happen, but we're 15 minutes away from the countywide curfew going into effect, and yet we're still seeing these businesses here that you see right here on the left-hand side of your screen being looted. A couple of them there, Jonathan and Gil, where we saw cars driving up and people coming out and taking what they could.
It amazes me how many people continue to pour out of this pharmacy, though, or what we believe to be a pharmacy here. It is just incredible, because this is several blocks, I believe about 5 blocks from where most of the police activity that we've seen are trying to stop looters along 4th Street. This is along 9th Court and Broadway, and they're nowhere near this scene. And as you mentioned, there you go, Kathy, they coordinate this, they come in cars, they kind of time it, and then they drive away, and we see one person here who appears to maybe be a civilian, someone who's just on the street, standing there, just kind of watching everything unfold, wondering what's going on. But again, you see how widespread this is now. It makes it unbelievably difficult, if not nearly impossible, for police to patrol every single block here. Yeah, we heard from Sheriff Villanueva that is why they wanted this curfew in effect countywide, because they're dealing with hotspots all over the place, and they're getting intel and hearing on social media about gatherings happening. And so every time we've seen a gathering, unfortunately, even if it has the best intentions and it's peaceful, you have these other groups that hear about it too, and then they show up and they take this opportunity to go in and to break into the stores and to loot, and are really quite good and systematic at it. As we said, they're now using cars and they can get away quickly.
and we really haven't seen many people actively being arrested as a result of this.
No, we really haven't, and it's because police have been stretched so thin. On one hand, they've been monitoring the protests, the peaceful protests that have been happening, and asking them to disperse. On the other hand, they've been trying to keep the 3rd Street Promenade protected. They've been trying to keep the mall protected, and here it is, a Goodwill just a few blocks away from the mall here on 6th and Santa Monica, a very popular Goodwill. I can attest. There's actually some actual high-end items in this Goodwill that they keep kind of separate, and it's the front end's completely shattered. People are walking out with boxes of stuff, and it's just absolute lawlessness happening right now.
All right, we're going to check in with NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She has been out today monitoring the situation and looking at what's going on around the county. Darsha, where are you?
Well, Kathy, we are staying away from the protests because of the safety issue, but we are seeing a lot of tough images coming out from some of those areas where those demonstrations have dissolved into civil unrest. Now, I do want to mention the majority of these protests have remained peaceful. It is a few of these bad actors, if you will, that have caused some civil unrest and civil disobedience. We do want to show you some video from the ground, from cell phone footage. This is video that shows an Amazon truck being taken over and looted. You also see a woman being thrown down to the ground. It's not clear if that woman is the driver of that Amazon truck. We have not been able to confirm that just yet. And you see several people begin to steal packages out of the back of that van. Just unbelievable video of a very dangerous situation in parts of Santa Monica that is continuing right now. Now, we are not reporting again from the ground because of these safety reasons. We have reached out to several people who have been in the middle of all of this that have shot video on their cell phones. Here's a look at some of that video as it continues. Cameras were rolling as a fight appears to break out among people demonstrating in Santa Monica. Other footage shows people running through the streets, damaging fences and property. And video shot by a civilian shows the Van store in Santa Monica being vandalized and looted. Again, this does not represent the majority of protesters. I did speak with a peaceful protester who was out there earlier. She says she tried to stop several people from tagging businesses.
We're fighting for a man who lost his life in the streets. This was not their opportunity to mess this up and blame it on us. And I knew that if the news was to get that footage of just the graffiti, I knew the face that they were going to put on that. And it was going to be a face that looked like mine. And the truth was that was not the case. So I had to say something.
Now, this is video of Nia Duckett confronting those people tagging the Starbucks. She believes they were agitators and not part of the larger peaceful demonstrations. Duckett is part of Black Lives Matter and says that their message is one of peaceful resistance. She does not condone this violence. However, she says she does understand the anger and frustration felt by so many Black people right now. And Kathy, Jonathan, I do want to say one thing that struck a chord is that she said that progress is the only way that we are going to eradicate these images that we're seeing on our television screens right now. We have to fight for social justice and we have to fight for progress. We'll send it back to you guys.
On social media earlier today, it was very powerful. She was asking those women not to paint them, Black Lives Matter, in a dark light. All right, as we continue right now, we want to go to Rick Montanez. We know, Rick, that 1,000 National Guardsmen and women are now assigned to cover Los Angeles County, 500 of them working in the city of LA alone. We know you have a little bit more on that. Rick, what can you tell us?
Yeah, and Jonathan, we heard from Sheriff Alex Villanueva talk about the 500 National Guard troops that are here for Los Angeles County. He made that request yesterday. Today, we heard from LA Mayor Eric Garcetti talking about the 500 National Guard troops that he requested for the city of Los Angeles. Right now, what they're doing is we've seen video from them being deployed to the steps of City Hall, but LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and LA Police Chief Michael Moore say that these troops will be deployed to a lot of areas that are unsecure. They want to focus on trying to get officers back on the street to try and restore peace. A response the city of Los Angeles has not seen in years. 500 troops from the National Guard activated to Southern California, called upon for the civil unrest that is bringing demonstrations, protests, and vandalism reminiscent of the early 1990s.
And it's a heavy decision. military uniform.
LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Police Chief Michael Moore today from City Hall saying they called the Guard in while the LAPD is on full department call-out.
We mobilized our entire organization in a matter that has not happened in more than 30 years.
As protests continue across Southern California, the National Guard is working to deploy to areas deemed unsecure.
These actions are intended to protect our neighbors, our local businesses.
And not, he says, to be out patrolling the streets. The Guard is stationed at the LA Convention Center in downtown. They arrived late last night following hours of unrest. What started as peaceful protests turned into a night filled with destruction, vandalism, and looting.
We feel a righteous rage, and we have to express it. But the rage must not consume us.
Garcetti and Moore say there will be conversations with community, faith, and civil rights leaders and activists. Conversations that are certainly not new to the city.
Los Angeles has incredible successes, and like any city in America, we still have a long way to go. But those commitments, especially now, must be accelerated. We can't do that while there's burning in the street. So let's bring that peace back and simultaneously talk about the progress forward.
Peace, he hopes, the National Guard can help secure. Of course, Mayor Garcetti and Chief Moore will have to adjust these deployments as the situation unfolds across the city. And then, of course, the sheriff will have to adjust as the situation unfolds across the county. We're seeing a lot of troops out at City Hall. And again, the sheriff saying that troops were sent out to Santa Monica to help. As for how long they will be deployed here in Southern California, that still remains to be seen. I'm Rick Montanez. We'll go back to you.
Rick, thank you. We want to get up to Gil Labus, a news chopper for Bravo. Again, Gil, we saw smoke, we see protesters, we see law enforcement. What is happening here?
Yeah, Jonathan, this is 5th and Broadway. In fact, you see the skirmish line by officers. It looks like also maybe the LA County Sheriff's involved in there as well. As I come out to a wider shot, you'll see at the corner of 5th and Broadway, the fire was started right in the center of the street. It looks like more items have been tossed in there, but some of the protesters came up with fire extinguishers and put out the bulk of that fire. But look, it's more people coming in and dumping, trying to get the fire going again. So some of the protesters helping out here, and some of these other people just adding to the problem with the fires that they're starting in the streets here in Santa Monica.
What an incredible scene. Okay, and certainly no one going home, even though that curfew is in effect, and we're getting ready in just a few minutes for the LA County curfew to go into effect. That one 6 tonight until 6 tomorrow morning, but we're still seeing awful lot of people there on the street. This is as
close as we've seen them to protesters today, Kathy.
Yeah, they're right up in there, and you know, a lot more happening too with the fires that are being set, and definitely not what the city wanted to see today after that protest all day long was so peaceful. And we only saw, you know, just that one bad situation with the looting that was happening at the stores. But now we're seeing the officers on the move.
This feels reminiscent of what we were seeing yesterday at the Fairfax district, where we saw, you know, some protesters right up against the skirmish line there with law enforcement, though we're seeing a lot more law enforcement, as we just saw, run into this area. We also want to know earlier, when we talk about those peaceful protests, this is significantly smaller as we see officers now running down the street, and it's unclear where they're headed.
Yeah, now they're stopping a little bit. They ran for a minute. Now they're back on the run. So, you know, we want to see what they're doing, where they're going, where they are focusing their attention right now, as, you know, certain groups here have chosen not to go home. Okay, so they are lining up right now. We'll see what they're going to do. We've seen them firing the rubber bullets. We've seen them firing tear gas, trying to disperse that one group. But now they're in front of this area where people are throwing things on this, trying to get it to burn, and it's smoking right now.
And you wonder if they're trying to kind of surround them and remind them again that this curfew in the city of Santa Monica took place almost 2 hours ago. So anybody outside, it's all considered unlawful. It gives them more leeway in making arrests. We see the zip ties. They seem prepared to start making arrests, though they're not doing anything active right now. But you wonder what their strategy is if they're now trying to kind of corral these people into one place so that they can really try to perhaps arrest them or just try to get them to disperse.
Well, Jonathan, talk about arrests. The LAPD say they arrested nearly 400 people last night after businesses were vandalized, looted, and burned in the Fairfax district. And NBC4's I-Team has been gathering new information about who was locked up in recent days. And we have investigative reporter Eric Leonard with us once again with more information on that. Eric.
Well, Kathy, local police agencies say they're still compiling all of the arrest information from the last 24 hours. So what we have right now is really an initial snapshot. And across LA County, it appears more than 1,000 people were detained, though by now most of them have been released from jail. LAPD data obtained by the I-Team shows this chaos along Fairfax, Melrose, and Beverly led to at least 398 people being detained, then cited or booked. The allegations include failing to disperse, disobeying the city's curfew order, burglary, and looting. Chief Michael Moore says long after the planned demonstration in Pan Pacific Park ended, Saturday night's criminal behavior escalated.
That transition to vehicles, caravans, individuals that were moving from location to location in an effort to loot those businesses.
On Friday night, the LAPD said 533 people were either cited or arrested after vandalism and looting in downtown LA, including at least 18 who were jailed on more serious allegations. The I-Team has obtained a list that shows all of those held on felony violations listed Southern California addresses, including 14 who said they were from the city of LA, 2 from Glendale, and others from El Monte, Baldwin Park, Covina, and Gardena. Most were arrested on suspicion of looting or burglary, and of those, LAPD jail records listed their ethnicities as 13 Hispanic, 7 black, and 3 white. About half were released from jail without posting bail. Several of the others remain in custody, some because of warrants. Now, it will take another day or so to compile a complete list of those who were given citations and released and the others who've been held in jail. And of course, the I-Team will bring you that information as soon as we get it. Reporting live, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
Eric, thank you for that report. We want to go back to News Chopper 4 Bravo.
Do you want the mic
over this
too?
Monica with Gil Levis overhead. And Gil, in the last few minutes, we saw police enter this area.
What are they getting onto? What's that?
We were wondering if they were going to either...
Hispanic, 7 black, and 3 white. About half were released from jail without posting bail. Several of the others remain in custody, some because of warrants.
I'm sorry about that. I'm having some issues with my IFB, but we were looking at 5th Street and Broadway. That group has moved into the intersection as the police force has pushed them into that intersection. The fire has mostly is out at this point, but the 3 sections of the street here have the skirmish line set up by the police department. You see protesters there in the street, but right now that fire, it seems to be out. The trash pile continues to grow, but they've deployed more units here to this area and trying to push the people up towards the east, up along Broadway here. That's 5th and Broadway again, and some of the crowd did disperse and ran up Broadway, but a lot of them stayed here in the intersection. And at some point you see, well, actually you're seeing it now, the field force pushing through the fire zone area. They're actually walking right through it and putting the fire out, whatever's left of it as it smolders there. But they're trying to push the crowd back towards the east, up Broadway. And you know, I was just, as I was watching this group, I was taking a look out the window at that pharmacy that was being looted just a short time ago, and I did notice several police officers making an attempt to arrest some of the people there, just a couple of blocks from here, a couple blocks east. So as those ground units are trying to make arrests at the pharmacy, the task force here for the police department trying to push the group through 5th Street towards 6th.
Physical as we have seen them get today. I mean, again, we reiterate, the protests have been peaceful, but for the last 2 hours, a curfew has been in effect, and now we're seeing it get a little physical, Gil.
It is right there on the corner. It's come to a group there that's refusing to move, and the officers surrounding that particular couple of people. They're right at the corner there at 5th and Broadway, trying to move them back. It looks like that person's not complying and will possibly be arrested because of that, where they're just trying to get the people to continue to move out east away from the promenade area right now and continue eastbound at Broadway.
It is now 6 o'clock, and you are watching our continuous coverage of the protests and unrest after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
Curfew is now in effect for all of LA County, including all of the cities here. Let's go out to Gil Levis in News Chopper 4. Bravo, you're over Santa Monica right now. Looks like they're trying to move people out of the area here, Gil.
That's right, Colleen. This is 5th and Broadway. They're making a push. That is the police department making a push up eastbound on Broadway from 5th Street. They were able to clear the intersection where there was a bonfire set right there in the center. They have that fire completely out now, but you see the huge mobile force here that's moving. You got a couple of other people on the corner over here that are, well, I'm not sure if they're being detained or if they're just standing there. It looks like looks like they're just standing there right for now. But the bulk of the group here, as I come out to a wider shot, you'll see the line of officers there right at the intersection. More officers coming in behind them, and they continue to make that slow push from 4th Street, where that Vans store was being looted earlier, here on Broadway up to 5th so far. It's a slow process. There is at times some pushing and shoving in the lines there. You see the protesters right there in the face of the police right in their face, and they're just trying to get that crowd to continue to move eastbound on Broadway.
Seems the crowd holding their line right now, though a lot smaller of a crowd than the protests that we've seen today. And this is very close, right, Gil, to the areas that we've seen looted in your 4th and Broadway, right?
Yeah, that's correct, Jonathan. That's where that Vans shoe store and several other businesses in this area, including the Santa Monica Place Mall that was being hit several times in the course of the early afternoon. We arrived on scene to see that happen twice. The police moved in there in 2 different times and had to chase out the looters that were taking items from those stores, from Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom's and the other stores inside that shopping center. But for now, I can tell you that the 3rd Street Promenade is secured, and we didn't see any type of looting on that particular stretch of shops. But in the surrounding areas, we did see quite a bit happening throughout the day.
And a curfew has been in effect in the city of Santa Monica since 4 p.m., so anybody outside right now is considered to be unlawful. They did declare the protest earlier an unlawful assembly as well when that curfew took effect. As we see some of them now dispersing, it's unclear if things are being thrown back and forth. And as we are now in the 6 o'clock hour, we can remind our viewers or inform our viewers that a curfew is now in effect for the entire LA County. Every city in LA County, more than the 10 million people who live here, are now under a curfew. From 6 p.m. it will expire tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Colleen?
You know, Jonathan, I'm glad there was some clarification on that, because all afternoon we heard that the curfew for Santa Monica went into effect at 4 o'clock. And now we see there are protesters still out there, but the county-wide curfew typically supersedes all of that. Gil, has this really been a 2-hour process of trying to move people out of the area?
It really has. It started down on Ocean Avenue and has moved into the city here, into the shops up Broadway in particular here, and still holding the line at 5th and Broadway. But we did see just moments ago items being tossed by groups back here in the crowd at the officers. Some of the officers getting struck by those items and not sure what was being thrown. That caused the group there to kind of disperse a little bit, but officers using a lot of patience here with the crowd as they get pelted at times with items. We haven't seen a lot of that here, just mostly just a little pushing and shoving happening, and the crowd eventually giving way. Of course, that fire there in the intersection there is out, and they were at just about 10 minutes ago all in that intersection. They had it taken over, but the police have retaken that intersection and continuing to try to slowly push them up Broadway eastbound.
And we can't...
Is this the bulk of where the protesters are right now? Are there any other large splinter groups in that area?
You know, we've been looking out the window as we've been covering this and trying to see if there's any other groups. There was quite a few people up here during the peaceful protest. I'm not sure where they moved on to, but we did find this group here. It looks like the biggest group in the area so far.
And while we mentioned that this was close to where the looting was happening, we can't stress enough that the people who are on your screen right now are peacefully protesting, despite this protest being unlawful. These are not the same people who are out looting the stores just a block or so away from where this is happening right now. And this, by far, Colleen, the closest kind of standoff that we've seen between protesters and police. It has been civil for the most part, most of the afternoon. It has been very peaceful, but now we're seeing, this kind of this intense standoff happening here, and then you see that vehicle being brought in almost to intimidate the protesters in some respect. But they have been told many times now to disperse, to go home, that as since 4 o'clock, their assembly has been considered unlawful.
Gil, you are privy to some of the chatter from the chopper up there between the agencies. What are they saying? Is there someone on a bullhorn trying to push them back right now? There seems to be some movement at the back of the line. How long will they stand this line before they move people out?
They're holding their ground until they see a mobile field force that comes into play, like you see right there in the center of your screen. As that group approached right there, the entire protest line starts to melt back and melt away. People start backing up, and as you see there, slowly but surely they're stepping backwards as the officers slowly move forward. So that task force there moving in, it sends a big message to the crowd that, hey, we are serious. We are going to continue pushing eastbound on Broadway, and as you see, the line is starting to fall apart now, and the protesters are going to start making their way slowly up Broadway from 5th.
Gil, as we continue to look at your shot here, we're going to transition briefly to what's happening, I believe, in the Long Beach area. Those names there might be switched. On the left side of your screen, I believe, is Long Beach. We have News Chopper 4 Alpha overseeing clearly some looting happening. It looks like this is a hot topic. Eliana, are you with us?
Jonathan, yeah, we are. We're, as you mentioned, this is going to be the hot topic. It's part of the Pike Outlet Mall here, just off of Shoreline Drive in Long Beach, where you can see that some looters have, in fact, entered the store, broken the glass, taking handfuls, literally handfuls, and running away from the scene. And as we continue to watch these individuals make their way into the store, we see that more people are approaching. And I'll show you where a lot of these people are coming from. There was a group of protesters that we were monitoring for quite a while here through the streets of Long Beach, and they were very peaceful. Everyone was kind of just staying either on the street or moving in one big group in the middle of this street, and you can see some of these individuals here. These are not the looters. These are, in fact, legitimate protesters who are out here seeking justice. But unfortunately, some looters got into the mix and unfortunately took advantage of that opportunity to loot some of the stores here in the area. And let me just give you a little backstory. There was a situation earlier today at the Nike store, which is only a few storefronts away, where some of the protesters blocked the entrance to the store to prevent the looters from coming in. They were asking them to please not loot, to please not affect their cause, and they were actually pretty successful. They were able to keep people away from the Nike store, but unfortunately those looters just moved on to other stores. We also heard that the Forever 21 was affected, and now we see that the hot topic is currently their target.
And they're very close to the downtown area if they're right there at Shoreline. Where's the closest police presence, Ileana?
Let's widen out the shot, Colleen, and I'll see if I can find them. I did find some units throughout the city. I know that there's a number of units protecting the police station, but immediately right here on Shoreline Drive, I'm actually not seeing any officers at all. I had seen one of the SWAT Bearcats here in the area, but that was several minutes ago. I'm really not seeing anyone immediately here at the Pike outlets.
As we stay with your shot here, Eliana, we're seeing a lot of people suddenly running. Are you seeing any police activity now? It's unclear what's making them run.
Yeah, let me widen out, and there we go. Yep, sure enough, there are some officers right there, and that's the reason that those people started running away. These officers are just off of Bay Street, which is just north of Shoreline Drive. So they're still focusing their attention there on those protesters who are there. But unfortunately, all of the looting is over here, and now they're scattering because the officers must be approaching. They must be. Why else would they run like that? They have to be coming at them right now. But I'm actually actually not seeing any. So they got spooked for whatever reason coming out of the Hot Topic store, but still with their hands full, getting whatever they can and running away.
We want to emphasize this curfew is in effect for all of LA County, so that would definitely include the Long Beach area. Ileana, they have their own PD. So what are they doing now? They're pushing them towards, I'm trying to get my bearings here. You said they're on Bay Street. That's where the Pike Mall is, just off Shoreline. So is that headed towards the aquarium there?
Yeah, so the Pike Mall is actually just north of it all of those famous landmarks here in the Long Beach area, which you're seeing there. We're not far from the Queen Mary. So the Outlet Mall is just a little bit north of that, just off of Shoreline Drive. But people are really scattering in all directions. We see a lot of people, though, heading to the north. So this street that they're on now is going to be Pine Avenue, coming away from Seaside Way. So it looks like most people are just walking away. I don't know if this is a mix of protesters and looters, but there was a very large group of protesters, numbering as much as 1,000 that were out here on the streets of Long Beach for most of the day, and it was pretty peaceful except for a few incidents of looting. And unfortunately, now is when we see that some people have found their opportunity here, a chance to go into some of these local shops and take whatever they can.
Yeah, it's stealing the message of the protesters just a couple blocks away. Eliana, thank you for that. We'll come back to you shortly. On the right side of your screen, we want to focus on what Gil Labus is looking at. It looks like a sheriff's vehicle on fire. Gil, what can you tell us?
Jonathan, this is at 4th and Civic Center in Santa Monica. My pilot, Jim Pollard, spotted this heavy smoke coming out of this area. We moved over here to find these two vehicles vandalized. It looks like the number 480 there. It looks like that has been vandalized there with the rear window blown out and the door open. But this one's set on fire, fully ablaze, and it's going to be a complete loss there. No sign of the fire department yet. As you see there, actually behind that tree, there was one police unit there you can't see right now. But right next to a construction zone, some commercial structures here that are being built, and it's likely going to catch that, at least the fence on fire, but there is one building there that could also catch fire. We're hoping that the fire department can get in here real soon and knock this down. Generally speaking, they are able to knock down car fires pretty quickly, but it is a sheriff's vehicle that is on fire, and as I say that, there's a vehicle rolling by there. I thought maybe that was a fire department, but no, they're still not here at the scene, but putting up a lot of smoke in this area, pretty visible from all around. Very thick, dark smoke that's going up here 4th and Civic Center Drive.
And there's one directly behind it. Looks like it was vandalized as well, windows broken. We know at least a dozen were vandalized and torched between Friday and Saturday. Gil, you had one earlier. Do we have any kind of tally on the kind of damage to law enforcement vehicles so far today?
You know, I haven't actually officially heard a count, but this is the first one we've seen that is actually being burned and on fire. There was another vehicle close to this area that might have been another sheriff's vehicle. It kind of looks similar to this, that when we arrived on scene was fully gutted and burned out. The fire department was getting on scene when we were over that, and that was put out. But at this point, at least 2 vehicles in Santa Monica that we've seen, and this one is the very latest, one of 2 that we've seen on fire here in the Santa Monica area.
And Gil, as we look at your shot here, and again, no firefighters in this area, the problem right now in the city of Santa Monica is that police are already stretched thin, and they kind of need a police escort right now, considering what's going on with all the looting and the violent acts, to even get into this scene, and that's not something that can be provided easily.
That's correct. I've been looking at the scene where the fire department is, and wherever you see the fire department vehicles, there too are the police escorting them. So you're right, Jonathan. It's a very difficult task for them to get into all these spots. They wait for a report of fire, or if they see a loom up like this of very dark smoke, they will respond to that area to try to put it out. But again, it takes a while because they have to be escorted wherever they go.
Let's talk a little bit about the National Guard. We saw them in the Mid-City area earlier today. We've seen them on the steps of City Hall. Is there any talk on the scanners at all that they would be coming in with the fire department in Santa Monica?
You know, I haven't heard that yet, although there's been rumors that they're going to be deployed to this area. We did see them we were actually over it when they were briefing at the Wilshire Department of LAPD in their parking lot. We saw quite a few Humvees. Then we went over to the LA Convention Center, where it looks like that's the hub of the National Guard dispatch or staging area. And then at City Hall, of course, we saw the dispatch there on the steps of City Hall with the LAPD officers.
And as we heard from the sheriff yesterday, yesterday. They have two primary missions here, if you will. One is to handle traffic, sort of blocking traffic if they have to shut down areas. And the other one would be protection. So they'll be protecting buildings, i.e. when we saw them lined up on the steps of City Hall into an area, some of the looters, they may be able to get there ahead of them.
Yeah, that's correct. We're waiting to see if we see any vehicles moving this way on the 10 freeway. So far, we have not seen any National Guard vehicles coming into this area.
It's striking to see these two images of a police vehicle on fire and to see the National Guard at the convention center. We want to bring in our own Conan Nolan. Conan, we've made references today. We've heard references. You've talked about it. 1965 Watts riots. 1992. Here we are yet again, and these images don't seem very different from what we saw and what LA saw then.
True, although I must say it was a much different response from law enforcement. They have done everything they possibly can to not overreact, obviously. I have to tell you, we have talked about the peaceful protesters and the looters. There's a third group, though, having covered skirmish lines in the past. And that is a group that is not looting, although they see looting as part of the protest, as a financial protest against the establishment. And they also don't believe it's really a protest unless there is a physical confrontation with law enforcement. And they are some of the individuals who do not disperse. And if you had a microphone at the skirmish line, you'd be astonished as to just how much goading there is. There is an effort to get police along that skirmish line to overreact. And so it's a delicate balance on the part of police departments. And remember, these are very different departments from the Watts riots and the Rodney King riots of yesteryear. They will come under criticism from the other side. I might point that out as well, that there's a little too much understanding and not enough outrage, and that the idea that you had officers, this will be the complaint, I guarantee you, in Santa Monica monitoring the peaceful protest while no one being around where the looting was taking place, that there's the visual aspect to this where people will think that they have yielded the stores to the looters, that is not a priority, and that could backfire because the more you tend to do that, would say the critics, the more likely you will promote more of it. If there's no reason to believe you will be held accountable or arrested while looting, there's no deterrent to it. So we're a long way away from the Monday morning quarterbacking and to the after action reports on this, but there will be a lot of criticism on all sides as to how law enforcement has responded. They are in a no-win situation here, but it appears that certainly in Los Angeles, in Santa Monica and elsewhere, they're operating with deference to the protesters.
Conan, are you still with us? One of the other pictures. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The last thing they want is for there to be a loss of life amongst the civilian population, particularly amongst those who are demonstrating and with their constitutional authority. But at the same time, they potentially put their own officers at risk. So it's going to be very dicey over the next hours. They're trying to get some sense of control before the sun drops, because the most violence takes place at nightfall. We're seeing an idea as what we can expect in the next few hours, I'm afraid.
And that's exactly what we saw last night. But one of the pictures that really resonates with people, and they don't understand why, when you see the looters moving into a store and removing everything, and you see a police line or a group of officers maybe less than a block away and nothing is done.
Right, and that's the difference from what you had back in 1965, where there actually was an order shoot to kill when it came to looting, and of course during the Rodney King riots. These are departments that are responding in Santa Monica and Los Angeles. These are not city councils that are very conservative, strong law and order. They're very much go out of their way to anticipate as well as to promote the idea of civil discourse and demonstrations and their constitutional right to peaceful assembly. But at the same time, they have this effort, they have this problem with not just a few. There are quite a few folks taking place in the looting that we're seeing in various places, again, because some have rationalized it as part of the protest. It's not just about a crime of opportunity, but this is a way to inflict damage to a society and to a business community that they see as part of the oppressor. And so it's going to be a very difficult night. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to send the National Guard next, but that too, they don't. The sheriff has said they're not doing police work or arresting authority. They're there to protect. We'll see if that attitude changes over the next several hours.
We're continuing to see the looting there in Long Beach, contrasted by a fire engine showing up to put out that sheriff's vehicle fire there in Santa Monica. Conan, we obviously, the biggest difference, and you mentioned it several times today, between 65 and 92, and what we're seeing here is that what police are dealing with here is because of something, at least immediately, that happened 2,000 miles away.
Right, and that goes to the change of society from 92 and 65. Everybody didn't have a camera. We've seen videotape of misdeeds by law enforcement officers. Some social critics will say that has amplified something that is actually where progress is being made. We had the Congresswoman Karen Bass on a few hours ago, and she was talking about comments made by a mayor in Mississippi who is defending the actions of the police officers in Minneapolis. Well, you could make the argument that the fact she has to cite a mayor in Mississippi and not a mayor in California, not a mayor in New York, not a mayor in Pennsylvania, gives you an idea that actually progress has been made, because in an earlier time, there would have been mayors elsewhere who would have defended the way George Floyd was treated. So I just have to say that it's vastly different, and it has to be frustrating for these departments to believe they have done as much as they can. Certainly there's more to be done, but there has been a good faith effort in order for them, for example, the LAPD, to have a law enforcement agency that represents the racial makeup of the city. And for this to happen nonetheless because of the actions of officers in a distant city that obviously has not gone through what LA has gone through.
And vastly different, Conan, in that this week we saw all the police chiefs come out and really break ranks and speak out against what happened in Minneapolis. Think back even 5 or 10 years ago, that never would have happened.
True. And we also should say that police unions who have been criticized by many civil rights groups for going out of their way to defend bad cops, well, the Los Angeles Police Protective League came out with a very strong statement against what happened in Minneapolis. In talking to use of force experts, of course, here, the kind of position that George Floyd was placed in is not taught here at academies. It is not part of policy, that anything that was done there would be completely out of policy, and they have a different attitude towards the kind of officers that have the disciplinary issues that the particular officer in the Minneapolis case had. So again, it's part of the culture of policing, but what we're seeing, I think, is that in retrospect to this entire endeavor is that it has to be a complete and utter national effort, because whereas you can make progress with your municipality, with your city council, with your police chief, you can bring in civil rights leaders to help them with terms of training and leadership. It doesn't matter if a department many miles away, all the way on the other side of the country, doesn't follow that kind of protocol, and you end up with an astounding situation that we saw here out of Minneapolis, and videotape that has gone worldwide and shocked the conscience of a nation and resulted in violence in the street of a city so far away.
Conan, I hate to put you on the spot here, but you've been in the market for a long time in Los Angeles. You grew up in California. You remember what the LAPD was like before the Christopher Commission, before Warren Christopher came in and investigated. Can you almost compare and contrast that to what we see now?
Well, you know what? I'll talk a little bit about architecture here, Colleen, because if anybody has seen the police department on First and Spring today that was built by Bill Bratton and compared it to the Los Angeles Police Department, the Parker Center, that is embodiment of what they believe is the new LAPD. Parker Center was a fortress. The new LAPD headquarters is 10 floors of windows to represent transparency. It is open to with a garden you have to walk through to get there. The badges of the dead officers don't face inside as if these are warriors, fallen warriors from our community. They face outside to the public, and that's emblematic of what the police department in Los Angeles says they have changed in terms of culture. To your point, prior to this, it was viewed as an occupational force in South Los Angeles. There was a warrior class. Of course, they operated out of police units. There was nothing like community-based policing. And since then, we've had several African-American police chiefs. We've had a complete turnaround. William Bratton has credited it, frankly. And this is all dependent on community-based policing, recruiting the right kind of people and changing the culture. They believe they have made very good progress in that. And if you listen to people like Connie Rice, a civil rights leader, activist who has sued the LAPD repeatedly, she's been brought in and asked about training. She's been brought in and asked, who should we have as chief? And other groups, the Urban Policy, the Urban Peace Institute we talked to the other day, they attest to the same thing. Is it perfect? No. It'll never be perfect, but there's got to be frustration from this mayor and this police department that they have done the progress that's been needed, not to mention 10 years of a consent decree from the Department of Justice overseeing their actions, and still we're right back at the kind of civil unrest that we had when it was a much different LAPD and a much different leadership.
Conan, thank you for your perspective. As always, we want to get back right now to our side-by-side view of our two news choppers. We're lucky to have two choppers giving us two perspectives. What we're seeing in Long Beach appears to be a peaceful standoff with police, a protest that's happening there. And on the right side, we want to get to Gil Labus, a news chopper for Bravo, over this what appears to be a barber shop. Are there people who had stopped looters from coming in or forced them out, Gil?
Yeah, that's right. Sorry for the exhaust shot. We're going to try to clean that up right now. But this is Lincoln Boulevard and Broadway. A group of people standing guard, it looks like, at the Cuts Barber Shop here. About 6 or 7 people that were standing guard as people were running by, going to other stores to loot those stores. But we witnessed a car come over and throw items, a person out the window throwing items at these people here. We're going to try to slide to the forward, Jim, and we'll get a better shot of this. But again, this group here being assaulted at one point from someone in a car throwing items at them. They were trying to protect this barbershop, keep looters out from going in. It looked like someone had already broken into the shop. The windows, the front doors are broken out, and these group of about 7 or 8 people maybe standing guard as other people running by and trying to get in.
And Gil, talk about that. I mean, we would obviously never recommend it, but we have seen several times now today people in Santa Monica trying to stand guard, trying to stop people from doing and committing these crimes.
Yeah, you know, we have seen that, and it is a very dangerous situation. We saw the guy on the bicycle getting beat because he pulled off the covering on the license plate. But here's a group of people, maybe they're the workers, maybe friends of the shop here. But again, it's a hair salon that likely was given the green light to open just a couple of days ago. And here they are losing their livelihood with the looters trying to get in there. Obviously damage to the property right there. And they're doing what they can to protect in a bit of a small group, but there's power in numbers, I guess, and so far they've been able to fend off anybody trying to get into their shop.
And sadly, sometimes when the looters show up and they are confronted with this, all they do is move on to another place that is not protected. Where's the closest group to this area in terms of looters?
Yeah, let me come out because I watched several people run around the corner here onto Broadway, and they turned up Broadway eastbound on Broadway. I'm not sure how far they made it out that direction, but you're seeing some of the group here that ran by a short time. You see the LAPD airship cutting through our picture, and it looked like, you know, Broadway was one of the targets here earlier throughout the day, and just not too long ago we witnessed a bunch of people looting some stores, a pharmacy up the street at 9th Street. So again, different groups out here. It's unclear. A lot of them are the protesters that have been protesting peacefully, and then you have the looters that were going after the shops like this barbershop here at Lincoln Boulevard and Broadway.
As you mentioned, Gil, this poor barbershop thinking they would probably reopen this weekend only to deal with this and deal with the damage, now having to deal with that, already dealing with a financial strain, I'm sure, of not being able to open over the last several months. We have the other shot here on your left side of your screen. This is in Long Beach. Eliana Moreno is overhead in News Chopper 4 Alpha. Eliana, if you can hear us, what are we seeing here? It appears to be peaceful so far.
And Jonathan, we're also off of Broadway, just like Gil, but this time in Long Beach. Broadway with across of Pine Avenue. This particular group of protesters is doing just that. They are protesting. They're completely different from the looters that we are seeing still at the Pike outlets, not too far, just to the south. But this group, as you can see, is surrounded by officers. You see the officers there in their skirmish line, but most of the protesters either sitting down or just waving their signs, trying to have their voices heard, which is the reason that they're out here today. Let me widen out the shot, though. I want to show you all of the police activity here through the area. And when I do that, too, I'm going to move the shot over to the south. I want to show you where some of that looting is still taking place. Again, those are the Pike outlets just off of Shoreline Drive. We have seen people continue to come in and out of these outlets. We're right overhead right now. I'll ask my pilot, Saro, if he could just scoot back just a touch. But I'm going to zoom in here on one of the areas that we have seen most of the activity, which is the Hot Topic store here. Again, this is at the outlet mall right off of Shoreline Drive. There are officers nearby, but they're just not in this portion of the outlet mall. And monitoring the scanner and everything that Long Beach police is talking about, they're getting multiple calls about looting at pharmacies nearby, at pawn shops, and then of course the looting that is taking place here. But one of the interesting things that I heard one of the officers say to the dispatcher is, we know about all the looting that is going on, but we cannot separate. We must stick together. So they're not letting their officers break out up into little groups to go check out the looting. They're trying to stick together because, again, there's strength in numbers and it will keep those officers protected. But you can see people still coming out here, hands full, and looks like they're even sharing with each other. If they can't carry it, they say, hey, why don't you carry this for me because my hands are full, and then they move on to the next store.
Ileana, how close is that large group to this?
This is maybe about a mile away. So the large group, and I'm pretty sure I can get it here in one shot for you. The other group is just off of Broadway and Pine, and then this looting is taking place just to the south off of Shoreline and Pine. So it's maybe about a mile around that distance. A lot of these protesters were actually closer to the outlet mall not long ago, but they made their way up to the north. They really don't want to be associated with all of the looting that is going just onto the south.
It's interesting, we're 30 minutes into the curfew in Long Beach and 2.5 hours into the one in Santa Monica. And yet every shot we take, you see a lot of people, whether they're protesters or looters, and we see a lot of cars as well.
Yeah, this is still a very busy area. One of the numbers that I heard for the number of protesters that was out here earlier was about 1,000. I don't think we have 1,000 people out here now, but as you said, Colleen, streets here through the area still very busy. We still have a lot of vehicle traffic. We still have foot traffic from the pedestrians. And of course, look at this. This is one of the majors here through the area. This is going to be Shoreline Drive. We're very close to some of the major landmarks here in Long Beach, including the Long Beach Aquarium, as well as the Queen Mary. So that's basically the area that we are at right now. Under normal circumstances, it is a busy area, especially when we're not under quarantine. But today, all of these vehicles should have cleared out. All of these people definitely should not be looting. And we do still, though, have that peaceful protest going on just to the north.
Eliana, we're going to stay with your shot here as we bring in Reverend Najuma Smith-Pollard with the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture. Najuma, are you with us right now?
I am. Thank you so very much. Glad to be on with you all this afternoon.
Yes, no, thank you for joining us and taking the time to speak with us as we continue to see, two contrasting images. We're seeing very peaceful protests despite being deemed unlawful now because of the curfew that's been put in place. But then, Najuma, we see people stealing and looting, and it seems to be taking away from the message of what the protesters are trying to accomplish.
Right, and I think what's important for those that are watching the news to understand is that we want to focus on the message of those who are peacefully protesting, who have the right and who should be protesting injustice, who should be protesting for systemic and institutional change. The difficulty, the challenge, the heartbreak is that their strong messaging, the important messaging, the broader messaging is getting lost in dialogue and conversation around stores. And again, we understand that people are angry, tempers are hot, but we want to focus on, and I appreciate you all for showing the peaceful protest, because one of the things that we're asking of our allies and the media is let's keep the attention on the message. The message is we want systemic and institutional change. We want to speak truth to power. We don't want injustice. And so, again, it's constantly pushing that message. And I was asked that question earlier about can the message of the true not the true, but the message of the real protest can recover? Absolutely, because people who have set their heart and who have intended to fight for justice will always fight for justice. And it's important that we who have voice continue to press that message that we're here protesting, that we're here standing, we're here speaking. I haven't been out to protest because my voice is, I work from a different place, a different lane, but nevertheless, it is about the message of injustice cannot continue to thrive. Systemic and institutional racism cannot continue to thrive, and we've got to stand against that. We've got to speak against that in power, but with responsibility. And so we push that message, the peaceful protest, and we want to encourage people to focus on the peaceful protest. At the same time, we want to discourage the destruction of property, the destruction of businesses.
Reverend, do you understand how difficult it is to focus on that message when the pictures we are seeing, for the most part, are looters? I mean, we've covered the protests during the day. We have a split screen here in Santa Monica. You see the protesters on one side who are exercising their right for civil disobedience. They are out after curfew. But then on the other side in Long Beach and many parts of Santa Monica today and all of Melrose last night, buildings were tagged. We just watched somebody walk out with a safe there. How does the message not get lost with all this violence? How do you keep people on track?
Right, by doing what you and I are doing right now, having the dialogue, having the conversation, and reminding the public, reminding those that are viewing that people who are fighting for justice, people who are fighting for change are not the same people that are destroying buildings and property. And I can't speak for every individual out there, but I know the people that I stand with and the people that are fighting for justice are not destroying property. They're not tagging buildings. They're not, dismantling a person's business. They are truly standing for justice and truly standing for a change, and they're not doing it that way. And again, I can't speak for those that are doing the looting and those that are destroying, but I can say this, that we want to keep our focus and attention and keep shouting the broader message. And what has to happen with those that are looting, that is unfortunate. That is not what we want. That is not what we want to see. We want to see systemic change. We don't want the message to be lost in the conversation around the looting.
Are you surprised that some of the, according to the sheriff today, Sheriff Villanueva, that some of the people they have arrested are from out of state?
I'm not surprised at all. These things happen. And there's speculation about who the looters are. There's speculation that some of them are different groups, that they are people from out of town. There are people that actually have no interest in the real movement. There's speculation of that. Again, I don't know those people. I don't know specifically, but there's speculation. And am I surprised? No, because history has shown that has happened time and time again, where people are out doing their righteous protests, and then others come in who want to take advantage of, who want to take opportunity to do unlawful acts.
Are there any efforts?
That's not a surprise, but it is something that we cannot continue to. We don't want to condone.
Najuma, we had heard today that there were several groups that were organizing a lot of the looting in the Santa Monica area. We heard how organized, unfortunately, it was when the looters got on the ground. They had 3 minutes to go in, and they would count down, and they would get back in the car, and they would take off. Is there any effort to reach out to figure out who these groups may be, because they really are figuratively and literally stealing the message of what needs to be done in terms of police brutality and some of the violence that we've seen in our country over the last week?
What I know faith leaders are doing, because I work with a lot of faith leaders here in Los Angeles, is that we are organizing to be present at some of the other protests that are going to be happening. That I know people that are organizing all over the city to be present to help, kind of shift the energy. And so that's what we have to do. That's part of our work, is to be present, is to continue to stand with those who have the righteous message, those who want to see systemic change. And for those who are doing the unlawful acts, that is not what we desire. That it does not push the message, and the message of the real protest gets lost. And so we do not encourage that. People who are really fighting for justice are not encouraging that.
Reverend, we've seen this go on since Wednesday. Wednesday evening we saw with the 101, Thursday, Friday night downtown LA, last night, today. How long do you believe these protests will continue? As we're looking at Santa Monica here, we see someone in custody being arrested here. How long do you suspect these protests will continue?
That answer, I do not have an answer for that one. I don't, when we.
But you mentioned faith-based leaders were going to have some sort of organized protest. Do you know if there's one scheduled for tomorrow?
Faith leaders, tomorrow, not at this point. I know there are some things happening on Tuesday and later this week, but I don't know of anything tomorrow. And what I'm saying is that faith leaders we're organizing to put ourselves present, to be present, to help shift the message and keep the message focused on dismantling systemic issues, institutional issues. That's the message. That's what we're focused on. That's what we're going to keep pushing. And we do not condone the looting and the destruction of property, because it takes away from the message of the real protest.
Reverend.
And I can't tell you how long looters are going to be looting. That's not something that I can take, because we're not in communication with looters. We're not in communication with people that are destroying property or people that are coming from out of town. And so
we're starting to see more arrests now, Colleen, in the Santa Monica area there on the right side of your screen. And it sounds like police are kind of circled in on a group of people who are in this area. It's unclear if these people were looting. It's unclear if these people were simply protesting. We will try to find out more. But Najuma, as we have you on, Reverend, I mean, how do we?
And our role as prophetic people is to continue to pray for change and to continue to pray for safety, because we also don't want to see anybody get hurt. We don't want to see anybody. Nobody get hurt. Nobody. We don't want anybody to get hurt. So we continue to pray. We continue to speak the message, the core message, and not get lost and not get caught up and not take on, that other business, because that's not the business of people who have an interest in seeing real change in this country.
What do you believe? Sorry, Reverend. What do you believe needs to change so that we're not back here in 5 years again, or 10 years, or 20 years?
And that's a great question, because the movement is about police brutality. It's rooted in what happened to George Floyd. He was murdered. And so the issue is police brutality. So what we continue to push for is systematic change within our system, within our criminal justice system, within law enforcement. And let's be very clear, there are a number of law enforcement officers who are doing they're doing a great job, but we have to still continue to press for change when we have issues of police brutality. That is a real issue, and we have to continue to push for that. And so again, like I said before, it can't just attack the protest and not deal with the cancer or the virus or the bacteria. Racism is an issue, and we have to continue to speak truth to power at that. And I know that is the interest of people who are really protesting for the right reasons, not for individuals who are out there looting and tearing up businesses and tearing up, people's property. That is not what people who are who really are protesting for righteousness and justice are about.
And Reverend, how do you feel about the looters hiding under the canopy of this message? Does it make you angry?
Of course. No, we don't, because this does not get us to where we're trying to get you. And it you and I are continuing to talk about looters, and the core message is being lost. So yes, it is disturbing. Yes, no, there is not anyone who cares about the message, about the real issue, who would say, yes, we want that. That's not, no. So yes, it is disturbing. Absolutely it is.
Okay, as we continue to follow two different scenes here, one on the left side of your screen, peaceful protests against a police skirmish line in the city of Long Beach. On the right side of your screen, arrests now being made either against protesters or looters, where that is unclear. In the city of Santa Monica, there is a county-wide curfew in effect that started at 6 o'clock. It will go until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You know, Jonathan?
Yes.
Let me ask you, can we get a clarification maybe from Gil Levis, who's over the scene? Are these some of the protesters who are exercising their right for civil disobedience here, civil discord?
Colleen, if that's for Gil, yes, we watched this group at 6 in Colorado. The mobile field force was slowly pushing them back down towards Colorado, and that's when we saw the other field forces move in and block off the direction here on both sides of 6th Street there as they continue to push the group. About 30 protesters there in the group that are individually being arrested at this point. There was a dispersal notice given earlier, and they were moving slowly down the street, and that's when the officers decided to close in and isolate this small group of about 25 to 30 protesters here, and slowly but surely they're taking each one into custody.
Is there a large bus? I mean, how far away is the area where they're going to take them and book them?
Yeah, they're walking them across the street here. I don't see a bus yet, but they're sitting them down on the curb across the Colorado. But you see them there individually being walked over and being sat down on the curb for waiting on, I should say, a van or a bus to come in here to take them away.
Well, and on Friday night, Jonathan, you may remember, and Gil, you were over this, about 500 people were arrested in downtown LA. Most of them were cited for civil disobedience and kicked loose within just a few hours. As many as 18, though, were arrested for much more serious crimes like arson. I think there was assault with a deadly weapon.
There was even an attempted murder charge, yeah.
Yeah, someone tried to run over a police officer down there.
We want to get to our NBC4's Kim Tobin here, who's been following the developments on the ground there. And Kim, you've been giving us perspective. Kim, are you with us? About what's going on there on the ground, and whether or not you have an update on the injury to that officer. We believe that you were reporting earlier an officer was shot.
Yeah, Jonathan, and we just got an update here. This is all coming from our sources here as this developing situation is happening. We had reports of an officer who was shot in the foot, non-life-threatening injuries around the area of Santa Monica, Venice. Looks like it's a little bit closer to the Venice area. So we're talking about Lincoln and Rose, and we're hearing from our source that this female officer was shot in the foot. It looks like a graze injury to her foot there. She was taken to the hospital, and again, she is not having any life-threatening injuries. This happened in the area of the Casablanca restaurant in the Whole Foods parking lot around that area of Lincoln and Rose. And in that same area, it also looks like about 10 minutes later, police apparently, it looks like they said that several gunshots were also fired from a car. So there's a lot of chaos happening around here. Again, we have the protesters, we have these looters that are around here. So some of these separate groups, some of these kind of people breaking off from these different groups as well. So whether or not this has to do with these actual protests or the riots that we've seen going on there, the two separate incidents, not very clear at this time. So we're working to get more information on that. But again, a female officer shot in the foot, a graze injury, taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. But here's some of the video that we have been seeing out of the Santa Monica area. We've seen some fires set by those looters that have attacked those stores there, just pretty much completely cleaned them out around the area of 4th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard here in that area. That's where we've seen a lot of the police basically had to come after that it all got cleared out here too. Those stores having the sirens go off, and then those small fires were set. Policemen moved in there, the firefighters have moved in there, but just a really violent situation when we watched a lot of those people just going in there, using their own feet to pretty much kick in some of the front doors with all of that glass shattering, and they run in, grab as much as they can, whether it's backpacks, bicycles. We've seen people grabbing 2 guitars strung across their back here, sweatshirts, shoes, just pretty much anything they can get their hands on at this point, and kind of just running in there with a whole group of people, some of them dropped off by a car who maybe does a round and then comes back and picks them up. But just a lot of devastation, a lot of destruction that we've seen in that area. Likely about 35 businesses, restaurants, smaller businesses, some of the commercial businesses just completely demolished there in that area. So this has been really tough to see for a lot of the people. Again, for us, are hearing about a lot of people who are trying to really block a lot of these looters from getting into this area, and they get completely overwhelmed when a big group of them just kind of pushes them out of the way. And they try to keep calming the crowd, but you can just see the violence that's really started there in that area. Some of those fires set, and we talked about it too during the press conference with Santa Monica officials. They're really begging and asking people, clear the 911 channels here. Don't call police, because they are completely overwhelmed there with those fires and with all of this happening. They're asking, unless it's an absolute life-threatening emergency, don't call 911 right now, because they have so much to respond to. They're spread so thin in this when they're trying to just keep up with those protesters and with those demonstrators there in the peaceful area. So they're watching that, but they're also watching those separate groups of those looters and people that are just coming in, taking advantage of such a tense situation, doing that damage, and then stealing what they can out of there. So we're going to keep watching that. But again, just that update there, that officer, a female, she was shot in the foot, grazed, non-life-threatening injuries there in the area of Lincoln and Rose. We don't know if this has to do with all of the chaos that's going on there. Could be completely unrelated, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll send it back to you.
You know, Kim, we're going to go back topside to News Chopper 4 Bravo over Santa Monica, but I want to add, as we heard from Chief Michael Moore today, there have been a couple of LAPD officers who were hurt as well. One officer suffered a fractured skull when he was hit in the head with a brick. He went into surgery. He's recovering. We hope to get an update on his condition here. But there have been injuries to officers and deputies, broken bones, concussions, things of that nature. All right, Gil Levis, tell us where you are. Is this a police car or is it a civilian car?
It appears to be a civilian car, but we're not exactly sure. It could be an unmarked undercover vehicle. But this one is at 11th Street and Broadway in Santa Monica. We just caught word of it. The Simon Desk Jack Noise let us know that there was another car fire. We found it close by, and you see some of the people out here kicking the car and throwing things at it. But right now, no fire department on scene here. Fortunately, it's away from that building. It's putting up a lot of smoke. Actually, here comes the fire department now. So let's see if they have any support from the police department. I don't see any units here on scene, and hopefully those people will leave the firemen alone so that they can get in there and put out that fire. But right now, it is 11th and Broadway. Another car fire here, and it's unclear if this is a police vehicle or not.
And Gil,
I'm getting exhaust, Jim.
And Gil, how far is this from where we were seeing just moments ago police taking people into custody?
Yeah, that was over at 6th Street and Colorado.
Okay.
So it's probably several blocks away at least, and we've seen a little small explosion coming out of the bottom of the car there, and a couple people that are getting in the way of the firemen. They need to block off and get back away from them so that they can do their job. And unfortunately, right now there's no support here with this engine group of firefighters here with the support of the police, I should say.
This is what we were talking about, Colleen, earlier, where police are, because they're stretched so thin already, cannot get into every situation where firefighters need to put out a fire.
And this is what we thought the Guard would do, the National Guard, that they would protect some of these firefighters going in. It's what we saw in 1992. They rolled as protection. Boy, this really is something to see.
It's just unreal to see that kind of
it's totally different than what they did last night. Last night what they did with these vehicles is that the firefighters would stay off in the distance and wait till they had escort, and there you see the police just showed up.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw that. One of the persons out here ran up to that fireman and yanked his hose. I mean, he's doing his job. He's trying to do what he can. He could have been injured. That hose could have come out of his hand, and those hoses are high pressure. So fortunately, the officers got here in the nick of time and were able to fend off those people that are in the area. Now you see it's cleared out, and now the firemen have room to do their work.
We want to let you know as we continue to look at the picture here, they seem to have that fire under control. We have our Gotti Schwartz on the ground right now in Santa Monica. Gotti, give us an idea of where you are and what you've seen today.
Hey, Colleen. Yeah, so right now we are basically on that 4th Street, the area that Kimmy Tobin was just describing, and this is the Chase Bank. I'm going to just show you what's going on inside. You've got somebody with a camera inside, but this was one of the entrances, and then inside you basically have just smashed windows in every single direction. People were running with drawers filled with things from those desks. We're not sure if they were able to get any type of money, but then we also had this over here. This was set on fire just a little while ago, and we saw not firefighters but police come over with a fire extinguisher. They put this out, but they were also watching as people were smashing this ATM, trying to get money inside, and those police, because there were so few of them in this area, they couldn't do anything. They came to put the fire out, and then they pulled back. The looters basically made their way and cleared the way for the firefighters to put that fire out, and then they pulled back. So it's been this weird cat and mouse game, but this is 4th Street. This is some of the video that we were showing you just a little while ago. Right now, it is mostly deserted. You've got some police officers down this way, but then you've also got other people, some people that are just coming down here to see the damage. Other people are actively still looting. We've seen several people still going inside of stores, taking everything they can, and they're doing that with basic impunity because police officers are really holding positions as opposed to trying to make individual arrests. So this is the Roadrunner Sports. Colleen, I'm going to show you just what's inside. It's devastation all around. You've got some sort of alarm going, but you can see this is one of those stores that was cleaned out. We've got about 30, maybe 40 stores that have been cleaned out. Watch your step there. And then it goes down. So this store, Patagonia, all the way down to across the way, that's REI. And on the corner over here where firefighters are working, they were setting fires inside of those stores. We're going to make a turn here. I'm going to show you inside of the Sake House. It's one of those places where a lot of people know Santa Monica because of the Sake House. I've been there many times. It's just one of these places that locals know. Another one is this jewelry store over here that's locally owned. We were talking to the people that own that store. They say they've been in Santa Monica for well over 30 years, and they were absolutely devastated when they saw what I'm about to show you. This is what is left of their family-owned jewelry store. Everything has been smashed. They actually got one of the safes from in the back, and then firefighters are coming back because now you've got smoke that is billowing out once again from a fire that appears to be up above, but this is the Sake House here. And I should describe the scene a little bit. On the other side of where the pier is at, that's where the protest was happening, and that was a peaceful protest. Those protesters didn't even know what was happening over here. This was really about crimes of opportunity, people coming in and smashing and grabbing everything they could. This is a pretty heartbreaking scene right here. This is the Sake House, and the Sake House is completely burned from the inside. So it's just block after block. This is one of the intersections that police are able to hold at this moment, but all the way down the street, this is basically where their jurisdiction, for lack of a better term, ends right now, because down this way, you've got people still driving up in cars, people still getting out of their cars, going into some of these stores, grabbing what they can, getting in those cars, and leaving. Colleen?
You know, Gotti, you've walked us down one block here. How many blocks look just like that in Santa Monica right now? Can you tell?
So this one right now, this one is definitely the worst, and it stretches all the way to the block down the way, but there's also a lot of the backside of the buildings from the 4th Street. The big concern tactically seemed to be the promenade, which is the 3rd Street promenade, just one down, and we did see officers that had basically made a line accessing that promenade. And promenade, as you know, it's a pedestrian promenade, so you can't go down there with the car, but these side streets, as officers were protecting the promenade and as officers were making sure that people were protesting peacefully over on the other side, they basically left these streets somewhat open, and we'll just take a look out here. So obviously you have this intersection blocked off, but Colleen, you take a look down this way, and this is there are no police officers down that way blocking people from coming down. So people are circling 4th Street, 5th Street, and then down, I believe, on 2nd Street, hitting some of these stores that are completely open right now, grabbing surfboards, grabbing clothing, grabbing anything they can, still getting in their cars and still leaving. Meanwhile, police officers are down here protecting firefighters, because many times when the firefighters arrive inside of these stores, they are entering stores where there are looters all around, some of them setting fire. So, as you can imagine, a very dangerous situation. Colleen?
Gotti, we saw that just a minute ago. The firefighters were trying to put out the fire on a car, and that's one of the people out there. I'm not sure. It would appear to be a looter. Definitely reached up and grabbed the hose there. I want to tell you, we're waiting for a press conference from the Santa Monica PD, I believe it is, in just about 30 seconds here. But very quickly, there is a curfew. It's been in effect for 3 hours out there, and yet you're still seeing cars and a lot of people.
Yeah, we're still seeing a lot of people. They were pushing, this was actually filled with people about an hour ago, and so they did form up some skirmish lines and they started pushing those people out, but they were really dispersing the crowds. A lot of people were jumping in cars and going to different locations, so it's not clear if most of those people have gone home. It appears as though they have not gone home. They're basically just mobile at this point, but again, very different distinctions, actually 3 very different distinctions. You had the group of protesters that were peaceful over by the pier on the other side of the promenade. You had people that were looting, that were basically taking advantage of the officers being distracted, and then we're starting to see people that are dressed for a fight. You got people that are wearing gas masks, that are carrying sticks, that are carrying what look like riot shield, and they are engaging police. So this is a dynamic that is very difficult for police, and it's also post-pandemic, so everybody is wearing a mask, which makes it very difficult for officers to realize or to really see who is up to no good, who is actively protesting, who is expressing their outrage, and who just wants to pick a fight with the LAPD and the LA sheriffs and the Santa Monica police out here.
Gotti, that is something new we hadn't heard before. How many folks have you run into like that? Or is that something that you're hearing from the police department out there? Have you seen people with these shields?
No, yeah, we've seen probably a handful, and they're very open about what looks to be like agitation. A lot of them are the ones that are running to the front, hurling back some of the tear gas that we've seen deployed. They have fireworks. They have backpacks full of fireworks, and they're lighting off those fireworks. But they blend in with everybody. They look like, to be honest, they're wearing backpacks, they're wearing masks. They blend in with almost everybody out here. So it's very difficult for authorities to know who is doing what out here, but we have seen some people that look like they are getting ready for what's possibly going to be a long night. That is the small majority, followed by the hundreds of looters that we've seen out here, and then you've got the thousands of peaceful protesters that were just about 5 blocks away that had no idea this was going on.
Once again, I want to remind people we're waiting for a news conference in Santa Monica right now, but we want to stay with Gotti. Gotti, that stretch there, you said you're very familiar with it. Have you seen any of the owners come through and see what is left of their businesses?
Yeah, so we talked to, they were so distraught. Obviously, we wanted to give them their space, but we talked to the woman who owns that jewelry store. She was devastated. I mean, she could not believe that they had gotten the safe from the back. They were able to save papers. They were not able to save any of their jewelry. They were able to get paperwork out of there. But they were very upset. And then they also watched as the firefighters all of a sudden pulled out and went to another fire, and they were just standing there looking at the smoke that was continuing to billow out of their store, asking, where are the firefighters going? There's still fire actively burning inside my store. So they approached some of the officers. The officers kind of shrugged. They made a call. We haven't seen the firefighters go back in there with hoses. We do see an engine that's staging in front of it. But at this point, it appears as though it's really a triage situation with firefighters going from place to place and really knocking out some of the bigger fires. And we have seen open flames in quite a few of these different stores. I'll just show you what it looks like inside. This is the Patagonia here, and you've got smashed windows, and then you've got things that are basically just barely hanging on the racks. And again, that stretches all the way down here. Then the back alleys in this area are just littered with boxes. So people will grab everything they can. They'll go to those alleys. They'll rip out the merchandise from the box, and then they'll put it in a backpack or something if they don't have a car that's picking them up in this area. So as bad as this looks, the alleys look just as bad with stuff strewn around in all directions. And again, people just walking down the street. We were just over on the other side of the street. Just saw somebody with a hammer that was walking down, somebody with an ice pick that was walking down the street. And police, at this point, are being strategic about the ground that they are holding. But they're unable to make arrests. Let's see what's going to happen here. We've got what appears to be a little bit of a convoy coming. This is the first time we've seen the police presence on this side of the street. Let's see where they're going. So they're coming down here. 1, 2, 5 or 6 police officers. There's a couple of vans that appear to be loaded with officers wearing riot helmets. And this is the sheriff's department. So we've seen mutual aid out here in Santa Monica from the LAPD as well as the sheriff's department. And they are going to different areas where you've got some of those agitators that I was talking about that are a very different group of people. I'm just going to be a little bit careful. This car that we just passed right here.
I was going to say, that car just pulled up there. Did people get out? Is that an owner, perhaps? Or just somebody who's not supposed to be there?
No, it's definitely not an owner. Yeah, that's going to be one of those cars that's looking to turn around. But again, we've got another car right here. We can't say what a lot of these cars are doing, but they've got people that are wearing masks that we've seen doing lap after lap after lap. And we've seen other cars that are similar that are basically just people jumping out, going inside, grabbing things and putting them in the trunk. In fact, Pauline, I want to tell you something that I never thought I'd see in Los Angeles. Because the situation was so volatile earlier, we had a small group of what appeared to be SWAT officers that were wearing tactical gear. They would rush in and they would kind of secure the scene for firefighters to come in. There was this one place just down the way, I think on 2nd Street, where there was a shoe store that was hit. Those SWAT members, or what appeared to be SWAT members.
Okay, Gotti, we apologize. We're going to have to cut you off. We're going to go to a news conference with officials in the city of Santa Monica right now. Let's listen in.
Mayor Pro Tem Terry O'Day. That spelling is TERRYO''DAY. Terry.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying thank you for tuning in to our press conference tonight. The city of Santa Monica is really a city of with two stories tonight. On the one hand, we are a city that stands up against intolerance and hate, that has a resident and business community that has long stood against intolerance and hate and has been deeply hurt by what we have seen in Minneapolis. We understand the emotions that we are all experiencing throughout our community, and we want to send a message of unity and love throughout our community. we welcomed peaceful protesters into this town this morning, and they, by and large, were very peaceful. The second story that's happening in the city is a story of looting and crime, and that is a story that is now going to end. We understand that this peaceful protest was not part of the looting that has been occurring. The protest is now over. Our curfew is in place, and it is time for everyone to go home and to stay home. If you are watching this broadcast and you know someone who is on the streets in this county, in this city, you need to reach them and tell them to get home, because we are now getting to a point where we need to provide safety throughout this community, and we are doing that. We are committed to providing timely information to you throughout this evening. If you have any emergency that you need addressed that is a threat to your personal health or safety, you may use 911. Please refrain from using 911 for any other reasons. What is happening on the streets now is not in the hands of the protesters, but it is in the hands of all of us if we go home and stay home. We want you to do that. We want you to send that message to your loved ones. We want you to take this seriously. That is the job that everyone in this county can do for each other. That is how we can support our neighbors at this time. Take it seriously. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome up our Chief of Police, Cynthia Renaud. That is CYNTHIARENAUD. Chief.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to take a quick second and apologize for the earlier press conference that we put out that might have seemed a little bit short. There's actually nobody here but us and a camera person, so it is difficult to have a press conference when there's no one here to ask questions. And I think it made our press conference look short. So along with what we're dealing with, we do still have COVID-19, and so there are no reporters here. Currently in the city of Santa Monica, we're working to bring about and restore peace and end the criminal activity. We are being aided and assisted by our fellow law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles County, to whom we are extremely grateful for their dedication, their energy, and their commitment to our community. We are making arrests as we speak. The 4 p.m. curfew is in place. We have additional squads rolling in. If you all have been watching the news, you will know that Santa Monica is not alone in the county in this problem today. Resources have been deployed, and all of the LA County agencies are sharing to try and help each other. There have certainly been issues in other cities that have now been have gotten some control, and so even more resources are coming to the city of Santa Monica. So as I said, we're currently making arrests. We have no officers injured at this moment in time. I don't know of any of the criminal activity of any of those suspects being injured. That is information that it will take me a little bit of time to compile as we work through this. But again, my message from the Santa Monica Police Department, and really from all the LA County law enforcement agencies, is to obey the curfew orders that are in place in our city and in yours. Please stay safe, and we will get through this. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to welcome up our Deputy Chief of the Santa Monica Fire Department. That is Judah Mitchell. That's JUDAHMITCHELL. Thank you, Judah.
Thank you. And once again, I'd like to remind the community that Santa Monica Fire Department goal with this dynamic event is to protect life and property in the community. Please, as everyone's mentioned, follow the curfew. We're working with PD and our other area agencies, fire departments here helping us. We're deployed throughout the city. We've had 9 fires to date. We don't have any active fires burning at this time. Please refrain from, please refrain from dialing 911 unless it's a life-threatening emergency. We do not want to overburden the 911 system. So go home, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. With that, I just want to remind the public about the ways that they can stay informed at this time. Please sign up for Santa Monica emergency alerts at santamonica.gov/alerts. We also encourage you to follow us on Twitter. That's Santa Monica City. And you can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. That is City of Santa Monica. We're committed to providing timely information. We are going to have another update on the 9 o'clock hour here. But with that, we will take a couple of questions. Do we have any questions?
Sure, I have many questions.
Matt Hall with the Santa Monica Daily Press.
Is the National Guard here?
I'm going to let the police chief step up.
Matt, I don't know if the National Guard is here right now, but they are on their way.
Do you know how many people have been arrested so far?
I don't have that count right now, and the arrests are ongoing as we speak.
Do you know if people are being arrested specifically for violating the curfew, or are the arrests more specific related to looting and destruction?
It's both.
So the people who are out are being arrested simply because it's past curfew?
You know, Matt, actually, I shouldn't speak to that specifically. I don't know. I saw all the arrests taking place myself as I was coming here to the station to answer this. So it looked to me as if it was mostly for criminal activity, because that's what we're focusing on.
Do you, sorry, and this may be a fire question. You said there were 9 fires today?
Yes, there are 9 fires.
Do you know how many of those were structure fires versus vehicles versus trash fires?
So there were 4 structure fires, 4 car fires, and then 1 was a dumpster.
Do you know which structures they were?
I do.
Could you tell us which structures they were?
They were throughout the city, so we hit different ones. It'd take a little while to tell you because they're basically addresses.
Do you know how many of them were in the downtown area?
Most of them were downtown.
Do you know specifically if there was a fire related to a structure that was outside the downtown area?
There were car fires outside the downtown area.
Gotcha. More broadly speaking, as far as I can tell or anyone knows, this is the first riot in the city's history. Does anyone know if that's correct?
I think we'll have to follow up on that. Obviously, this is an evolving situation, and we are responding to it. So we'll keep you informed as the situation evolves. I think with that, we're going to conclude the press conference. We will be back. We look forward to providing updates at that time. We do appreciate the media's partnership in getting these important messages out to our community and to the region. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're wrapping up a news conference here from city officials in the city of Santa Monica, where a curfew has been in effect for more than 3 hours now. We want to recap a little bit about what they said, saying that the protest was over because the curfew wasn't in place. They're asking anybody who was out in the city of Santa Monica to simply go home. And they were also differentiating between the protesting and the looting, saying that more resources are coming to the city, including the National Guard, that they've actively made arrests, and that no officers have been injured so far. Colleen.
And Jonathan, we've been watching some of these fires this afternoon. Gotti Schwartz just showed us an area in the downtown area, one of the buildings there where a fire had been set. We've looked at some of the cars and vehicles out there that was set fire. We heard from Deputy Chief Judah Mitchell here that there have been at least 9 fires so far today, and he actually broke it down for us. 4 structure fires, mostly in the downtown area, 4 car fires, and at least 1 dumpster set on fire. And probably the most, other than those sort of statistics, the most interesting thing we heard was from Mayor Pro Tem Terry O'Day. He said there are really 2 stories here today. Santa Monica really has a history of standing up against intolerance and hate and oppression. And the message of what happened in Minneapolis with George Floyd seems to be lost with what is happening down there, the violence we're seeing in Santa Monica today.
Yeah, it was important for them to differentiate between what was happening over on Ocean Avenue in different streets, the marching, the protesting, which remained mostly peaceful, and the looting that was happening mostly along 4th Street, where we saw Gotti just a few minutes ago. And again, announcing that most of the arrests that were happening were not necessarily curfew-based, but a lot of the criminal activity that we had seen throughout the day. As we're looking at live shots now from our news chopper 4 Alpha, I believe, over the City Hall in downtown LA, very similar to what we saw earlier, Colleen, where we see this group of protesters not really a whole lot of activity right up against that skirmish line and the fence, where we see officers with the LAPD as well as, I believe, National Guard soldiers.
Yeah, that
there.
looks like the uniform of the National Guard directly behind there. I wonder, do we have News Chopper 4 Alpha? Who's in that right now? Is it Ileana? Ileana, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, we just pulled up on scene. We came up from Long Beach to see what the activity was here at City Hall. And of course, this is going to be the west side of City Hall, just off of Spring and First, where, as you mentioned, we have a combination of both LAPD officers and the National Guard. And the way we differentiate the two is by their uniform. The National Guard is on the top of the screen, and the police officers are on the bottom of the screen, mostly LAPD from what I can tell. And looking at the number of protesters here, you can see that there's easily 100 people around that number. They're mostly on the steps of City Hall or on the street. That street's going to be Spring. And then there's also a field just to the west of that. So a lot of them are sitting down there. These are all protesters. Since we've arrived on scene, we have only they are just standing strong, waving their signs, continuing to call for justice in the death of George Floyd, and continuing to call for an end to police brutality. And of course, we have seen some looting in the area, not necessarily right here near City Hall, but that is something else that we're also going to keep an eye out for.
Well, all of a sudden we see some down the stairs, or are the protesters just turning and walking away?
I believe they're just turning away, but let me move the shot over here. I wanted to look at the police headquarters to see if perhaps there was a line of officers moving that way, but I don't see one. Typically when we see a crowd move like this, there's a skirmish line of officers pushing them out of the way, getting them to move, and in this case, that did not seem to be the case.
No, it didn't look like they were walking down the stairs at all.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like perhaps there was just something else that led them to start moving over to the north. But if they continue north, I can just see on the other side of those palm trees, as Saragar Betian, my pilot, brings News Chopper 4 Alpha around, we're going to see that there's going to be a line of National Guardsmen who are standing strong there on Spring Street.
All right, Conan, let me bring you in right now. Let's talk about the National Guard and what their role in all of this is. It's protection, but I don't see any officers. This almost looks like policing right here.
Right. From what we understand, they're not being asked to engage in arrests. They're not being asked to engage in any kind of police activity other than the protection of life and buildings and and essentially a force expansion, allowing uniform officers to make their way to different venues wherever they're needed. I have to add this one point, though. We've repeatedly heard that the looting detracts from the fundamental message of the protest and the peaceful protest. A lot of people watching this appreciate that it does a lot more than that. When you punish people for something that they did not do, that is almost the definition of injustice. Mm-hmm. So the looting, the setting vehicles and buildings on fire, and the assaults, that actually promotes injustice. It doesn't protest against it. So it's not deflecting it, it's canceling out this protest. That is the fear. And so I think you're going to have a lot of people, a lot of assessment of the way police have responded, the way city authorities have responded. We're hearing a lot of it in this newsroom, is that there was a lot of social media traffic yesterday on what was going to happen in Santa Monica. And it appears Santa Monica police didn't read any of it because they were caught up completely off guard as to where the action took place in terms of the looting. But it was out there, just as we have heard early this morning, that there was social media posts that they should gather in Glendale to go and try to loot the Glendale Galleria and the Americana at Brand. So that is one of the questions, but looters are not just yes, there are individuals who are taking advantage. It's an crime of opportunity, but there's also an effort at actually burning things down and punishing people for that which they had nothing to do with. And remember, Santa Monica, Los Angeles, these are progressive cities that have employed progressive attitudes towards law enforcement. And I think there's going to be a lot of citizens in both those towns are going to have to take another look at what went wrong and how they could have done better in responding to this.
Boy, you're talking about Santa Monica being caught off guard. Just the opposite, it would appear in Beverly Hills. We spoke with the mayor there yesterday. They imposed a curfew of 1 p.m. today in the business area.
And that's, I don't know if this is true, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was based on reconnaissance that they had and just following social media posts. But there have been a couple of folks who've said that the police departments are using 1990 tactics against looters who are using the modern social media communications aspect of this, where they know exactly where the police are at any given moment, and they have there's little concern of apprehension if they are able to launch at a certain site at a certain location. So yeah, again, that'll be part of the after action reports that we see in all these departments, but there does seem to be from this vantage point, does seem to be a disconnect between where police departments have been able to deploy and where many of the looting and the fires have taken place.
You know, Conan, you have sources. You've been in this town for a very long time. What are they telling you is about to happen here? We in Santa Monica, we're 3.5 hours almost into a curfew. Downtown LA, I'm looking at the size of the crowd there. We're almost an hour and a half beyond the curfew there. So what is the game plan here? What do you think they will do? Well,
it's a good question. Some of the people that I've talked to said that the National Guard should have been brought out earlier, and that what they're doing now should have been done 24 hours ago. And so it's a good question as to how they are going to enforce the curfew, because that's the whole purpose of the curfew, is to get people out of the streets so those who remain are considered to be the ones who want to burn buildings and loot stores. Correct. Now, again, these cities are operating with great deference because, again, they want to eliminate confrontations. They don't want there to be weapons fire. But as Eric Leonard has reported earlier, as they've made some arrests yesterday, they have arrested people who are armed with weapons, and that adds a completely different element to this. So I think we're going to see they obviously have some time to work this crowd downtown and in Santa Monica because they have daylight left. But once that leaves, once you're at
there's not much daylight left. It's 7:25 here.
And to something that Gotti Schwartz said just a little while ago, I remember telling people at a protest that they're there for the right reason and they're protesting whatever it was. And I told them, I said, listen, as long as you're protesting, that's great. But when you see people show up with masks on, that's a clue for you to leave, because those people are there to throw bottles and rocks, and they don't want the police to identify them. Well, now you have a situation where everybody has a mask on, and that is complicated things dramatically, I think, for police, because frequently they try a surgical strike. They're able to identify people in a crowd who are the agitators, and they pull them out, and hopefully that changes the approach that we see from the crowd. That they haven't been able to do that, I don't think. So that has added an incredible complexity to this, I think, as far as the skirmish line's concerned and about their approach. But they're definitely trying to keep this from getting into what we saw last night. And the fact that we see so many people downtown at the Civic Center that are not leaving as a result of the curfew, that's problematic. I can tell you that's trouble.
You know, given the technology we have today and all the social media, do you have any doubt that the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department is tracking some of these guys?
You would think, but you know, their generals like to fight the last war. frequently departments employ tactics that were used previously, and without understanding that the rules of engagement have changed. And so I believe so, but that'll be interesting to see how much intelligence they have. Frequently in the past, they've had undercover officers within the body of those who are protesting in order for them to identify the individuals who are agitating the crowd and are stirring the crowd into action and pulling them out. I'm not sure how much they've been able to deploy in that regard, but it'll be very interesting to see once this is over and we start to take a look at how the police response was, whether or not they were able to take full advantage of the reconnaissance effort that comes with social media, Facebook, Twitter, and the rest of it.
Well, the one thing, Colleen and Conan, is that we've known where the protests were going to be, and as we keep calling them, these looters are opportunists. They know where the protests are going to be, just like us and just like the police. You would think, like Beverly Hills did today, that these cities, wherever these protests are going to be, where trouble follows, they'll take advantage in advance and put in a curfew, and like we saw in Beverly Hills at 1 p.m. today.
Right, but at the same time, they want people to have the right to protest. And the American Civil Liberties Union, for example, has criticized the curfew that the County of Los Angeles has put together because they said it wasn't given with enough notice. There are plenty of people who are engaged in legitimate commerce, legitimate business, who will not be able to get home by 6 o'clock. So they believe that the sheriff should have alerted the public much earlier to this curfew. So I think you'll see criticism of Beverly Hills. They said it was too early, but I think Santa Monica wanted to give people the right to protest on the street. They would have been criticized if they had done it too early, but 4 may have not been early enough.
That's a great point, Conan. Thank you. What Conan just talked about what's been going on in Santa Monica. And Darsha, we understand that you also spoke to a protester. We saw several of them who tried to actually stop vandalism.
Yeah, Jonathan, I think that's really something that we want to highlight, that so many of these protests that are going on in Santa Monica and across the Southland have remained peaceful, that what we're seeing on our television screens right now, this violence, is just a handful of people when you compare it to the majority of protesters who are out there peacefully demonstrating. Now, I did speak to many protesters who told me that they actually tried to step in and stop the looting and stop the violence.
Let me tell you this. This is not a black woman who's putting Black Lives Matter.
She shot this video of who she says are agitators tagging a Starbucks on Melrose. Duckett tried to intervene, saying vandalism and violence is not the message of the movement or of the protests. Duckett says she understands the anger and the frustration black men and women are feeling right now, but inciting violence is not the answer.
I understand some of our young generations do have anger, displaced anger, and they don't know exactly how to express it properly. But I also know that there's a trap in this, and that it's easy for us to be the scapegoats of destruction, because if we are the scapegoats of destruction, that gives them an opportunity to keep on killing us.
Now, this is cell phone footage of the peaceful protests in Santa Monica from this morning. Demonstrators who took to the streets say this is the image that should be seen on our screens and not the ones of violence.
The message is about the looting and not about the 400+ years of systemic racism and institutional violence that has been inflicted on black people, indigenous people, and other communities of color. Then we're missing something here. This is it's not even about George Floyd specifically. You know, that is his death is a catalyst for something much, much bigger that we've been needing to talk about.
Now, Isaac Bryan is the director of Black Policy at UCLA. That are doing the work to make change happen in today. So some powerful words from protesters that hopefully will combat some of those violent images we're seeing. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you.
Darsha, thank you. We want to get back up to News Shopper 4 Alpha over downtown LA as we see the protesters moved, more National Guard troops brought in, still mostly peaceful, but they've definitely moved in their position. Eliana, are you still with us?
Yeah, we are, Jonathan, and we're right along Spring Street, just south of Temple and north of First on the west side of LA City Hall, where, as you said, we have National Guardsmen here on scene that have formed a line just on the north side of the protesters. And the protesters still number about 100 strong, maybe more. Some of them have scattered a little bit. But earlier, during my last report, we were wondering why a lot of them had moved off of the steps of City Hall and made their way northbound on Spring, and it turns out that the LAPD was actually taking one person into custody. Now, we didn't see what led up to that and to why that particular person was selected from the crowd, but that person was taken away in an unmarked vehicle. But since that point, we have not seen any other arrests, although all of the people that are out here are eligible to be arrested for violating the curfew. Jonathan?
Yeah, Eliana, as we look at your shot here, and just to clarify, are they heading towards, or at least trying to head towards, the freeway? That's the one thing that comes to mind as we see a sheriff's bus coming in. Obviously, that would be used for any sort of mass arrests here. As you mentioned, they could be cited and or arrested for violating the curfew that is now in effect. But it appears, are they trying to get them to go back the other way, away from the freeway possibly?
At this point, it doesn't appear that the National Guard is trying to push the crowd in any direction. They're just standing firm right here on Spring Street, south of Temple. However, if those protesters somehow get past that line of National Guardsmen, they could get access to the 101 freeway, and that's what we see right there. That is where on Wednesday we saw the protesters make their way onto the 101 freeway. So it's roughly that same area. But as you can see, they're going to have to get past that line of National Guardsmen, and I believe I see additional units over here. So there you go, just to the north of Temple, not far away, we see additional officers, but pushing in here. I can't tell if those are deputies or National Guardsmen. It's difficult to tell. Their uniforms are very similar, but I think that's going to be members of the Sheriff's Department there. And that vehicle that we saw arrive on scene is a transportation bus for the LA County Sheriff's Department, and those would be used if several of these people are taken into custody. Rather than putting the people in squad cars because there's simply just not enough, they would put them in those big transportation buses and take them over to jail.
You know, as we continue to look at the picture there, I want to bring Conan back in. Conan, they definitely increased the number of National Guard members there behind the police, and I believe Ileana was right. Those were guard members just off to the corner, top side of your screen there with the Humvees. Let's talk about the criticism of not bringing them in sooner. I mean, this really started on Wednesday of last week here. With the symbolism of having armed troops on the streets of Southern California. It's something we haven't seen since 1992, what, 28 years ago?
Right. I think it absolutely has something to do with that. Again, there's a debate within law enforcement and crowd control over the use of symbols. And I was talking to the sheriff about that. Obviously, riot gear has its place because if you're taking in incoming, that is rocks and bottles, you need to be protected. However, there have been times where other departments have employed riot gear when there hasn't been a riot, and that has been believed has actually been an incentive to riot. It shows the crowd, this is what we expect you to do. So there's always been this debate as to how you gear up for a demonstration. So there's that. National Guard just ratchets that up. You have a military force that's on the street. It brings back, it also potentially sends the message, we expect this to be the Watts riots. We expect this to reach the point of the Rodney King riots. You don't want the crowd to think that that's where you're going, because there's a school of thought that says that they will then go there. So yeah, there's a lot of symbolism there. I think that's one of the reasons why the National Guard is being used only as a defensive force. They're trying to keep them off the 101 freeway for a number of reasons, the least of which is just stopping the freeway. That is a place where people can get hurt. You have traffic, and eventually, if you have enough pedestrians on freeways, somebody's going to get run over. They know that, and it could be an officer, it could be protesters, and then you've just ratcheted things up exponentially. So I think it's a priority. The use is of the National Guard, I believe, and bringing them in they have designed their use to be do strictly as to help with the enforcement, help law enforcement in just terms of their numbers and as a sort of a protective element to do exactly what they're doing right now, not making arrests, but just standing in the way of protesters who may want to make their way to a freeway or to the Hall of Justice or to, again, extend this protest, which apparently they're going to do well into the night. And therein lies the problem that they're facing.
And Conan, just moments ago when Eliana couldn't tell whether it was the National Guard or even the SWAT team, the sheriff's SWAT team, some would say that's telling that we can't always tell the difference between the National Guard and our local law enforcement. We heard protesters, even Representative Karen Bass today, talk about the militarization of police over the past 20 years as one thing that the protesters are fighting against.
True. That's definitely an issue. If you talk to law enforcement, though, they will tell you that obviously they don't need camouflage. There's nothing for them to camouflage, but at the same time, they need to have the armaments capable of defending themselves. So I think we're starting to see a sophistication, certainly on the protest side. But yeah, to your point, though, there's been a tremendous amount of criticism from the Department of Defense, not just this administration, but previous, who allowed surplus military equipment to be purchased, not just, actually given to law enforcement agencies across the country. And so you have some small communities that have law enforcement agencies that have military-style weaponry. And the reason why we don't have a national police force is exactly because we don't want military-style looking individuals or military-style federal police on the streets of local communities. It's supposed to be governed by the community itself through their police department. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why they're reluctant to bring in the National Guard. It's because of the look, it's because of the message, but at the same time, they realize they need a force multiplier, and that's what this has done for the Sheriff's Office and for LAPD.
Conan, the ultimate goal, you've covered many, many protests in your career. The ultimate goal you suspect from these protesters now would be to get arrested?
I think for some of them, yes, it's part of the statement, and I think police are willing to let them do that. They just want to ratchet things down. You heard the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, express the hope that essentially they'll just get tired of it. This is another night of this, and so it's their effort. Based on what I've seen before, not just protests here. I covered one in Washington, D.C. when President Trump was inaugurated. It was just designed to wait them out, keep them in the one area, do not let them expand, and to gradually, physically, just close in to the point that there's not much for them to go other than to leave. They just want them to leave. Now, what will change here in terms of tactic, and we've seen this before, is if all of a sudden they start to run. You start to see protesters that try to outflank the line of National Guardsmen and sheriff's deputies there and make their way down another avenue towards the 101, something like that. At that point, then again, it means it's going to be a much longer night. But their hope is that these are protesters. They want to. They're not interested in the curfew. They want some kind of confrontation. But as long as it's a verbal confrontation and not a violent one, they can wait them out. And that's, I think, what they're trying to do right now.
And Conan, certainly most of the protesters would tell you that they're here to protest peacefully, but even you mentioned earlier, as we talked about, to a certain degree, there are few, but some protesters.
Jonathan,
yes.
Let me interrupt you. Look at this. They are starting to scatter a little bit. Let's go back up to Ileana. Do we know what motivated this, Ileana?
Yeah, we actually still see the same line of from the National Guard. They really haven't moved, so it's not anything they did necessarily. But we do now see people moving over to that park that is just to the west of Spring Street and just to the west of City Hall. Some of them are in fact running, though. You can see that there are some people running, but I don't see any type of smoke bomb or pepper ball rounds or anything of that nature that would have led them to have scattered in that way. But you can see that for the most part, most of the crowd is in fact clearing out of the street. This street is Spring Street and trying to make their way over to the west.
Yeah, it's interesting to see why they scattered so quickly, and why even those at the front of the line, Colleen, are also running, though there are a few stragglers staying behind and talking to those National Guardsmen there. And I believe, Eliana, that's Grand Park, right?
Yeah, I believe that is Grand Park. It's the park that's just next to City Hall. And you can see that there's additional units of the LAPD arriving. But now I don't know that this is necessarily why the protesters cleared out, because these vehicles are somewhat significantly to the south. And then you have all of the protesters there in the middle. They're basically sandwiched now, though, by the National Guard on the north side of the street. And then we've got police officers on the south side of the street.
Is there anything happening on the other end of Grand Park, though? If they keep going that way,
are they being led by anyone?
That's a good question, too. Look, they're just running it when they get, oh, there is law enforcement right there, Colleen.
Yeah.
And is that
Figueroa?
Figueroa?
A lot of law enforcement. Yeah, this is going to be Broadway. And you see people running. Yeah, so people are running. A lot of them are running with their hands up as they run away from the scene. So perhaps an additional dispersal order just came out. Of course, you know, we can't listen to everything that goes down there, only if it comes across the scanner. But perhaps another dispersal order came out and they were threatened with arrest. And that's why we're starting to see some people clear through the park and make their way to Broadway.
But boy, it happened almost instantaneously. They were there and then all of a sudden they turned. And what makes me ask is if there's someone there with a bullhorn. We saw that on Wednesday. There was really somebody orchestrating the whole march. And, you know, it's very interesting to see. Ileana, can you tell where they're going?
They're continuing to run to the west, so this is going to put them closer to Broadway and First, just north of First along Broadway. So I believe this is all part of Grand Park. The park just kind of continues for several blocks to the west. So if they do, in fact, keep going to the west, they're still going to be in the park. And eventually, we will get to some of those major landmarks here in LA, like the Broad, the Walt Disney Concert Hall. So we'll see if that's where they end up. But for now, there's still a few blocks just to the east as they continue to cross over Broadway, just north of First between Temple and First.
Yeah, Colleen, as you mentioned, you have to wonder if there's someone leading the crowd or several people and just told them to finally disperse. What's interesting is they're all going west, yet doesn't seem to be really, I wonder what the end game is here. There doesn't seem to be any law enforcement either past this line here.
And I actually want to recant the dispersal order part. My pilot, Sargar Betian, spoke with the police helicopter up above and asked, hey, why are they moving? Did you guys issue that dispersal order? And he says, we didn't. They just started moving on their own. So at this point, it is completely in their hands in terms of what direction they're going to go from here, because they were not asked to disperse. They just did it all simultaneously.
I'm trying to get my bearings as we look at the picture here. Where is the closest freeway? Are they moving in that direction at all?
So there's going to be two freeways. They're going to be relatively close to here. The one to our north is going to be the 101 freeway. That's the 101 that you see right there.
Okay.
And that's going to be the Hill Street overpass over the 101 freeway. And then just to the west is where we find the 110 freeway. So if they continued walking towards the west, they would first come up to the 110 freeway. Although technically, I think they're still closer to the 101 if they were to hang a north here on any of these major streets.
And they'd have to go a ways south to make their way towards, and then continue west to make their way onto the 110. We're seeing some people running. It just seems to be this big scatter, and again, it happened so suddenly, which, Colleen, was so different from what we've seen today in other parts of the city.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, and you wonder, with a crowd that large, how they intend to get out of downtown LA. Did they park their cars somewhere? Are they, you know?
There's certainly no public transportation either.
Yeah,
that's one thing. There's nothing going on, and the city's technically shut down as well as the county.
You know, this is interesting. Look at the cars parked here with the doors open. I don't see anybody getting in, but it almost looks like they are waiting for people.
It looks like some of them definitely have cars waiting for others. You wonder if you know, Uber is a thing right now, or Lyft, and these are maybe some drivers waiting for people to get picked up. The concern, of course, Colleen, is whether this is going to remain peaceful.
Yeah, last night as we were leaving here, early this morning as we were leaving the station here, what we were seeing is a lot of vehicles that were parked on the street in downtown LA were actually being towed out of there. And I heard today that as many as 100 plus were towed out of the downtown area.
It's just incredible as we see them moving now, I guess, southbound away from all the freeways. They kind of appear to be is still one unit, but they're definitely, you know, pretty widespread here. And we see a car being forced to turn around. And again, so far peaceful. The concern, though, is they make their way out of the Civic Center area and into where there are more shops and whatnot. You know, we don't anticipate any kind of bad behavior, but this is what we've seen time and time again, unfortunately, when even the protesters are announcing, hey, everybody disperse, go home, we're done for the night. We see some people splinter off, and that's where we've seen some of the problems.
Ileana, they're just crossing, some of them crossing over First Street here. What's the main street? Is this still Broadway?
They're just one block next to Broadway, which is going to put them closer to Hill. So they're on Hill Street with a cross of First. And my biggest concern right now is that in the direction that they're heading, just a few minutes ago, we heard a call of a shooting with a victim down. As far as we know, it's completely unrelated to the protest itself. But if they continue walking in this direction, they will eventually come up to a crime scene. And there are officers over there, as well as the LA City Fire Department. I can see them out my window. So it'll be interesting to see if they get to that point, what do they do from there? But for now, continuing to walk here southbound on Hill, just south of First Street.
As you stay with them, can you look outside the window and tell us, I'm not sure you can see from your vantage point, are the police lines and the National Guard still over there by City Hall?
My pilot is telling me that they moved because it's on his side, so he can actually see it from his side. I think I can actually quickly just jump over there and see some of these lines. So the ones that we were watching there's the National Guardsmen. They have started to dissipate and find a new location, likely with the crowd that's on the move. But look at this. One crowd actually stayed behind. So this crowd of protesters, not very large in size, maybe about 24 people. They're right off of Spring and Temple. But the majority of the group is the one that we are watching, continuing to walk southbound on Hill, now coming up to 2nd Street.
And they still seem to be like a sort of a unit, Colleen.
Yeah, they do. You know what I want to tell you? We're going to stay with your picture there, but we're going to switch live right now to Gotti Schwartz. I'm going to tell you right now, he's doing an interview with a protester there. He's actually doing a hit for Network, but we're going to dip in and listen in.
Yesterday, and there was looting. That's
all
I wanted to say. Thank you.
Gotti, you just wrapped up? Oh, you know what? I believe he's still on with the Network. We're going to get back to him in just a minute. There was a lot going on at his location in Santa Monica. I've been monitoring his video coming in here, and there were a lot of people sitting on the sidewalk there, appear to have been arrested. We're going to get back to Gotti in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, back down to downtown LA, where we see this group of protesters heading in which direction now, Ileana?
They're continuing to walk southbound on Hill Street, coming away from 2nd Street. So if you can imagine downtown in your mind, you have all of the big buildings. All of the people who are walking are just to the east of those big buildings. So we're still closer to all of the smaller buildings on the east side of downtown. So between the big buildings in downtown and then just west of City Hall, but they're continuing south. So we were talking about freeways before. Now if they continue in this direction, their nearest freeway is going to be the 10 freeway, but they have a long ways to go before they would get close to that. They will hit major landmarks before they hit the 10 freeway. But for now, it's pretty peaceful. I haven't noticed any acts of vandalism vandalism as they continue to walk down a hill just south of 2nd. And I want to just look around a little bit. I want to see, are there any officers up ahead? We know that they had a lot of officers back there, but here's our first officer. I know it's a helicopter, but there is 2 officers in that helicopter monitoring the marchers as they make their way southbound on Hill.
Yeah, that's interesting that they're still monitoring it, but there's none on the ground as we continue to see people who are just driving in this area. You know, unbeknownst to them, there's a protest going on, and you hope that there's nothing too dangerous that happens here. This has been mostly Civic Center. There's some residential over there on the left side of our screen, but now we're getting into some of the businesses, like there's Grand Central Market right there, and we're going to get into some bars, even a little taco stand. But the good news is right now that it appears to be peaceful. Though, Eliana, just below the shot where did we see some people in cars? I mean, do we know if these are civilian cars, if these are cars tied to people in the protest?
It's difficult to tell, Jonathan, except for a few of them. These, I can tell you, are likely part of the protest because you have the people hanging out of the windows and sitting on the back of the vehicles, which is, of course, so extremely dangerous because you never know. A slip of the foot on the gas pedal, and this car is going to take off, and those people are going to fly off like we saw on Wednesday with that CHP cruiser, and people could get hurt. That's always the concern. We don't want anyone to get hurt, whether they be protesters or whether they be people in law enforcement, and unfortunately, over the past few days, we have seen people get hurt. In this case, though, for the most part, these protesters calmly walking southbound here on Hill. As soon as I see some squad cars, though, I will point those out to you. But for now, it looks like we just have civilian vehicles, some participants, maybe some not, of this march that is making its way southbound on Hill, coming up to 3rd Street.
You know, it's interesting because last night when we were watching the Melrose area, the officers would block an intersection and then block off the last car and then start moving people out of there. There seems to be a real effort on the part of the LAPD and law enforcement downtown not to engage. I guess we have Gotti back with us right now. Gotti, I've been watching your video here. It's amazing. They've arrested dozens of people, it looks like.
Yeah, so about 15 minutes ago, we saw people starting to come down the 3rd Street Promenade, starting to make their way into that foot action. And for a good 10 minutes, it was a basic free-for-all. People were going inside, grabbing everything they could, and they were going down to some of the cars that were parked that way, and they were getting in their cars and they were leaving. So we saw maybe 60, 70 people do that. Then all of a sudden, you had police from LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, you've got the Santa Monica Police, and we're going to just walk you this way. You've got so many of them that are now, it appears to be in custody. They were all told to lay down. These ones that you're seeing here complied. A lot of other ones they just scrambled. They made their way towards cars, and many of them, probably most of them, got away. But this is just a small segment of the people that were looting, probably for about a minute. Again, this was going on unchecked for about 10 to 15 minutes. So let's just take a look here. You've got people that are now being written tickets. Again, this is a mix of LAPD, Santa Monica Police, the Sheriff's Department that got less than lethal ammunition that they came. There were none of those weapons were deployed from what we saw. Most of this was compliance from the individuals that you see here, and then there are backpacks and merchandise that are strewn around. But this is an area where no one was allowed in. This was supposed to be blocked off. There was a moment in which we saw the Santa Monica Police have to fall back for some reason. We imagine that there was some sort of skirmish in a different location. And then, Colleen, while this was going on, there was about a dozen officers that were arresting people. People were still sneaking past them and looting the foot action in view of these officers. So there were some officers that were coming around the side. They saw what was going on. They rushed inside foot action, and they took the 3rd group of people that were looting. So this is what we're starting to see happen here in Santa Monica after hours and hours and hours of people that have been committing what appear to be crimes of opportunity, thinking that they can continue to do so with impunity. Now, again, Colleen, you got to make the distinction that this was happening unchecked on this side of Santa Monica while the protest, that peaceful protest where people were taking a knee, giving moments of silence and expressing their outrage as to what was happening. But it almost almost appears as though there are different entities and different operations all happening in the same area. Many of them look the same because they're wearing masks, but really there are looters, there are peaceful protesters, which is the majority of the people that we saw today, and then there are agitators. And those three seem to be taking the bulk of the attention from the police down here. Now that most of those protests have been cleared out, now that the curfew is in effect here in Los Angeles as well as Santa Monica, we're starting to see the police shift their tactics and go after some of the looters that are popping up all across Santa Monica. Colleen?
That's exactly what we heard from the mayor today, Gotti. There are really two stories out there. One is the peaceful protest, and they want to let that play out. The other one is the looters. We also heard from the chief that additional squads were moving in. I believe the last time we talked to you, there was a whole group of squad cars that went by. They were moving in. She said they were definitely going to make arrests. She had also talked about additional resources. You mentioned that. Have you seen National Guard members out there?
We have not seen National Guard members out here, but we have heard local business owners down here and local residents asking, where is the National Guard? Again, we knew that there were about 1,000 National Guard members that were here in Los Angeles. We knew that they were taking up defensive positions. However, there are a lot of people that saw this happening for over 2 hours and were wondering, where are the police? We know that the resources are spread throughout the county right now, but they are not here where there is active looting. And as you saw, those live images kept coming. So there are a lot of questions that residents here are asking, but it appears as though just this block, and again, this is the promenade, this is the area that they were trying to keep really protected earlier in the day, and they did so. That started to see looting late in this afternoon. Now a substantial police presence, a substantial amount of people that appear to be in custody, but this is just the beginning of the evening. The sun hasn't even gone down. Colleen?
You know, I know you spoke with one of the protesters out there, a legitimate protester who'd been there all day, and I want to get to that in a minute. But give us an idea, walk us through what's going to happen to these folks sitting on the curb there. Are they being taken in? Are they being cited and released? Do you know, have police been able to share that information with you?
So what we've seen is vans starting to arrive, big vans from what appears to be the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. However, that's a really good question that we're hoping to get answered, because if you think about it, the way that I understand it right now, a lot of the misdemeanors are released on their own recognizance or no bail because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen a lot of people, over 5,000 people early on in this pandemic, that were released as nonviolent offenders. So you would imagine that a lot of these people that are being taken into custody today, just like we saw yesterday, are going to be released extremely quickly. And if you've got police spread out in all different directions tonight, and you've got hundreds and hundreds of people that we have seen successfully loot, we don't know where in the city things like this are going to happen, but resources are going to be stretched extremely thin. So I think, again, this is just the beginning of what we're seeing tonight.
Gotti, you were speaking to a protester when we tried to take you live just a couple of minutes ago. What did he tell you?
Well, so he seems to be out here. He wants to document what the police are doing. He's a Santa Monica resident, and he told us that he actually is happy to see that people are being held to account for the looting. He doesn't see this as the protests that were going on, but he was also saying that he understands why people are frustrated, why this rage and anger exists. So there probably is some overlap when it comes to certain individuals, but again, by and large, I think most protesters would be absolutely horrified to see. Let's just take a look over here. Just a little while ago, this was inside of a store, and this isn't a protest. This is people stealing. So that was on the other side of Santa Monica, looting happening over here. And at this point, I think a lot of the protesters that we've spoken to are horrified by what they've seen.
Gotti, this is Jonathan here, and you know, we appreciate your coverage there on the ground. And what we saw on 4th Street is clearly not what we're seeing here, right? I mean, the level of damage on 4th Street doesn't compare to what we're seeing here, luckily, right? It seems like the police got there in time.
Absolutely. So that's what we're seeing on those sides, that side of the promenade, this side of the promenade. A lot of boarding up, and we saw that in other places. We've actually seen a lot of stores that were spared if they put up something that said Black Lives Matter, or if they put up something that said we are an immigrant-owned business. But then you've got places like Foot Action. This is the one that was being looted just a little while ago. You can see at some point they were going to try to board it up. And just take a look over here. All it took was one smashed glass window, and quickly you've got just complete disarray inside of the store. So that's what police were concerned about. And again, it doesn't take very long. All it takes is somebody walking down the street with a hammer, making their way in, somebody seeing that there's an opportunity, and crowds rushing in before now we are seeing police move in to make arrests. And yeah, just about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we saw people walking around with hammers in Santa Monica. We saw a man with an ice pick walking around Santa Monica. So that element still exists out there. And at this point, it's just a game of cat and mouse.
And I was going to ask you, Gotti, you had mentioned the distinction between the looters and the protesters, but earlier you did mention that third group, those agitators, albeit small, weaponized for sure. I mean, an ice pick, that's unbelievable to hear.
Right. And you don't know if, I mean, this is Santa Monica, the REI was looted. So we don't know if that was somebody that was carrying around an ice pick because they brought it here to inflict damage, or that was somebody that went inside REI, took an ice pick, or if that was something that was being used to break glass. But as you can imagine, oh my gosh, look at this.
Right there.
This is a full, this is a full trash can with Nike Air Force Ones that was left here by somebody that obviously
Gotti,
was
are those
so
boxes
full
or are those empty boxes?
Yes. Yeah, let's take a look real fast. Sorry. No, Colleen, they're look. They've got Air Force Ones that are inside. That thing is, and fortunately you got police over here, so it's unclear what's going to happen to a lot of this merchandise because the store is not boarded up. But you've got stuff like that's thrown around all throughout this area, particularly on 4th Street. So here is where the police, the Santa Monica police, as well as the Sheriff's Department, had built a line. You've got an extensive police presence now. You've got officers that appear to be at ease, and there do not appear to be any protesters, any crowds in that direction. And really it comes down to the street, the thoroughfare down the way. That was how people were able to get in and get out, and all it took was just a little bit of a breach in that perimeter for people to go in, hundreds of people to get away with merchandise.
Gotti, we want to get back to you in just a second. We want to let our viewers know it's 8 o'clock. You're watching our extended coverage of the protests following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. As we've been telling you all day long, a curfew went into effect for all of LA County a couple of hours ago, 6 p.m. It went into effect in Santa Monica 4 o'clock this afternoon. But as you can tell, Jonathan.
Yeah, Colleen, you know, the city of Santa Monica has been under curfew since 4 p.m. and this is really where we've seen a lot of the peaceful protesting happening primarily today, but also a lot of the unfortunate looting happening just a few blocks away, despite, again, the majority of those protests being peaceful. We also know that members of the National Guard are in downtown Los Angeles right now. They were at City Hall lining up against protesters who have now moved away from City Hall. And we want to bring in Long Beach Police Department Chief Robert Luna, who I believe is with us on the phone. Robert, can you hear us? Good, as good as we can be, and we want to appreciate you spending some time with us here. You know, we saw earlier what was happening down near the shoreline, where we saw several protests, or at least one protest happening against a skirmish line with officers, and just not too far away, we saw the unfortunate looting happening in some retail stores.
Yes, that's correct. Sad day. I mean, we've been watching this stuff on television. Unfortunately, it appeared to be our turn, and we were prepared. And when I say we're prepared, we were prepared to facilitate peaceful protest. And I've got to say, and send a shout out that I'm going to say 80% at least of the protesters that we've seen in Long Beach are peaceful. And they're out there. And you know what? I'm all about protest. I think protests are important. They change our history. But unfortunately, what we've seen, like other cities have seen, is that you've got about 80% people trying to do the right thing, and then you have another 20% who don't care about George Floyd, his family, or anybody else. They're out here to commit crimes. And again, I want to emphasize that's not all the protesters. It's a small percentage of them.
And Chief, what about that 20%? Have you made any arrests so far?
Not yet, but that is our intent. As we get more resources in here to the city of Long Beach, we've asked for mutual aid. We've already gotten several police officers to join the hundreds that we already have from the Long Beach Police Department, and we've asked for more as our curfew comes in, and our curfew here in Long Beach is 8 p.m.
So how do you go about that? I mean, you're just beyond curfew right now. We've been watching it in Santa Monica. We've watched it in downtown. There are still large groups of people out there. There are cars driving through on major thoroughfares there. How do you enforce a curfew? Can you just walk us through what it should be like?
Well, first of all, hopefully being on this interview and everyone who lives here in our city can kind of stay in their houses, go back home and turn on the television and listen and watch to what's going on. And in regards to how we do it block by block. We start looking at the areas where we're having problems, specifically the individual locations where there's been some looting. We start clearing that out, make arrests when we have to. But honestly, when this whole thing started, we wanted to facilitate a peaceful protest. We wanted voluntary compliance, and unfortunately, we had a few criminals who were just obsessed with creating chaos. And again, it's sad because I'm going to tell you something. Most of the police officers, if not all the police officers out here, probably feel exactly the same way that the protesters feel. The ones unfortunate that just because you're wearing a uniform, they automatically think we're the bad guys, and we're not. We don't agree with what we saw on video thousands of miles away. Most of every officer we have here in Long Beach and in the area, they're great people. We have an outstanding relationship with our community. And what we're seeing here today, again, people coming out protesting, that's great. But it's that small group of instigators that are causing most of our problems.
At this point, if there are still the protests going on, Robert, how do you walk that fine line between allowing them to demonstrate peacefully, that 80% that you're talking about, but also knowing that there is a curfew in place and it's been in place for 2 hours now?
Trying to be very surgical in our approach. We want to, again, facilitate the people who are out here protesting. And we're going to prioritize. You can't enforce the curfew on every individual. We're going to start off with those who are involved in unlawful or illegal activity. Protesting is not illegal activity. Vandalizing vehicles, throwing rocks and bottles at police officers, damaging property, looting, that's criminal behavior, and that will not be tolerated.
And Chief, you've heard of some of the officers with the LAPD who were injured. We know of an officer who was shot in the foot, I believe in the Venice area near Lincoln and Rose. Any injuries to your officers so far? Any threats?
I know we've had at least one officer get hit with some kind of an object in the head. And I got to be honest with you, I'm praying for every police officer out there on the front lines. Because if you could imagine for a second, if you are the husband, wife, mother, or father, or one of these officers is your mother or father, how do you feel about them being at work tonight? And that's where I think we've got to take it to. We're all trying to do the right thing. We all have the same goals. This is not the way to make change.
Chief, do you know if the majority of the looting that we saw in Long Beach today was contained to that area? We didn't stay over the scene as long as we would have liked. Do you know if it was contained to just those stores in the Pike outlets, or had it spread to other parts of the city?
From the reports we're getting, the majority of what you saw is where we're having challenges with looting. We have had reports of other incidences. I think there's one that may have occurred just outside that area, but what's making it difficult for us is it sounds like these individuals are monitoring our radio frequencies, and they're putting in phony calls trying to send our officers to what's reported as shootings and other events that we usually respond to because we want to help people. And some of these troublemakers are using and exploiting the officers' willingness to go help victims of crime to divert us from doing the job that we have to do tonight.
Interesting. We have not heard that tactic before. Where is the bulk right now of the protesters?
Right now, from all the reports we have, they are in the specific downtown and shoreline area of Long Beach. So we have a lot of our resources focused there, but make no mistake about it, we have plenty of officers with more coming in to make sure that we have every square inch of the city of Long Beach covered to make sure that everyone who lives here is safe.
And Chief, have you, and forgive me if you had mentioned this, but as you say, you have more officers coming in. Is the National Guard going to be a part of that, and is that something that you've considered requesting?
That's always a tool that we have in the toolbox. I know that other cities around us have utilized them. We asked for our mutual aid through the LA County Sheriff's Department. They've been very helpful. And if we need more resources, we'll go through our process and the systems we have. We have an outstanding law enforcement mutual aid system here in Southern California, really in all of California. And I've got to tell you, from all the departments who have sent officers here, I'm so grateful to their police chiefs, their cities, and their communities. We help each other out. We had to send officers to the city of LA yesterday because we weren't impacted here, and today we need help, and we get help from outside. It's a great partnership.
Chief, what about 2nd Street and Belmont Shore? Have you had any issues further down in Long Beach?
That's an area that we're keeping a very close eye on. We have resources there now. We have gotten reports, and it seems like the majority of the reports coming in are fake calls, or at least calls that are not substantiated once the officers get there. So it appears that some of the tactics from some of these instigators are to identify areas that are retail and heavily business areas. So we're keeping an eye on, we have several business areas in the city, and we're keeping a close eye on each and every one of them.
And Chief,
sure, people familiar with 2nd Street know that that is all retail for several blocks there. I have one other quick question, Jonathan, before I shoot it back to you. And that is, Chief, we've heard from community leaders that there will be more protests planned this week. Are you prepared for that?
Yes, we are. And you know what? We welcome peaceful protest. Like I said before, our officers, our employees feel the same way a lot of the protesters do. But I just ask the protesters that are out there, come out and make your point, but please don't let some of these individual agitators that are promoting nothing but violence and destruction to ruin the message that we're all trying to put out there, that the death of George Floyd was unacceptable. Burning buildings and committing acts of violence against other police officers is not going to help.
Chief Robert Luna with the Long Beach Police Department, we want to thank you for spending some time with us today as we continue to see images of unfortunate looting happening in your city, but it really amid a much stronger, peaceful presence of protesting there. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We know, of course, Colleen, the protests are not just going on here. They have been happening across Southern California, across the country, and even the world. And NBC4's Robert Kovacic has been keeping an eye on what's been going on. Robert.
What's been going on all across the country, Jonathan and Colleen. Now, yesterday, LA was pretty much the center of the universe when it came to the protest, and what we witnessed in the Fairfax district and beyond. What was going on there really did captivate the attention of much of the nation, including Minneapolis, where this all began with the death of George Floyd. When you look at Los Angeles, and we show you some of the images that we have been looking at now throughout the weekend and today, of course, this is Los Angeles. Would we be remiss if we didn't mention that we had some A-listers that were participating, including we've just learned that Timothée Chalamet, the Oscar-nominated actor, was among those who was peacefully protesting. The singer Halsey claims that yesterday she had rubber bullets fired at her and that there was also tear gas involved as well. She posted some pictures on social media. Ariana Grande among those two that were taking part in the protest, all intended to be peaceful. But as you see throughout the day, things turned south, went wrong. National Guard had to be called in. We have been in touch with many different city leaders who have enacted these curfews starting yesterday and continuing this evening, and pretty much just pockets of trouble and just a few people, whether they're taking to the streets or trying to cause trouble in some of the West Side communities. But we really haven't seen the problems except right today, which would be in Santa Monica. But again, if you followed social media throughout the early morning hours, Santa Monica was going to be the target today, much the way the West Side of Los Angeles, the Fairfax district, was going to be the target yesterday. Let's talk about what's going on right now nationwide. This is images from near the White House. From what I just learned talking to producers there in Washington, D.C., there was a large gathering of people in Lafayette Park. There have been protesters in Washington now for the last several days. On Friday night, a large gathering in the rain, trying to let their voices and their presence be known as close as they could possibly get to the White House. Right now, they're trying to get as close to the White House as possible. Multiple fires have been set near the White House, too, as the country starts to once again come to terms with a violent weekend. But let's hopscotch right now across the nation, starting, of course, with Minnesota.
Officers arrive on the scene.
Oh, my gosh.
You can see
What you are looking at is a semi-truck plowing through a crowd of protesters on a bridge in Minneapolis.
Truck started barreling down, blaring its horn. With no intention. It looked like it was going to stop at all.
The governor of Minnesota describes it as a, quote, horrifying image, and that the truck was going full force. The driver under arrest, motives still not revealed. Meantime, incendiary devices have apparently been planted throughout Minneapolis, sparking fires. Another curfew in place there tonight, with the governor urging everyone to please stay home. In Philadelphia, they're trying to prevent further violence, destruction, and arrests as more people take to the streets again.
Put them up, man! Let's go!
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, hundreds gathered outside the Capitol building, expressing their outrage with police brutality. Numerous people stood on the sidewalks of downtown Boston, holding up signs demanding justice for Floyd in Massachusetts.
I love this community. I'm here to stay in this community.
Many people in West Palm Beach marched on the side of the road, demonstrating with signs in that Florida city that read, "I can't breathe," and "Stop killing black people." At least one demonstrator in Charleston, South Carolina, tackled to the ground and arrested by police officers. Dozens of people got together to kneel down, pray, and sing at a protest in New Orleans. Several people protested in New York City while NYPD officers stood in line near the demonstration. Hundreds and possibly thousands of protesters filled the streets of downtown Miami to protest the death of Floyd and call for major changes to be made to the criminal justice system.
I have to be here because you know what? My brothers and sisters are in America
fighting the fight, and we've got to show them that it's just not an American problem.
And across the pond, the crowd marched in London from Trafalgar Square past Parliament and across the River Thames. They carried banners and signs that chanted Floyd's name.
I'm tired of this constant narrative that black people it's acceptable for them to just be killed so innocently. I'm tired of waking up every day and seeing another black person dead.
Demonstrators were breaking coronavirus lockdown measures by gathering. Police said they made 5 arrests outside of the embassy, 3 for violations of the coronavirus lockdown guidelines and 2 for assault on police in London. Okay, now forgive me, I'm technically a little uncoordinated here, but I'm going to try this for you. And there's a method to my madness, so follow me. I'm going to push play. So what you're looking at, and you can go ahead and you can look this up yourself. This is a demonstration in Denver today. Thousands upon thousands of people outside of the state capitol on their backs saying, I can't breathe, for 9 minutes. 9 minutes, the length of time that George Floyd laid on the ground in Minneapolis. So why am I bringing this to your attention? Well, because LeBron James asked us to. And to quote his tweet, media, are you showing this? I bet you're not. You know why? Because this is unity, peaceful, beautiful, and love. So King James, we are sharing this with our viewers, what was a beautiful scene in Denver. And as we want to make clear, there were so many who set out in Los Angeles and different communities of Los Angeles this weekend with the very best of intentions to have peaceful protests and to be out there for only good reasons and with only the best intentions. Let's go back to you.
Robert, you should know we're trying to show it all, both sides, the peaceful protest and the lawlessness as well.
One thing left, Colleen, as I should let you know, and this was just told to me a few minutes ago, and this is relevant to what we saw nationally. Bill de Blasio's daughter, de Blasio is the mayor of New York City. His daughter was arrested last night, was one of the protesters in New York City. So the NYPD didn't discriminate there. Who they arrested, and that included the mayor's daughter.
And I wanted to add, when you were talking about Washington, D.C. and showing those fires there is a curfew in effect there from 11 to 6 in the morning, and they've actually activated the National Guard as well.
Activated the National Guard, and when you look at these pictures nationwide, it's important to keep in mind, even with something as unprecedented as 10 million people that we have here in Los Angeles County being under curfew, all those cities we showed you are under curfew at different times, some of them a little later than 8 p.m. where they're located. But those are cities all under curfew. And in those cases, in many of those cases, the curfews just aren't holding. Fingers crossed it will throughout Los Angeles tonight.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. We'll get back to you when you have some more information. But let's go up topside to News Chopper 4 Bravo. Gil, it looks like you were covering or following a caravan of squad cars.
Yeah, Colleen, we're watching a huge line of squad cars rolling southbound on the 110 freeway right now, passing the Coliseum, and we're following them southbound. We're hearing more issues down in Long Beach, so we're diverting there. We were en route to Santa Monica when we saw this huge line. Right now, they're under the overpass right now, but there's a huge response here by the, I believe this is LAPD that's sending units southbound. We did see also a group of vehicles that were heading south 5 freeway as well, so there's a chance that they're deploying to Long Beach. It's unclear though at this point what exactly they're responding to, but we are en route to Long Beach right now to check on the issues there.
All right, we're going to stay with your picture there. In the meantime, LA's police chief now defending the tactics that the officers used last night, specifically in the Fairfax and the Melrose area, to clear the streets there. They arrested nearly 400 people, we heard today, after we saw a lot of businesses vandalized, looted. Some of the buildings were burned out there as well.
Yeah, we want to bring in NBC4 investigative reporter Eric Leonard joining us live with some more details. And Eric, on really what went into the LAPD's decision-making during yesterday's protests.
Well, Jonathan and Colleen, several times during our live coverage last night, officers could be seen arresting people who appeared to be peacefully demonstrating, sitting in the street while steps away businesses appeared to be looted. LAPD Chief Michael Moore says those were difficult decisions, but he's now explaining why he and his team made them.
This scene, captured by News Chopper 4 Bravo on Melrose, shows lines of officers near a group of seated protesters and yards away, a group of looters stealing from a business. It appeared the demonstrators were arrested by police first rather than the looters, who could be seen carrying off merchandise for many minutes.
We have the authority and the responsibility to close that area, and the participant, the person in that group, has a responsibility to leave. And law enforcement has a responsibility, when that does not happen, to take action to restore order.
Other police officials tell the I-Team when a crowd is being pushed down the street, officers will not walk past stragglers or leave groups of people behind them, peaceful or not. But Moore says some in the crowd last night had shown they were willing to attack.
Bottles, rocks, containers, throwing them, sometimes hitting the protesters, other times striking officers, and creating a circumstance of injuries. I have an officer, that is presently in the hospital with a fractured skull.
4 other officers were hurt. Chief Moore says if people believe they were treated unfairly, he'll have the officers' conduct investigated. He was on the scene in the Fairfax district and says he ordered some of the arrests personally. He added he's struggled with how to intervene during demonstrations when most of the people taking part are behaving responsibly.
That has been a substantial and one of these lifetime challenges of an episode of how do we do this.
Now, the chief says when events like those last night turn violent, he says the people who were there to be seen and heard and demonstrate have a responsibility to leave the area so those who are committing the crimes can be more easily stopped and taken to jail. Reporting live, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
Eric, thank you for that report. We want to get back up to News Chopper 4 Bravo, Gil Labus overhead. And Gil, you're still following this caravan of police vehicles. Any word now on where they may be headed?
Yeah, Jonathan, we watched a line coming southbound the 110 freeway. These guys are going northbound on the 110 freeway. They all exited at Florence Avenue and went east. It was a line of sheriffs, LA County sheriff's vehicles that were going southbound on the 110 freeway. Right now we're going away from this picture to look at Long Beach. We're about 6 minutes out from looking at Long Beach, but we're seeing a lot of officers being deployed different areas, and it's likely because the National Guard's on scene and it's freeing up a lot of the units to go in different areas to help and support other officers.
You know, it's interesting. We just spoke with the police chief in Long Beach, Robert Luna, and he said there was still a lot of protesters in the near Shoreline and Ocean, sort of that downtown area. But he said they were keeping an eye on 2nd Street and Belmont Shore. Anybody who's been in Long Beach knows 2nd Street has, 6 or 7 blocks of retail on both sides of the street there. And Jonathan, I found it interesting when he said they were actually getting some phony calls from people trying to divert police in the area. What we've heard all day long is that some of the police officers are not handling 911 unless it's an absolute emergency.
Yeah, we saw city officials in Santa Monica stressing do not call 911 unless it really is an emergency. But it was interesting, Colleen, to hear that, these looters or whoever, what have you, people that we've been calling the opportunists today have been trying to trick the system in trying to trick where police are headed by calling in these fake emergencies. He had mentioned, Robert Luna did, the chief, that a lot of the calls that were coming in were intense calls of things like shootings, and so the things that would make police officers respond right away. Unfortunately, a lot of those calls were fake, as he had mentioned, as we're now splitting our screen here as Gil Labus heads to Long Beach to give us a better perspective of what's happening there. And, Colleen, the chief also mentioned he was asking for more assistance, that the National Guard was an option. That wasn't something he was looking at yet, but he was requesting help from other agencies.
Yeah, he didn't mince words at all. He said, if people are breaking the law down there, they will be arrested. He said something like 80% of the people were protesting and they had a good cause. 20% were the lawbreakers. And he said, and this was pretty telling as well, he said most of the police actually feel like the protesters out there. He said they don't agree at all with what went down in Minneapolis with George Floyd. And so he said, don't take it out on the people in uniform here, because they 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10 agree with you, the protesters on the other side of the line.
And perhaps, Colleen, that's why most of the protests that we did see earlier in Long Beach stayed mostly peaceful, as far as 100% peaceful, as far as we could tell. We did not see any kind of agitation or any kind of skirmish going on between the police and the protesters in Long Beach. And perhaps that's because, like the chief said, you know, his officers believe in a lot of what the protesters are saying. But you're right, he did not mince words. He talked about that 20%, he said, who were looting not far from where the protests were happening, looting several retail stores near Shoreline and then the Pike outlets, and saying that what we've been stressing all day, really taking away from the message that the peaceful protesters have been trying to push, the death of George Floyd and other police brutality across the country.
You know, this is such an interesting picture as I look at our split screen here. On the left-hand side of your screen, we see a live picture from News Chopper 4 Bravo. And then we see the pictures earlier today from Santa Monica when the protests out there were peaceful. This shot on the left-hand side of your screen, it's a beautiful picture of the skyline, Southern California. It really belies what is happening below right now. There is a curfew in effect. In Long Beach, I believe he said it went into effect at 8 o'clock. Although, Jonathan, I have to tell you, I thought that anything in the county superseded, and that curfew went into effect at 6 o'clock tonight. Santa Monica was 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And we even saw Beverly Hills, right, like we were talking earlier, institute in their business district a curfew as early as 1 p.m. And you're right, the county order does, that curfew does supersede and does cover all 10+ million people here in LA County as we continue to watch this shot from News Chopper 4 Bravo. You're right, Colleen. I mean, from up there, almost you can't tell a lot of what's happening down below. Very calm, though we are seeing some fireworks in that area. But, you know, we have to stress, and we can't stress enough, and I'm already seeing some criticism. Look, on the right side of your screen, we did see and push a lot of this today. These were the peaceful protests that were happening in the city of Santa Monica. On this particular shot, Colleen, this is 4th Street. Remember, 4th Street is where we saw so much of the violent and damage and ransacking and looting. However, those protesters at that moment were walking on 4th Street, almost symbolic, the complete other direction of where all that looting was happening. And this is the looting that you're seeing here. This is the REI on 4th Street. That was there were several spot fires, and again, a lot of the protesters, a lot of the city officials stressing this is only taking away from that positive message.
You know, Jonathan, I'm going to interrupt you right here very quickly. We have on the phone with us right now Jim Hellman. He's with the LA Sheriff's Department. He's the Chief of Special Operations. Sir, thank you for taking time out of what has to be a busy night for you. Can you give us an idea of where some of the hot spots are you're concentrating on right now?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very unfortunate. I think we're all saddened by what's going on. Most, if not all, of the law enforcement community I've been in touch with, we were also concerned about the troubling video we saw in Minnesota, and it was an opportunity to certainly grow as a law enforcement culture closer to the community. We're all in hand in hand together, and it's unfortunate that just individuals who want to disrupt the peaceful demonstrations are making a concerted effort to become violent, start looting, and just take advantage for their own purposes. And that is exactly what this is. We have intel to that effect that we're seeing, and we're seeing that in the field where it's a concerted, purposeful effort to disrupt the peaceful operations and cause violence so they can cause theft for their own purposes. And it's unfortunate.
Jim, this is Jonathan here. I just wanted to ask you, when you talk about the unfortunate situations, the unfortunate video, the looting, we kept hearing earlier that perhaps there may be 1, 2, even 3 groups organizing this. Is that something that you're hearing? Is that something that you're seeing on social media?
Yeah, we do have intelligence analysts who work up information, and we do have information that it's a purposeful effort to disrupt peaceful demonstrations. And so what we would ask people who are community leaders and intervention workers to really step up and take a strong leadership role in our community, to work hand in hand to essentially say, no, we're not going to allow this in our community. We're not going to allow this for our peaceful demonstration. We have a legitimate message. I can tell you firsthand from the highest levels of law enforcement leadership that all aiming to do. So to allow individuals for personal reasons who get some sort of gratification out of violence and then, of course, theft disrupt, we're not going to allow it. So we're doing our part to try to quell that the best that we can. As you see in the very beginning, when we arrive at a scene, we try to issue warnings because we realize it's a very dynamic situation. We realize that there's peaceful members of the public who have concerns. We don't want anyone injured, but then individuals come in and try to prevent that peaceful demonstration from occurring. And so we have to be cognizant not to injure many people who have a legitimate purpose out there, and hence we were forced to essentially issue those curfew warnings. It's just been unfortunate. The Sheriff's Department really, as the regional mutual aid coordinator for law enforcement through the entire operational area, which actually in these emergency situations includes Orange County, we have to provide resources to all of our partners. We've been on the phone with all the police chiefs throughout LA County to see if the local, maybe smaller cities need the assistance of the Sheriff's Department and our public safety partners. And so we have deputy sheriffs all over the county, Long Beach, in Santa Monica. Whittier's requested some help, and we've had it throughout the county, quite frankly, and we're proud to work with our partners, but it's just unfortunate that individuals want to come into our local communities and disrupt what should be peaceful harmony within the community.
Are those the hot spots we're talking about now? Long Beach, Santa Monica, Whittier is one we hadn't heard about before?
Yeah, Whittier's done an outstanding job of really trying to control what was an effort by some individuals to try to provoke problems, and then so we have other information about other areas that are starting to grow, but the deputies are out on the scene and have been successful at calming things down. So I don't choose to try to promote people responding to those areas. Instead, we would actually promote people who are in the community, and you see the development of people who are not part of your peaceful protest. We would urge you to quell that and not allow them to come into our community and disrupt what we have worked so hard for together. We have so many great community leaders, clergy, religious leaders of faith who are just so principled, and I know that they don't want this, and it hurts them and pains them. And so we would ask for people to step up and not allow rogue operators to come in and disrupt the peace that we have in our community.
You know, Jim, I was going to press you on those places as a public service announcement, really, to let our viewers know areas to stay away from. But truthfully, no one should be out on the street at this point, correct?
Yeah, that's true. There is a curfew order throughout Los Angeles County. This gives us the authority to make arrests. We will do that, particularly when people become violent and are looting, and that's why you see a lot of our special response teams, specialized units. We're supporting those with transportation buses. We have a plethora of buses that will be used for the purpose of taking people out of the problem. Unfortunately, we are really generally where we want to try to support the community and not have to arrest our way out of problems. And that is our posture. We want to work together to have alternatives to custody. However, in this case, when you have actors specifically disrupting public peace and creating violence and looting, they need to go to jail, and that's why many places where you've seen the Sheriff's Department arrive with the transportation buses, we're working with our public safety partners, and unfortunately some people are going to have to go to jail.
And Jim, you kind of alluded to this. How many of the people who you've arrested over the past couple of days, can you talk about how many of them are not even from the areas where you're arresting them?
That is a frequent problem. We do see situations where they're not from anywhere close to the area that they're causing disruption. So again, it's to try to inspire a lot of our local leaders to say, no, not in my community. We are trying to really hold our police accountable, which we totally understand, and we want to march together in that. But looting and creating violence isn't holding anyone accountable. It's actually disrupting peace and harmony in our community. So I think you bring up a good point of people coming outside trying to disrupt our neighborhoods, and we really need to work together and stop that.
Jim, beyond the looters, there are still a lot of protesters out there on the street. We saw it just a short time ago in downtown LA. We've seen it in Santa Monica. We've seen it in Long Beach. They're still out there in mass. How do you get them off the streets and get them to go home?
Well, at the end of the day, what we're seeing is clearly a coordinated effort. You'll see flash mobs where they come in, they're using social media platforms to organize and sort of coordinate essentially.
Yeah, but those are the looters. I'm talking about the people who are specifically out there protesting. It was an organized protest, and they just don't want to leave.
Yes. Well, I mean, all we can do is issue unlawful assembly orders, or certainly the orders that have already been here as far as the curfew. And so at the end of the day, we are trying to encourage them to leave. But what we're, again, to the beginning of our points, we're prioritizing safety of life first and then property. So I understand your point.
Jim, a county-wide curfew, especially one involving a county that has more than 10 million people living in it, can be very alarming to people, especially how quickly it came this afternoon. It was announced just a few hours before it took effect. Can you stress to anybody who may be concerned, anybody who feels they need to be out, or anybody who has a legitimate reason to be out in the street tonight despite the curfew, can you stress that they're not necessarily who you're going after, that you're going to try and use it to take down people who are committing criminal acts?
Yeah, that is the express intent of the curfew, although I will say that if you're a parent or you're an individual who truly wants to do good to the community, we would urge people in your family, in your household, to say, look, let's honor that curfew until things calm down, and let's try a different venue in which to protest this, because what's happening is essentially we're victimized in many ways. I mean, if you truly are there for a peaceful protest, then essentially what you're doing is you're being used as a tool on which specifically organized criminal activities are occurring under the auspices of your peaceful protest. So what we're saying is, let's pull the plug on that. We have a curfew. We're asking that we honor that for all patrons, even those who would mean no ill will, because at this point in time, people are commandeering your good cause for the purpose of causing violence and looting. And so that would be our urging right there.
You know, Jim, we've heard there is a strong possibility there will be more organized protests this week. You initiated a curfew yesterday and today. What do you see moving forward?
We're going to maintain this posture, Colleen, because at this point in time, a lot of the intel that we've had as far as the planned protest has actually vetted out, and that's what's concerning. All too often in our profession, we get intel on information, and we'll check it out for the safety of the public, and many times it doesn't vet out. But in this case, a lot of those planned protests we're seeing on social media or even on the dark web is actually turning out to be legitimate. So that's why we're going to uphold those curfew measures in order to reduce the volume of people on the streets, so we can isolate the criminal behavior and take care of those components. And that speaks to the earlier point of what we were saying, and we would really ask for the public's help in honoring that curfew, because it's not a disruption of our First Amendment right, which we all have. It's really about people commandeering your good purpose for the purpose of violence that they have, and that's what they're stating on these social media platforms. And so we really want to sort of pull the plug as far as volume of participants in this, and not allow these individuals who are going rogue to commandeer your good cause for their purpose.
Jim, as we're speaking to you, we're seeing some looting happening at a CVS pharmacy, a firework going on, no police in this area at the time. I mean, like Colleen said, you know, asking you and how you prepare for the protests that are scheduled this week, because unfortunately these people have been following the protests to see where they are, and then they commit these criminal acts separate of those protests. How can you successfully deter people from committing these acts? We saw people try to hide their license plates today. Some of them were successful, others were not. I mean, is there any kind of, do you guys go back and look at the footage afterwards to see if you can prosecute any of these people?
We absolutely will. The local police department or sheriff's department absolutely will. And in most of these cases, we in fact do identify and make arrests in these cases. So a lot of people who think they're cute, essentially covering up to the extent that they can expect a knock on the door if they're committing acts of violence or theft in our communities. But as far as speaking about, you know, a vacant area where there's no police presence, it speaks to the point, and our we're seeing that there is a coordinated effort. So in order to stop it, what we're doing is we do have response teams that you're seeing that are responding to that, supported by buses that will take people to jail when we can. But sometimes when you don't see an immediate response, it's because there's a priority of saving life maybe somewhere near, or at least preserving the safety of individuals who are right there. And so it does create kind of a dilemma for our local law enforcement who are boots on the ground.
You know, Jim, you mentioned you have intel on some of these groups here. Are they local? We've also heard reports of cars with out-of-state plates.
Most of them, we don't know if people are coming in from out of state, but what we can say is that certainly, as the point was brought up earlier, that we are finding people totally out of the area where they live and trying to disrupt other communities. And so, yes, there definitely is a pattern that we've seen of that, and we're sharing that with our local police chiefs to see if they have similar patterns of that as well.
And Jim, as we were talking to Chief Robert Luna of Long Beach Police just a few minutes ago, one thing that struck me and Colleen was the fact that he was talking about these fake calls, these fake 911 calls that would come in, and a lot of them for reporting violent acts such as shootings. I mean, that's got to be unbelievably difficult to sort out in a situation like this.
It is, and so that's why we have multiple strike forces within the sheriff's department, and I'm sure police departments have the same posture, meaning that we certainly will follow up on that. Unfortunately, when there's that swatting or prank calling, that's a pattern that happens on occasion when we're not even in a riot posture. But to have this occurring as sort of a methodical attempt to defer or detract law enforcement from an impacted area shows that there is a coordinated effort. And that's why I want to reemphasize when we talk about a curfew, please honor that, because we do not want, if you're well intended, we do not want these criminal actors essentially commandeering your efforts to have a peaceful demonstration. So we would ask that we let some time lapse, let everyone relax, slow the process down, and allow us to identify those criminal players. And oftentimes they're too cowardly to come out on their own because they don't actually intend to stand up for a peaceful cause. So that'll keep them in their place and allow law enforcement to get a handle on the situation.
Jim, how difficult is it to arrest some of these looters right now and keep them in jail? Now, we heard reports on Friday as many as 500 people were arrested. Most of them were cited and kicked loose, but 18 people were arrested for more serious causes. With the COVID pandemic right now, can you speak to that for us?
Yeah, it's very difficult because we did depopulate our jail out of the safety and respect for our inmates in our custody, so they would not be subject to infection. And so we still want to honor that. But if there are individual players that are violent in nature or they're provoking this violence, we will hold them in custody. But it also we have to. Right there, for example, when you mentioned if we show up on right there to the scene of some looting that's going on live real time, you'll often see us arrive at the scene. They'll run and look to go to the next spot. If we get tied down with placing people in custody when there could be a threat to life, we have to make that priority right in the field. And of course, we're always going to prioritize safety of the public, but we are getting the upper hand in certain areas, which is allowing us to take people into custody, but then there's sporadic activities where they would go into other areas and try to cause violence or attention or try to garner resources elsewhere. So we're aware of that concerted effort, and we're trying to deal with that by sending multiple strike forces.
And so many of the people that we've been seeing who are committing these violent acts, these groups of people are masked. A lot of them are dressed the same. You talked about, doing this with COVID-19 going on. Can you talk about the difficulty of mask, adding that extra element of difficulty for your deputies?
It sure does. From a physical standpoint, for the deputies in the field, it would be difficult for them. But also identifying the intent of somebody: are they wearing a mask for the purpose of COVID, or are they covering their entire face and have a backpack to attempt to steal, or in worst case scenario, throw incendiary devices? I think you may have noticed earlier. I remember watching you guys speak to it, that there was the presence of our SWAT team's Firecat, we call it. It's a rescue vehicle, armored rescue vehicle,
yes,
and
yes.
it can actually put down a fire with high pressure water, and if there's a presence of fire anyway, we will try to put out those spot fires. And so we're trying to use all of the equipment that we have for the safety of the public.
You know, Jim Hellman, we certainly thank you for spending some time with us, LA Sheriff's Department Chief of Operations. We need to get to Gil Levis in News Chopper 4 Bravo over this CVS in Long Beach. Gil, looks like they may have boarded it up at one point, but it didn't stop the looters there.
It didn't. They tore down the plywood there on the windows. They broke in. And as I zoom in here, you'll notice the people going in and out of the stores, and they're stepping in what looks like a bunch of water. So they have a flooding situation in there. It's unclear if maybe there was a fire that set off the sprinkler system in there, or if someone just opened up a water line on the inside of the store. But it looks like a lot of water in there as people come in and out. They're looting this CVS store. This is on 6th Street and Long Beach Boulevard. To the north of this building by one street, or actually one building up, is the El Super Market that was also looted a short time ago, along with the Gene Machine that is close by as well. But we're seeing those vehicles pulling up. In fact, this one we just watched as you were coming to us here, that vehicle pulled up with 4 people in it. They jumped out. The driver's door looks like it's open. Here comes possibly the driver getting back in, raising his hands in victory. There's a couple of people coming out with more items, and they're running to the vehicles that are pulling up. As I come out to a wider shot, well, we'll just watch these few jump into that white SUV, and they'll be driving off soon. But you'll see a convoy of vehicles coming in and out from 2 directions, one from Long Beach Boulevard and one from, I believe that's 6th Street at the top. We also have fireworks that we're dealing with that are going off in our face up here. But as we watch the people coming in and out, looting the CVS here on Long Beach Boulevard, it's quite a sight to see. And then the flooding situation as well. We're not sure what caused that, but right now we're not seeing any smoke coming from the building, so it's unclear what the water was all about.
It was also incredible to see everybody kind of run out at the same time. You have to wonder what's happening inside that store at the time. And Gil, it just does not appear that there's any kind of law enforcement in this area.
Well, they're all around. In fact, let me come out to a real quick wide shot. Actually, there's a unit here that's I believe that might be an unmarked vehicle. Yes, it is. It's coming into that CVS store all by himself. We'll see what they do there, but there might be another group of vehicles that are coming in here. But let me tilt up the boulevard. And just a few moments ago, they were over here at the Superior Grocers. I believe that's it there. They were checking that. A big response by the police department to that store, and they have since left that to go elsewhere. But in the meantime, just down the block a little ways here, the CVS continues to get hit.
We see that officer actually leaving that scene there, but like you mentioned, it's really the only officer in that area, and we see cars kind of scatter about, and we're still seeing some of that flooding pouring out of the store, Colleen. It's just
when you see dozens of people, you wonder, dozens of people going in and out there, you wonder how much of a deterrent 1 or 2 people in a car, even with just the lights flashing, could be. And clearly he chose to turn around and move back because he's well outnumbered there.
And Gil, you can talk about this. I mean, we would see even just 2, 3, 4 officers in Santa Monica earlier approach some of the looting sites, and people would scatter immediately.
Yeah, they were for sure. No, we're going to stay here, Jim. We're, you know, what I'm noticing as well is the traffic out here, the amount of cars in the area up and down the boulevard. And if I was to pan either to the left or right and to other surface streets here, you're not seeing as much activity with the vehicles. So it's likely that a lot of these are the looters that are going from one location to the other. They're just circling around, going wherever the police are not. Here's a group of, I believe that's has firefighters here that are staged on this street up here. I believe that's 7th Street. And so we're seeing the police department down here stretched thin as well. It's very typical of what we've been seeing in the last couple of days, where the officers are trying to get to these locations, and once a unit or the officers leave, they come right back and start hitting the stores once again.
You know, it was interesting when we were talking to Police Chief Robert Luna earlier. I asked him specifically, how are you going to get some of the protesters out of the area? Because at that point, and that was what, maybe an hour 15 minutes ago, they had a lot of people still in the Long Beach area down near Shoreline and Ocean. And he said, we're going to do it block by block. But when you consider how large Long Beach is, that is a daunting task.
It really is, and here's a look at that block-by-block movement. We're seeing some officers here out my left side, Jim. We're looking at some vehicles moving northbound on, this is Pine Avenue, slowly moving up past that Gold's Gym, and they're moving towards some vehicles that are up north of that street there, which was 6th Street, I believe. And they're just moving slowly through the city that way in that particular area. It really is quite a chaotic scene with fire department trucks and vehicles moving in different directions. Some are staged, and then a lot of the vehicles that are just traveling up and down, turning in to points that have been hit. Here's that El Super that I was talking about, and it looks like a couple more vehicles that have pulled in the front of there. You see the shopping carts all a wreck there, and the front doors crashed in by probably those shopping carts right now. Right turn, Jim. And so we're seeing that activity. But the police were here a short time ago, and here they come. They come right back as soon as the police leave, and they go right into the store to continue looting.
And Colleen, this is that 20% that Chief Robert Luna was talking about, and the unfortunate taking away from the peaceful protesting we did see. Gil, as far as you know, you probably haven't seen any kind of peaceful protests in quite some time.
Not on this flight, for sure. It's mostly just the looting that's going on and the police response trying to get to wherever they can to stop this activity from happening.
Gil, we're going to stay with your shot as we bring in our own Conan Nolan. Conan, we understand you have a video message from Mayor Eric Garcetti to show us.
That's right. He, so much social media is evident in what we're seeing here in terms of the monitoring of those groups that are bent on destruction and those groups using social media that we have seen in order to organize. The mayor of Los Angeles, who is well aware of the importance and the power of social media, tonight released his own statement via Twitter, again asking Angelenos to stay home, safe at home, this time not so much about the COVID-19 global pandemic, but about the public health and safety in a city that's being torn apart as a result of these violent protests. Here it is.
Today, we saw peaceful protests across the Southland and throughout this nation. We also saw images of looting and violence that are nothing to do with our protest. Criminals are wrong to think that they can hijack this message, undermine this movement, and divide us. They will not. So to those who are hurting, we hear you. And to those who are acting criminally by smashing windows and looting, we see what you are doing and we will arrest you. Angelenos have it in our hearts to look out for one another. We've seen heroes stand in front of stores refusing to let them be looted. We've seen communities come together to clean sidewalks in front of damaged buildings, businesses that were to reopen this weekend and provide jobs for people who haven't had a paycheck, folks who have cleared graffiti off of synagogues, who want to reclaim their neighborhoods. We've seen people peacefully protest and refuse to let a pure message of nonviolence become co-opted by those who think that violence is the answer. It is never the answer. And we've seen people follow the lead of a great hero, John Lewis, who called on this nation this weekend to be constructive, not destructive, to follow the footsteps of Dr. King, to bend the arc of history towards justice, to march peacefully and powerfully for freedom and equality, and to meet hate with hope. You see, we are a great city, and we are at our greatest when we are a good city. We can be a great country And we are our greatest when we're a good country. And we have the capacity, each one of us, to be great people, but only when we are good people. As we wrestle with the demons of racism and brutality, as we see violence around us, we must find our better angels. And I know that we will. So please, stay safe and observe the curfew. Please go home and stay there. And may strength and love for one another guide us, as always, Los Angeles. Good evening.
The mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, I have to tell you that that is the kind of message he has sent with regard to the COVID-19 crisis and the economic crisis that is caused about it, hope and love. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that believe that, but when he says to those store owners who've been impacted by this, we hear you. A lot of them, I'm sure, would retort, we don't want you to hear us, we want you to protect us. And we have seen lots of establishments just absolutely demolished, some catching fire without any evidence of police support. And I have to tell you, in listening to the chief of police of Long Beach earlier, about an hour and a half ago, when he said that they weren't going to arrest anyone who was protesting peacefully after the curfew, you had to ask then, why have a curfew? Because the curfew is designed to say it is against the law for you to be on the street, that once you're there, you are aiding and abetting those who are here to violate the law and to loot. So in any case, there are going to be lots of questions on the police response. Right now, it's extremely difficult for what they're doing, but this is not going away anytime soon, I'm afraid.
It is now 9 o'clock, and you're watching our extended coverage of the protests following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. This is a live picture from Long Beach from News Chopper 4 Bravo. We also have a picture from News Chopper 4 Alpha on the left side of your screen about what's been happening today in Santa Monica. There is a curfew that went into effect for all of LA County at 6 o'clock this evening, but we're still seeing people out on the streets of several cities, Colleen.
Yes, we have. We've certainly seen pockets of looting in Santa Monica. We've been watching it live right here in Long Beach, despite the majority of the protests being peaceful. Meantime, members of the National Guard, we've seen that as well in downtown LA. They were protecting City Hall the last time we saw them. Let's go to NBC4's Kim Tobin right now with some video from what is happening in Santa Monica for us. Kim.
Hey there, Colleen. We want to point this out to you right now. We see the sheriff's deputies. This is kind of the shift change here at the command center on Colorado. So you can kind of see them all lining up, kind of hanging off of that vehicle right there. They have their shields on, they have their helmets on, their vests on, and they just came in. It looks like they're doing a switch out right now. Right beyond those gates there, right beyond that fence, is what we believe to be the command post here. So we have the sheriff's deputies, we have the fire engines, we have ambulances, emergency vehicles, also many members of the National Guard. And I do want to see if my photographer Haley can kind of zoom in. We see what looks to be a really big, maybe a Humvee or something of the sort, right behind that security gate there, and you can kind of see the next round of what looks like possibly the National Guard there in their camouflage as they are ready to possibly head out. This is the area that we've kind of been watching this whole time, that they get these sirens on, they run out, many vehicles will kind of burst out of here and then respond. And right here, Haley, if she wants to come back to this way, we can see more of these vehicles here. Police officers, we have the sheriff's deputies again on these big vehicles where they're kind of hanging off. It looks like they're coming back in, switching out with some of the folks who are now going to go out and replace them. So you can see they have their weapons there right overhead, hanging off on the side of here, all geared up for anything that's going to be happening here in the Santa Monica area. As we saw a lot of that looting, a lot of the violence and destruction, even on this corner right here. I don't know if you can see here from where we were standing, there's already graffiti just all along this entire area. So we have tons of police officers. We have the fire vehicles here as well that are getting ready for kind of this shift change as we get in, but it's kind of a little bit eerily quiet here, and you get to certain parts where you can see the smashed out windows, you can see people almost kind of casing, but it's a little bit of a case of cat and mouse right now. Those small little groups that are kind of breaking off, going to this spot, they put their sirens on here, they respond to those incidents, and then they likely are taking some of those people into custody. When we were making our rounds around this area, it looks like 4th and Pico. It's cleared up now, according to our helicopter, but just a little while ago, we saw maybe 10 to 15 people who were sitting in handcuffs on the sidewalk. So it could have been one of those rounds where they went out, responded, and then came back here now after making those arrests and possibly processing those people. But this is a big line of vehicles, all sheriff's deputies here, a lot of undercover vehicles behind us as well that are heading back into that command post. So a lot of action so far right here at the moment, and then they might have them again, where they switch on those sirens and they come bursting out of this area. And here comes some of the fire department as well. They've been putting out multiple fires here in this area because, again, those looters that are destroying those businesses, not only are they clearing them out of all of their merchandise, but then they're going in, they're setting small fires. So you see the paramedics, the fire departments there are having to respond to those calls as well. Small fires that broke out here, and also police vehicles that were set on fire here in the Santa Monica area as well. So this is kind of the staging area. This is where they're getting ready, everything to go. And then they go out and respond. Again, the National Guard. If we can get a little bit closer in here. So here come a bunch of other ones here too. The lights flashing. They're making their presence known, and a lot of stragglers are still kind of walking around. Again, keep in mind, this area has been under that mandatory curfew since 4 p.m. today. So for hours now, they're telling people, get inside, go home. It's over now. They had the helicopter circling just a little bit ago, telling them on the loudspeaker, time to go home or you're going to get arrested. And likely that's what we're seeing when they're heading out. And now these shift changes. Here come a bunch more. The police officers there with LAPD are coming in and making their way into that command post center. So if we can walk up this way a little bit, I'm going to have my photographer follow me. Again, this is the command area that we're seeing around Colorado. But I want to point your attention here. Again, these are the vehicles going in. Let's see the vehicles that are likely about to come out.
Kim, can you hear me for a second? Kim?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, so what we're looking at here, you're in Santa Monica at this command post. We have a split screen here. News Chopper 4 Alpha is over that area I believe you were talking about. We see a lot of people sitting on the curb here. Looks like they may be getting arrested. Let's go topside real quick to Ileana Moreno, and we'll come back to you in a moment. Ileana.
Okay.
I'm going to go across the street real quick to see if they'll talk to me.
Kim was referencing the people that had gotten arrested here in Santa Monica, and we found at least a dozen people who got arrested here on Wilshire Boulevard with a cross of 3rd. Their backs resting up against the Panini Kebab and Grill restaurant there. We did go check out the area of 4th and Pico. It looks like they had already transported all of those individuals, but this is possibly a second group of people that is now under police custody. The Santa Monica Police Department is the lead on this one. I only see their cruisers here on scene, and I did see a sheriff's transportation bus when we first arrived on scene, and now I see a Metro bus. So this, and it's actually just leaving the scene as we speak. So that bus may actually have additional suspects or people who are under custody, rather, on board. And if I push in right here, we can actually see that there are people who are handcuffed, sitting in this big blue bus on the way to the local jail here to be taken again into custody in relation to all of the vandalism or perhaps just the curfew violation here in Santa Monica.
And Eliana, that's what I wanted to ask you next, was whether it's clear at this point whether these people were looting or they were simply peacefully protesting. Is it clear at this point what these people were doing when they were arrested?
It's unclear because when we arrived on scene, everyone was already in custody, so we weren't we were not able to witness any crime for us to be able to say that they were in fact responsible for any of the looting or any of the vandalism that we have seen in Santa Monica this afternoon. These could just be people who were peacefully protesting, but they did not follow the rules of the curfew that was put in place here in Santa Monica that started at 4 o'clock. So it could have been that these people decided to hang around, and this is the consequences of their action. They are now in police custody.
Eliana, we're going to cut you off really briefly. We're going to go to the police chief in Santa Monica.
Answer what I think your questions are. So we did have National Guard response and arrival shortly before 8 p.m., and that has been a dramatic impact here in the city. They are securing the areas that we have already secured and taken care of, which is allowing us to move our officers and our mutual aid assets into the remaining parts of the city and take care of some smaller crowds that are gathering there. We're working our way through this problem. As I said, we've made hundreds of arrests for both curfew and for criminal activity. Our curfew is in place. Please stay home, stay safe. And for those of you that are in Santa Monica, please know that the curfew is in place, and if you do not leave, then you will be arrested. We'll continue to work this problem, as I said, and also begin immediately to render aid and support to our businesses, and especially our businesses in the downtown area. We have assets in place. We will secure the downtown area and continue that into the evening and the next several days. Thank you all very much for your participation in this, your commitment to watching. I received several well wishes via text from community members and thanks for the job that our officers and other officers are doing there. I appreciate that. Thank you for the contact. We are in this together. We will heal together, and we will recover together. Thank you.
We've been listening to Chief Cynthia Renaud there,
So
Santa
much,
Monica
Chief. We will now
Police.
turn to the
Let's
Santa
see who
Monica
else comes
Fire
up to the
Department.
podium here.
Deputy Chief Judy.
Good evening. Thank you. The Santa Monica Fire Department's #1 priority is still life and safety. We don't have any active fires burning at this time. Curfew and get off the streets, go home, and be safe. We're working with PD from multiple cities, fire departments from multiple cities, LAFD, Santa Monica PD, LAPD, and Culver City have been there, Beverly Hills as well. Please refrain from calling 911. It will overburden the system. Since noon today, Santa Monica emergency dispatchers have handled over 3,400 calls. Total calls for service including 1,500 911 calls. To provide context, on an average day, the Santa Monica Fire Department gets 200 emergency calls. So please, if it's not a life-threatening situation, please don't dial 911. We appreciate your support and kind thoughts. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. I want to remind everyone, information is critical right now. Please do sign up for Santa Monica emergency alerts. You can do that by going to www.santamonica.gov/newsletter. Our community newsletter at santamonica.gov/newsletter. Of course, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are great ways to get immediate information from the city at City of Santa Monica. We ask you to do that. And with that, we will conclude our press conference, and we really thank our media partners, CBS, for
news conference very quickly and switch to what's happening in Long Beach. Certainly one of the hotspots identified along with Santa Monica and Whittier right now. Let's listen in.
We have also instituted an emergency curfew as of 8 p.m. tonight, and that is currently in effect all the way through 5 a.m. in the morning. We will reevaluate that curfew and extend it if needed. While the city supports peaceful assembly and free speech, we cannot tolerate destruction of property, looting, or violence. For the safety of everyone in the community, including our first responders, business owners, protesters, and residents, we've enacted this curfew to keep everyone safe. This is an extraordinary time in our city. Let me take a moment just to say, I know you are all frustrated. We are all frustrated. We are angry and heartbroken over the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. But we urge everybody in the city and the entire region to abide by the curfew and to remain calm. We do know, as the mayor mentioned, that most people who assembled in Long Beach today did so peacefully and were airing their grievances in their First Amendment right, and we thank you for that. So while our Long Beach community is known for its willingness to support each other, especially during this challenging times, we challenge you to do exactly that. We've been through very tough times in the past. We will get through this one as well. Let's work together and make Long Beach safer for everyone. And so we have all of our emergency systems deployed. We have everyone out there working. City crews are together, working as hard as we possibly can. But it is an incredibly tough situation. I'd like to bring up our police chief, Robert Luna, to talk through what is going on out there and the process as well for asking for assistance, which we have been doing since earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. City Manager. Today's a sad day here in our city. To see what's occurring around us, it is heartbreaking. But I want to tell everybody that lives in the city that we have an extensive amount of police officers out in our community, and we are bouncing around from call to call. We're trying to handle as much as we possibly can. Deploying officers, like I said earlier, all over the city, but specifically in our downtown area. Please know that as we as a police department saw a lot of the civil unrest around the country, we as a police department started to prepare. We wanted to make sure that our training, our equipment, that our staffing was going to be up for whatever came our way. We were standing ready. In the last couple of days, as a matter of fact, yesterday, we augmented our staffing. We had more staffing in. We actually sent several dozen officers to the city of Los Angeles to assist them because Long Beach wasn't impacted. But tonight, we were impacted. Typically on a Sunday, we have our normal staffing. And because we had a scheduled protest at our police station tonight, we actually quadrupled the number of officers in the city, specifically around the downtown area. As the mayor stated earlier, we had several thousand protesters that showed up to the front of the police station and then marched around the downtown area. As they marched, they were joined by hundreds and then eventually became thousands of other people. Within that hour, our officers, our command staff that was running this event, made a decision to contact the Emergency Operations Bureau from LA County Sheriffs, and we immediately asked for mutual aid. What that basically means is that we summons police officers from around the county, the region, and the state. Immediately, we were sent several dozen officers to us, and right away we ended up asking for more officers. Eventually, we had what we call multiple platoons. I'm not going to get into specific numbers, but several hundred additional officers to augment the hundreds of Long Beach officers we had here. As the protests grew, and they grew violent, unfortunately, we continue to make requests for resources. Once the county said the resources were expended, that's when the National Guard was requested. That request went in here in the last hour, and we were advised that the National Guard is en route to Long Beach to assist the Long Beach Police Department and all the other officers who are currently assisting us. And as I talk about these other officers, these are officers that are coming from different communities, so I really want to reach out and say thank you for helping our city. You've really helped us a lot. I know we're seeing some very disturbing images on TV, and to be honest with you, I hope they disturb you. They're very much disturbing us. We've gotten inquiries from the media. How could you let this looting occur? It's irritating to watch people go into stores and basically break into them and steal the items. Yes, steal. They're not theirs. There's no reason to do this. And this is what's sad. When we planned for this protest today, we planned for a large group of protesters to come here and express their First Amendment rights and express their anger in a positive way with the loss of life with George Floyd. I've written about this earlier. I'm upset about it. And here's the sad part. Every police officer at the Long Beach Police Department that I've spoken to is also very upset about the way that George Floyd died. And we're out here trying to facilitate a peaceful protest. And I'm going to say about 80% of the people are doing the right thing. Blocking the streets, signs, yelling, that's okay. What's not okay is you had individuals who came into the group and started to vandalize vehicles, throw items at police officers, and they're the ones who started breaking away, went down into our Pike area and started to break windows and start looting stores. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the way you make a point. How does that, how do we celebrate the life of George Floyd or even talk about his tragic death when you have people committing crimes? That's not what we're going to tolerate. And as the evening goes on, we are going to get control of our streets. People are going to go to jail. We're going to enforce this curfew that'll go on until this event is over. and we will bring peace back to Long Beach. I promise you that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, the fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager. I just wanted to take a moment to let you know exactly what we're doing in the fire department. We received a number of questions about how we prepare for something like this. And first and foremost, I can tell you that the tragic incident that occurred in Minneapolis many days ago has affected us all adversely, and as it affected our city, obviously, and it's still going on around us. What I want to portray to you is the pride that I have in the men and women of the Long Beach Fire Department and the police department and everybody that's here that's responding to the city's needs. They are coming here of their own volition. They haven't hesitated, they haven't faltered, and regardless of what's going on around them, they are responding and they're here for you. As soon as the incident occurred in Minneapolis, we start to make our observations and try to become aware of exactly what's going on. And I can tell you, I've been in close discussions with the police chief, the city manager, and getting prepared for just this type of situation. We've had our command staffs together. We've been working very collaboratively together throughout the procedure. And in fact, we are over at headquarters right now working together as we speak. Along the same lines with Chief Luna, I can tell you that mutual aid has come to our assistance again today. Unfortunately for us, we have wildfires that occur each and every year throughout the year, and so we are well versed in using mutual aid. At a certain point this evening, we began to get overwhelmed with the amount of incidents that we had coming in. We reached out to the region. They sent us a strike team from LA County. That strike team is still working with us downtown. They'll be with us here tonight until the situation alleviates itself and they can respond back into their own district. But for now, extremely thankful not only to the LA County Fire Department, but to everybody else that has reached out to us to offer their assistance. I can't tell you how proud I am of everyone in the community, all the residents, all the visitors that are coming here to the city, and how they're responding to this and the resiliency. I know that we will get through this. I've been here for 34 years, and I've seen quite a bit in that career, and I've seen the resilience of the residents of the city of Long Beach, and I know that we will rebound. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank the incredible men and women of both the Long Beach Fire Department and the Long Beach Police Department who are doing a great job out there under very difficult circumstances. Before we close, I just want to say two other things. The first is just know that the entire city leadership, our community leadership, is working on this issue, and understanding and knowing that our city is going to recover from this. But right now we are ensuring the safety of everyone. And so we need your help. Every member of the Long Beach City Council, our community leaders, our faith group, we're imploring and asking you tonight to please stay home. And for all those that are looting and that are causing destruction in our city, you are not welcome in our community. You are not welcome in Long Beach. Long Beach is a diverse, strong, and beautiful place with good people who have always strived for justice and to make our community better. And so I want to concur and agree with what the chief said. We will get control of the situation. The police department, our partners in the police department, and the National Guard, and our partners at the state are all working together to ensure the safety of our city. And so with that, we will go ahead and take some questions from the press. But to everyone else watching tonight from Long Beach, hang tight, and we are going to work to make sure that we get this resolved and stay safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question is from Jeremiah from the Long Beach Post. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, Chief Luna and Mayor Garcia. Do you have a sense yet of the scope of the damage and injuries? How many places have been looted? How many police officers or protesters or looters have been injured or arrested? And Chief Luna, one thing specifically you said you were prepared for a large protest. But why wasn't there the expectation that this would turn into exactly what we saw tonight with looting, especially after what we saw in LA?
So I'll start. So we're obviously assessing the damage right now. I think what you're seeing from the images on TV, what you're seeing certainly on social media is significant damage to a lot of really great mom and pop, many mostly minority-owned businesses across our city. That assessment will continue. And of course, where the determination of the arrests and what's happening, we'll be able to have a much bigger picture, I think, probably by tomorrow. Right now, we're just trying to tamp down what is happening right now. And I will add, and the chief can add to this, but absolutely, the city was preparing for a worst-case scenario. We've been preparing for that for days. But what we were hoping for was a peaceful protest. And that's something that, in my opinion, turned very violent, unfortunately, from a lot of folks that are not part of our community. Chief.
Yeah, to answer the first question in regards to the number of locations that have been impacted, on the drive here, I know there's been at least 7 or 8 different locations that had been looted. I know that the first reports of looting happened down in the Pike area, and our officers responded there. There was the media was covering some of that. Sometimes you get the anger from people saying, "Where are the police?" We were everywhere, but it takes time to get there. When we got there, we gained control of that situation pretty rapidly. But one of the challenges we face is that once you come into an area, you can't give it up. So we're leaving people, and that's where the additional officers come into play. I know right before coming in here, I did another media interview, and I was away from all the television sets, and I was being asked about a Ross store that was being looted, a clothing store, and I know we had officers en route at that time. We'll assess that. The mayor talked about it, whether it's later tonight, early tomorrow. We're in response mode right now. When we start recovering from that, we'll be able to make those counts. The direction from me through our command post is to make as many arrests as we can. That has been very difficult to do at the early stage because we've been getting so many different calls and the officers running around from location to location. So I don't have an exact number of what we have yet. I didn't expect them to be too high, those numbers, early on, but as this night wears on and we start enforcing the curfew and get even more resources than when we have, those numbers, I assure you, will go up. And the mayor said it earlier, if you're coming to this city to involve yourself in either looting or committing crimes or hurting people, we're going to come after you. We're going to put you in jail, and we're going to get you prosecuted. We will not accept this in this city. That's very important. And Jeremiah, I think the other question you asked is, if we're expecting a protest, why weren't we more prepared? We deployed 4 to 5 more times the number of officers that we normally do on a Sunday. We brought in hundreds of officers, and yeah, we're going to debrief this at the end and figure out, should we have brought thousands in? I got to tell you, maybe that's the case, but the expectation was that people were going to protest peacefully. We didn't expect, we knew we're always going to get agitators. We didn't expect this number of, but now we're going to start dealing with it, and we're getting those resources that we need.
We want to step away from the press conference
there.
happening there in the city of Long Beach to get over to Kim Tobin to get on the ground in Santa Monica. Kim, when we first got on the air, a lot of the looting began at the Santa Monica place that Bloomingdale's right behind you, and it appears there's still plenty of damage left over.
Yeah, you can see right behind me, Jonathan, here the doors completely smashed in at the Bloomingdale's. You have a bunch of what it looks like possibly fragrances, cologne, handbags, some Vans, shoes, purses there just on the ground. And look at how heavy duty these doors are. And you think about the force that was likely needed to break those down. And if I'll be quiet for a second, you can hear. Those are the sirens and the alarms that are going off here right now. This is where, when we watch the National Guard roll out, remember we were just over at their command center post, you see men and women here with rifles. They have their helmets on. They're kind of ready and basically securing this whole area. This is on 4th Street. We're on 4th Street in Colorado, and you can see they are just completely lining up around this, protecting this area right now. We don't know if somebody went back inside of this at this moment. We're kind of all waiting right now. It doesn't look like anybody's responding very quickly. It just looks like they're basically just out here armed, ready to go, kind of securing off this area. And it wraps all the way down there. You can kind of see the camouflage people that are all geared up, National Guard members up and down this area on Colorado. So also, this area is really all closed down because keep in mind, again, this curfew has been in effect now since 4 p.m. So this area, they're telling people you've got to go home. It is time. Even if you are out here peacefully protesting, it's now done at this point. You've got to go home. And they do have members here of the police department as well. You see they have their shields, they have their batons. They've been blocking this area of Colorado and 4th. So they're kind of, again, going through those shift changes, responding. And when we saw the National Guard roll out here, we don't know, they likely may have been doing a switch out with other National Guard members that have been blocking this area. Right now we do hear some sirens as well coming out of that area at the command center at 6th Street. And we do hear those. You can see those lights off in the distance. It looks like they're likely being sent out to another area, possibly for arrest, because remember, we were telling you, there's kind of just been these like groups of mass arrests that have happened. So we can kind of keep going for a little walk here. It looks like they're moving. We're watching the National Guard as they're making their way down this area, kind of doing rounds. They might kind of just be switching or making these circular spots. We don't want to get in their way here, but they're look like they might be moving down further down the mall. They're not running. It doesn't look like they're responding to anything at the moment. They might just be switching here, so let's just keep an eye on this here for a second. Again, we do hear those sirens off in the distance, so they might be going around because there literally will be just little small pockets where looters might find these areas. They start busting into these stores. They get the call and the response. So yeah, it looks like they've calmed back down. So they might just be doing this. We would love to talk to some of the people here with the National Guard. We're trying to get one of their media folks to come out and speak with us about some of the tactics that they use, if this is possibly some of that area where they have to go around, maybe switch spots with their other National Guard members, and then they keep securing this area of Bloomingdale's. But again, I mean, you can just see the smashed out windows here and the doors. Basically, the whole place just raided. You can kind of see inside. It just looks like a big mess in there. It looks like the clothes were all torn off the mannequins even. So we're going to keep an eye on here. But again, Santa Monica police out here as well. Kim, National Guard blocking off this area.
They're meant to be out there, Kim and Jonathan, strictly for protection. Yeah. They are not meant to engage anyone on the street there. But I'm going to tell you as well, we just before we went to you and Long Beach, we heard from the chief of Santa Monica, the chief of police there, Cynthia Renaud, who said hundreds of people have been arrested out there so far tonight. And what was amazing, and this is a number that it's almost hard to wrap your head around. We heard from the fire chief there, the deputy fire chief, that they received something like 3,400 calls since noon today. Typically a day, a 24-hour period, they get 200. So do those numbers, do the math on that. Just think about it, 3,400 emergency calls to 911 on a day when they typically see 200.
Yeah, it was incredible to hear that. And Kim, can you describe to us what you saw as you made your way from that kind of that staging area over to where you are right now?
Yeah, so Jonathan, it was pretty quiet in some areas, almost eerily quiet. It gets through some areas where you just see tons of graffiti kind of lining the area, like it looks like this whole area has been swept through already. You see some of these folks, even at the 7-Eleven right down the street, who are cleaning up the broken glass that's in front of their place. We saw the AT&T store kind of with holes in it, wondering if maybe even the owner, the manager, anybody's even been able to make it to see that damage up close in person when this curfew is going on, or if they just basically have to watch what we're showing them here. We also saw, we don't know what kind of business it was, but we did see what looked like 3 men that were standing right outside of their business as well. So we don't know if that was, they were guarding it themselves. They were just going to be there in case any looters came, but it was very quiet in some spots. And then we went down one street near 4th and Pico I talked about earlier, where you saw about 10, 15 people all in handcuffs on, the sidewalk sitting there, all being arrested. So likely what the police chief was talking about when she said that hundreds of people have been arrested out here. We saw a big group of them, and they might be making those rounds. And again, it's kind of isolated ones. They'll be here and there and down the streets. It's like a big maze down here in Santa Monica, as you can imagine. They're basically, if they're sneaking around here in the dark, if they're able to get inside some of those businesses, and then they get the calls, they get deployed. Oh, just had a big something go off here. But yeah, again, like you said, the National Guard's not supposed to engage or respond. They're basically just holding the line here right in front of Bloomingdale's.
All right, Kim, we're going to break away from you right now. Darsha Phillips is in the Santa Monica area as well, as we look at some of these emergency vehicles heading towards Santa Monica. Darsha.
Yeah, Colleen, right now we are having a bit of a situation. Someone is being arrested right now. So we are on Broadway and 4th Street, where a lot of these stores have been broken into. We are still seeing looters at this time. This is one incident of a person who was here is not obeying curfew, and now police are arresting him and taking him away. There was a group of looters who were here just about 30 minutes ago. They were trying to get into the Vans shoe store again. We remember that this was a store that was looted pretty badly earlier today, and there was another group who were trying to get into that store. You can see it being boarded up right now. So even though this area, these 4 to 8 blocks of Santa Monica, have been shut down by police, there is still activity. It's shut down to traffic, but we are seeing people still walk into this area. Now, this area is very much shut down by police. We have also seen sheriffs in tactical gear walking through this area, making sure that folks are not coming back into these areas and into these stores because they are vulnerable. And these are the stores, again, that were looted earlier today. For the most part, the demonstrators or the looters have moved past. But again, we are still seeing a lot of incidents. And I do want to walk away from this situation. We can walk down this way. I do want to show you that this is an area that has a lot of small businesses. We did speak to one person who has been in business for 75 years. His name is Bob Bubar. He owns this jewelry store right now. Bill, I'm so sorry.
That's all right, I'm Bill.
So this is your jewelry store.
This is our family business. We've been in Santa Monica. My father and mother started 1 block from here in 1945. We've been at this location 18 years.
And what happened? Were they able to get into your store today?
We were not able, thank God. There was a lot of good blessings and heroes of the day. They smashed the window with a baseball bat, and there must have been 10 of them trying to push down the gate. They weren't able to get in. And we were all kind of here, but no, I didn't say anything because obviously that would have made me a target. And my friends Stephen and Greg were here with me, and another young lady parked her bicycle in front of the store for about 2 hours, and she sat with the bicycle, and they didn't bother her.
And you said
very fortunate.
And you said that there were people who actually helped stop.
There were people that were, giving me support, having my back, Greg and Stephen. And a few other people in the building, because we're all neighbors. These folks live upstairs. It's a residential building above us. And really, it was an out-of-control mob that had nothing to do with the issue of Black Lives or Minneapolis. It was just looting and no respect for life or property. Yeah. There were, I would literally probably 300 people on the corner and breaking into every store, doing as much damage, running indiscriminately around and the police, even if they saw the police, there was no regard for the police, no regard for authority or for rules and regulations or for the laws.
Bill Bubar, thank you so much for talking to us.
And I hope our country can put forth some guidelines so there would be less unrest. And this is so unfortunate after the Watts riots, the Rodney King, and all the history of violence and discrimination. It all should stop.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. And again, this was his jewelry store for 75 years, and it was broken into, but thankfully they weren't able to get into the actual store. I do want to move back over to the intersection over here. Again, we're on Broadway and 4th, about 8 blocks of Santa Monica. This area has been shut down by police. again, we are still seeing some activity of looters or people trying to get back in and get into the stores that have still that have their doors open. This Van store, you can just take a peek inside of it. This is what we saw earlier today. It is pretty much empty. You can see a lot of the things have been stolen, and we are seeing people right now who are here to board it up and protect these storefronts. The reason why police have shut down these 8 blocks of Santa Monica right here, of Broadway and 4th, is because all of these storefronts are still so vulnerable. We are seeing Santa Monica Jewelry and Loan. You can see it was completely smashed into. We did speak to some of the folks in there right now who are just offering protection to the store, trying to keep people out, but a lot of things were stolen. The owner, I am told, is on his way here, but just take a look at the litter and the trash on the ground as well. This has obviously been a very, very tough day for the business owners here in Santa Monica. And as I mentioned, it's not quite over. We are still seeing people walking through this area. It is shut down to vehicle traffic, but people are still able to walk into this area, and there have been a few incidents that have popped off since we were here. So of course this is still a bit of a dicey situation for police and for business owners. I do want to show you this intersection over here. You can see so many police officers. Again, I did tell you that we saw sheriffs in tactical gear still combing through this neighborhood and just trying those protesters or looters actually come back into this area. Right over here we see some of the storefronts that have been boarded up as well. Some of those store owners have already come in through here and trying to protect their stores from any further damage. We're also seeing a lot of lights and sirens in this area, a lot of activity. We've seen fire trucks, and we've also seen a lot of police vehicles going lights and sirens through this area. I'm not sure exactly what they're responding to or where they're going, but as I mentioned, there are still little incidents in this area that are continuing to happen. So, of course, law enforcement and first responders still trying to get a hold on what exactly is happening here and trying to get to help people that need it. So again, we're here on 4th and Broadway. Still a somewhat of activity still happening here, but mainly it's the business owners who are just trying to protect their storefronts and make sure that no one else is allowed back in after dark, really. So again, such a tough moment for the businesses here in Santa Monica. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darsha, just an observation here. Last night about this time, once they had cleared most of the protesters out of there and we saw some of the looters going through, this is about the time we began to see businesses go up in flames. There was a shoe store, there was a nail salon, there were a couple of places, but that's when we saw probably the most activity in terms of the fire department being called in to put out structure fires. We saw, police cars earlier in the day. We saw dumpsters. We saw a police kiosk just outside the Grove, the Nordstroms there. But about this time last night was when we saw the bigger fires. Question for you. They are allowing owners to break curfew and come in and see some of their places of business?
What it appears to be, I have not spoken with police officers here, but what it appears to be is that if you're a store owner, you are allowed past the police lines with your vehicles, and you're allowed to protect your store, and you're allowed to bring someone in to board up your store, which is what we're seeing over there at the Van store, and which is what was happening at Bill Bobar's jewelry store. They were allowed to bring in people to help board up and secure their stores. Now, as you mentioned, we did see some of that activity this time yesterday here in Santa Monica. This is why police have really cordoned off 8 blocks of this area. Vehicle traffic, if you're not a store store owner, you're not allowed to come in here. They are trying to secure this area for those business owners. The tough part is, take a look over here. If you know anything about Santa Monica, there's a lot of alleyways here. There's a lot of parking garages here. There's a lot of things that this is where we're seeing some of these pockets or groups of people who are trying to come back into this area, even though just blocks away, just feet away from me, actually, there are police cars, and it doesn't seem that it's deterring the folks who want to come in here and loot and vandalize and cause chaos.
You know, sadly, Jonathan and I saw this a few minutes ago. Boarding up hasn't helped a lot of places. When they're determined to get in, they get in. We saw that specifically with that CVS in Long Beach.
The jewelry store did get lucky. Darsha, we're going to move away from you for just a moment and come back to you as we want to take Eliana Moreno up, a news chopper for Alpha. Eliana, we understand you are in the downtown area, and we just saw some people jump that fence there from that parking lot.
That's right, Jonathan. We made our way over to downtown LA, where near Broadway and 9th, we heard that the LAPD airship was looking at a small group of people, maybe only about 8 to 10 people, that was engaged in some sort of a criminal activity. And we saw 2 guys take off running. They're now just hiding on the backside of this tree. They think that they're in the clear and that we don't see them. We clearly do see them. They're just on the backside of this tree. However, it's unclear if the airship lost sight of them when they ran through a lot to get away. But there's the night from the LAPD helicopter still trying to track these guys down. Again, it's unclear what they were up to. I just know that they were near an establishment, and that's when the police helicopter tried to get other officers to head in the general direction of these individuals. But all in all, we really haven't seen any large groups yet here in the downtown LA area. But we, of course, are going to keep looking around and see if we find any protesters. Of course, the curfew is well in effect. We shouldn't see any. If people are out here, they run the risk of getting arrested.
Eliana, when we last talked to you, we were following what was happening in front of City Hall with the National Guardsmen moving in, a lot of the protests moving towards Grand Park. Do you have any, idea of where a lot of those people went afterwards?
It sounds like a lot of them just kind of scattered into smaller little groups, basically the little groups like the ones we're seeing here now. But the LAPD is quick to respond. Those 8 people that we were talking about, it looks like most of them are now in police custody, with the exception of the 2 that we saw fleeing from the scene. But you can look at the number of officers that are responding to this. Again, we're not sure exactly what type of criminal activity they were involved in, but officers were quick to get over here, and now there's more officers than there are people who are being taken into custody.
You know, it's interesting. This is the smallest group we've seen since we first started covering this on Wednesday night in the downtown area.
Yeah, Colleen, we've seen a lot of the more activity obviously stretch out to other parts of LA County. Eliana?
I was going to say...
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, pardon me, Colleen. I was just going to say, yeah, this is the smallest group we've seen so far. And I think it's just because officers are quick to arrest the people that they see out here, because now there's really no excuse for you to be out here. If you are out in the downtown LA area tonight, or really anywhere in the county, past the curfew, you do run the risk of getting arrested, and we are witnessing people actually getting arrested. So it does happen, and it could happen to you if you're found to be out on the street.
You know, Ileana, we heard Jim Hellman with the LA County Sheriff's Department say we have a plethora of buses with which to transport these folks. How are they getting these people out of downtown and down to the area where they would book them?
Buses is exactly right, Colleen. We actually witnessed that when we were over in Santa Monica about 10 minutes ago. We saw that they were using the big blue buses over there to transport the people who had been taken into custody for not following their curfew over there, or for engaging in criminal activity. Here in the downtown area, we haven't seen those blue buses, of course, because those are exclusively for the Santa Monica area, but we have seen sheriff's transport buses. So those are usually the buses that are used to transport inmates from one jail to another, or from jail to the court. Those are being used, but when they run out of those, we've actually seen them use just regular metro buses to get people back to the jail where they can be booked.
Ileana, as we continue to look at the people being arrested here, we're going to switch live back to Santa Monica right now. A couple of minutes ago, we heard and saw the fire engines swing past Darsha Phillips. They're closer right now to Kim Tobin. Kim, what do you have here? It looks like a building on fire, maybe?
Yeah, and it looks like, Colleen, that this whole area was actually, it looks like a fire was set here earlier. It could possibly be another fire that was set or a hot spot that reignited. So you can see all that black smoke coming out of that here. We're at Santa Monica and 4th right now. We see an optometry business on the other side, trying to see exactly what the name of this business is here. I'm seeing something that looks like a spa. Got a lot of fire trucks, obviously, and some ladders blocking it, but you can see all that thick black smoke that's kind of pouring out of the windows right now. You have firefighters here at the bottom shooting their hoses up into it, and then you have the ladder that's up at the top of the roof line there, and we can see, I can barely just make out here the firefighters that are making their way up to the top of the roof, and then we see what looks like shovels. They might have to be actually accessing it from the top to let some of that heat, let some of that smoke out. So again, this is the area where a lot of those looters had broken into a lot of these places. We're right across the street from REI, and REI got absolutely cleaned out. And REI actually had a fire inside of it as well, so they might have also, the looters may have possibly torched some areas over here a little earlier that reignited. Or again, we're in the dark now, and we have kind of these small little groups running around. It's possible that another fire could have been started in here. We have the police blocking off this whole entire area. They have their shields, their face shields, their helmets. They have their weapons here, so they're ready to respond if anybody does try to come into this area. But it looks like they're getting a handle on it. We're not seeing any active flames at this point, just a lot of smoke that may have reignited here. But keep in mind, again, they were talking about the calls for service and thousands of calls they got. And this is why they're so busy responding, putting out these hot spots possibly, or other smaller fires that are started. Colleen and Jonathan.
You know, Kim, as we're watching your shot, Colleen, I can't help but think about what you just said a few minutes ago, which was this is around the time last night that we started seeing the fires erupt in the Fairfax district, albeit there doesn't appear to be nearly as many people as we saw last night.
Right, they were hopscotching all over the area, and it really put a drain on resources out there. But again, as we've mentioned, as we've been told all day long by law enforcement, they have the National Guard out there tonight to protect property, and that frees up the law enforcement, i.e. the police departments and sheriff's department deputies, to move around and make some of these arrests. Kim, I wanted to ask you and Darsha this, and we'll get to Darsha in just a couple of minutes, but as you were heading into Santa Monica a couple of hours ago, we were well into the curfew. What did you see in terms of cars on the streets, people on the streets, things like that?
Honestly, it looked pretty empty at that point. We only took our route that we had taken here, and we got off the freeway. They did have parts of the freeway closed here as well, approaching into Santa Monica, but it looked pretty empty. I mean, we would see occasionally kind of a couple of groups or some people kind of scurrying along, but it did look pretty empty at that moment. But again, we do have some folks, I mean, even here on the street, not far away from this fire, we see a couple of folks with backpacks. You know, they might be media members, so they might be allowed out here, but I haven't necessarily seen a ton of people. Keep in mind, not too far away from here is also a metro stop, and it looks like some people have been jumping on the metro as well, but really not too busy, not too many cars out here, Colleen.
You know, it's interesting. We heard from the deputy chief, I'm pulling up his name here, Judah Mitchell, earlier this evening that there were something like 9 fires that they responded to in Santa Monica today, 4 cars, 1 dumpster, and at that time he said 4 structures, but now it's up to 5.
Okay, that possibly could be this response that we're seeing right here behind me again, and this could possibly be, you know, one of the 4 that had possibly a hot spot that went back up, or this could have been another fire that was set, but not, I mean, it hasn't spread too far. We're not seeing that it went over to any adjacent buildings or anything either. But they're going to be running around, like you said, kind of hopscotching through this area, because you might just see, again, so many of these places have the broken out windows, the broken out doors, that somebody could just jump in there and easily start a fire.
And almost all of those structure fires, Colleen, that they mentioned, we did know some of them, REI, the Sake House, they were all pretty much along 4th Street or in that general area. So the firefighters have been focusing, at least in terms of the structure fires, really on just a few blocks. It's incredible. And then we did see those car fires as well in the city of Santa Monica. I feel like, Colleen, we've gotten so far from why we're here today, which is that this started off as peaceful protesting yet again this morning and early this afternoon, peaceful protests that continued on while a lot of this looting and destruction was happening just blocks away, taking away from the message that those protesters were trying to achieve. And it's just sad to see that once again, yet another night, we're here at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting because so many of the people who are involved in this say they're so concerned that people will lose sight of the message here. And, you know, when we looked at the protest yesterday, the one that started in Pan Pacific Park, I mean, that one started out with young people. There were teenagers. There were people in their 20s and 30s. It crossed generations. It crossed ethnicities. Same thing when we looked at the crowd again today in Santa Monica. There was a large crowd out there on Ocean. Same sort of picture. But as we heard from law enforcement tonight, there is an element. There are groups who are using this as a canopy for what they want to do, and they're agitators, and you know, they tend to break away from the main group and then get involved in the violence, the vandalism, and the mayhem.
Yeah, it sounded like, you know, from several different law enforcement officials today that and people on the ground that there are several groups organizing a lot of this chaotic stuff on social media in coordination with wherever these protests are going to be. And again, as you said, it's unfortunate because we wish we could show more of the images of the peaceful protesting, and we did a lot today, but a lot of our coverage has been dominated by such the unfortunate and really dangerous at times situations that these looters have put store owners in, people on the street, and of course our law enforcement and first responders. And this is why it's dominated our coverage. And again, just unfortunate that we're here yet again. Kim, as you'd mentioned, even though there's been a curfew in effect in Santa Monica since 4 p.m., that there are still random people out and about.
And it looks like, you know, we'll see them kind of pass through. You see people just pull out their phones and they start filming here. See a couple of guys, you know, I mean, police are talking to some of them, but some of them appear they might have to be going through and filtering a lot of these people. And then we also likely have some folks that look like they're waiting at a bus stop here. They're still waiting to possibly trying to go about their normal routine. Or possibly in the Santa Monica area as well, you do have some homeless individuals who might be out here on the streets as well. Are they supposed to clear out of the area? Are they pushing them out? We haven't seen that just yet, but we're watching. I mean, I have a girl, she's right behind here on the street. She's kind of possibly could have been off of work and then walked through this area to see it. But, you know, we are seeing kind of those stragglers come out, and they have so much to focus on here with the responses that they're doing that it's hard to make those patrols. And there's so many areas in Santa Monica that people can kind of follow their way around on the streets, and you get to some areas that are just pretty much completely empty, and it feels really quiet, and you see a couple people walking. But, you know, police don't have their time to be able to go through and kind of enforce all of that. They can put it on the entire city, really.
You know, you mentioned Metro and buses. Last night they suspended Metro service. One of the buses was damaged out there. They were supposed to be back up and running today. I am not sure about that, but I'm sure if someone at our assignment desk hears me, they'll check that out and we'll get that fact for you. You know, this really does have a ricochet effect. We heard from the mayor today that some of the volunteers at the COVID testing sites were so fearful, so afraid that something would happen that they closed them down. They will remain closed tomorrow, although the largest one at Dodger Stadium, I think they can test something, if memory serves me, something like 6,000 people a day at that one particular site. That will remain open. If you have any kind of appointment this week to be tested for COVID-19, you might want to check and see if that appointment is still on or if it's been moved to somewhere else. Kim, from the time you've been there, does it look like the fire department is getting the upper hand on this at all? I mean, it's really hard to tell from the picture we're seeing.
It really does. From our perspective, we can kind of give you a closer shot. And there was so much smoke that was pouring out of this here just a short time ago. It looks like that's kind of been calmed. You can see a little bit toward the roof line there. I had talked about how you could see the firefighters that were making their way up onto the roof with that ladder. Looks like that's where most of the smoke is coming from at this point. They may have been able to access and open that up to let some of that heat out, but not as much smoke as we were seeing. It does smell smoky out here, so they've been able to put a ton of water on this, kind of the second second story of this building at Santa Monica and 4th Street, just across from REI. It looks like it has something written on it saying a spa or something of the sort here, completely covered up with graffiti as well. But it looks a lot clearer out here, and they don't have as much. They really have, at this point, their hoses aren't running it either. So looks like they have gotten the upper hand on this one, Colleen.
Okay, what we're looking at the split screen here once again. You're in Santa Monica. This is News Chopper 4 Bravo. I believe Gil Levis in the chopper there. He is headed back down to Long Beach. We understand there's a clothing store on fire there. We're getting reports of that, so he should be there momentarily. About 10 minutes out, I understand, 10 minutes. Kim, we're hearing about the arrests in Santa Monica. We've seen some of the pictures from downtown LA as well. What have you seen? What can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, actually, you guys right behind me, Colleen, and now that you're mentioning this, here's Santa Monica Police. They have their headlights going here, not sirens blaring, but right behind them. Remember, you had seen that on News Chopper 4. County of LA, we got the Sheriff's Department, this big bus here. This could possibly be to take away some of those groups that we were seeing, those big, maybe 10, 15 people that we were seeing handcuffed. It's all tinted, so we can't see if anybody's inside of that, or if they're possibly going to do a big pickup right now of some of those looters that were all in handcuffs sitting on the sidewalk. And then we even just down the street from here, we couldn't film it because they were minors. I mean, we're talking 3 young boys. They look to be 12, 13 years old, I would put them at. They were in zip ties right there. The police asked us not to film them because they were minors, but you just think about the destruction. Again, we don't know what they were doing, but when you look at the destruction out here, if they were involved in any of this looting, if they were caught maybe just after curfew, we don't know exactly why they were being taken into police custody, but you kind of see it in little groups here and there. And those 3 boys, again, maybe 12, 13 years old, they were all being taken into custody. It looks like that bus has made its way. I mean, it might be heading out and might have people inside of it, or they might be going to do a big pickup right now, but it's kind of just all over here, little groups that they might be detaining at this point, because again, this curfew's in place. It's been that way since 4 p.m. and they're trying to get people out of here. All
right, Kim, as we're going to break away from you for just a moment as we continue to watch our News Chopper 4 head into the Long Beach area where we believe there's a fire happening at a clothing store. We want to get to our own Darsha Phillips, not far, I'm assuming, from where Kim is right now, again, on the ground in the Santa Monica area. Darsha, what do you have for us now?
Well, Jonathan, I just want to take a moment to understand where we are. We're in Santa Monica. This is a very picturesque beach community that people go to, and take a look at what it looks like behind me. We have heavy police presence blocking off vehicle traffic. We have graffiti and broken out store windows and store doors. This does not look like the Santa Monica we are so used to seeing when we come out here. This is the place where people come from all around the world to shop and go to the beach, and right now it is completely empty, and it is has a very heavy police presence. We know just a few blocks away from where we are, where Kim was, there is a building on fire. We have seen paramedics and firefighters go through the streets. We've seen sheriffs in tactical gear on their vehicles go through the streets. And then, of course, the looting and the damage done to the stores here is just incredible. We're going to walk across the street here. I'm going to show you some of that damage again all throughout Santa Monica. It's just unbelievable to see. We have a lot of stores that are trying to board up their windows. We have store owners who I'm told are being allowed to get into this area and make sure that their stores are protected, because we have still seen some people try to get back into this area and try to make their way into some of these stores. We do remember seeing this strip of Broadway just filled with people earlier today, breaking windows using their hammers and feet and hands to get into these windows. So this is Santa Monica Jewelry and Loan. The people here are actually Navy SEALs that are here protecting this this jewelry store, because they do not want people to come in. Unfortunately, what we've been told is that looters were able to make their way all the way into that store, and the damage inside that store is pretty significant. We are also told that the owner will be here shortly, and hopefully we'll get a first-hand look at some of the damage that was done. But again, just a lot of litter, a lot of broken glass, a lot of just destruction here in Santa Monica, which is what is usually a very picturesque place. It's just in such stark contrast to what we're used to seeing. Now, again, if we can just keep moving down this way, I'm going to just quickly show you the work that's being done at this hour. There is a curfew in place. People are being asked to leave. We did see one arrest being made. And Elliot, if we can actually, Elliot's my photographer, if you can go to your left, you can see there's a National Guard. They're walking across the area here. They're protecting the actual mall. So this is Santa Monica Place Mall.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing, Darsha.
Yeah, that's
they're patrolling.
Yes.
You know, I'm going to ask to break away from you for just a minute. I'm looking at the picture from News Chopper 4 Alpha. We heard this was a big fire. It appears to be in the heart of Long Beach right now. I understand it's a men's clothing store, men's suits. It's in Long Beach, as you can see, because we're still a little ways out from this. This one is major. I'm told the entire building is in flames, and it went up in just minutes. Ileana Moreno getting very close to the scene in News Chopper 4. Ileana, do you have a location on it at all?
Colleen, we do.
We just lost her picture, but there are a couple of areas, the downtown area in Long Beach, and if you head down Ocean and a couple of miles, you'll hit 2nd Street and then the Belmont Shore area. So it could be any of those places. But just looking at the way the chopper was lined up there, it looked to be right in the heart of Long Beach there. It is a major fire. Men's suit. It's a clothing store.
Yeah, I believe we had actually been over that same street a few hours ago, within the last few hours, Colleen, and this is where we saw primarily a lot of the looting that was happening there in the heart of Long Beach, and also where the peaceful protests were taking place today. And we've seen a lot of the ransacking of stores and a lot of theft going on in Long Beach, but we had not really seen the fires yet. And we did hear from the fire chief in Long Beach earlier, but you know, it did not really go into any detail about how many fires there had been. This is really by far the most significant damage that we're seeing now there on your right side of your screen as Ileana Moreno and News Chopper 4 Alpha continues to get closer. But I'm more than positive that we were over this same street within just the last few hours.
Very, very familiar.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting, Jonathan, what was it, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, we heard from officials in Long Beach. We heard from the mayor, Mayor Garcia, the police chief Luna, the fire chief as well, assuring people in Long Beach that things were going to be taken care of there, that they were on this, and that people would be arrested. We heard Chief Luna say that he thought there may have been looting in 7 or 8 locations. We looked at one of them over 6th and Long Beach Boulevard, but he said they were basically bouncing from call to call, but concentrating mostly in the downtown area. They were prepared, and they expected this protest to be peaceful. District and Melrose area last night. They thought this would be peaceful, and since then they've had to call in not only the National Guard but sheriff's deputies as well.
And I thought it was interesting, Colleen, when we spoke with the chief before that news conference, we spoke with Chief Robert Luna of the Long Beach Police Department. We had asked him about the National Guard. He said that was simply an option, and not even an hour later when he's speaking at that news conference, not only had they been called in, they were on their way, as well as other agencies, as we're definitely getting a closer vantage point, or first good vantage point of this fire. Ileana, where is this happening, if you can hear us, and what do you see from your vantage point?
Jonathan, this is on 6th and Pine. The exact address is going to be 655. It is a men's wear, not necessarily the Men's Warehouse brand, but it is a men's clothing store. So we understand that this is possibly one of the businesses that was raided earlier today, or looted rather, by some of the looters here in the area. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that the business owners had even boarded up some of the windows, but it didn't matter. People still got in. Again, this is going to be 6th and Pine in Long Beach, the Long Beach Fire Department on scene. It's unclear how this fire began, but as you noticed as we were approaching the scene, this is putting up a lot of smoke. We could see the smoke all the way from the Vernon area, which is miles away. And right next to the building that is on fire, we do have a building that appears to be under construction. Wow. So it's very possible that the flames could spread to that building, because you still have a lot of exposed wood from that building that is still in the works here. But again, this is some sort of men's clothing store here in Long Beach, really at the heart of the activity that we saw today. I know for sure we were over here today covering some of the peaceful protests on these very streets, and now unfortunately this major structure here on fire.
Yeah, this is just a devastating scene. I mean, we are seeing a lot of white smoke, but those flames continuing there in the back part of the building. And there also appears to be, aside from the building that's under construction, another structure. It might be connected over on the right side of our screen, Eliana? Right,
yeah, there's
directly
actually
adjacent to it?
Yeah, right next to it, I do see that end there. I don't know if it's all one part of the same building. Okay. It looks like it is, actually. So it looks like it's all connected. But I was widening out the shot because when you mentioned that portion of the building, I actually noticed that there's another building just on the backside of it, also under construction, with all of the wood still exposed, now in danger of catching fire.
What is the wind situation? If memory serves me correctly, this is an area of retail and restaurants, Pine Street. A lot of people go down there and just walk around and enjoy the beach community. What's the wind situation? Is it possible some of these embers could blow over there?
Yeah, they really could. They could blow in the direction of some of these buildings, especially the buildings that are just to the south, which is one of the buildings that's under construction. And just south of that, we have a mix of commercial buildings. We've got some apartments there coming up. And there's actually a sign on this stretch of the road that says Pine Avenue. I'll try to show you that because that's kind of iconic here for this portion of Long Beach. You see there, Pine Avenue, and that's exactly where this is burning. Pine Avenue and 7th Street. And I'm going to widen out the shot just a little more. I want to just show you where this is in relation to the ocean. There it is. That's where you find the Aquarium of the Pacific, the Queen Mary. These were all areas that I mentioned earlier today because we were out here covering these protests. And now, unfortunately, the first major fire to break out here in the Long Beach area, breaking out here at this men's clothing store on the corner of 6th and Pine.
Elliot?
Yeah, I'm sorry, there are lofts and apartments and a lot of residential areas in there.
It's all tightly compact too, Colleen, because there's really not so much in the way of small homes in this area. It's mostly big commercial buildings, big apartment structures like that one you see there. And look at the additional units that are now coming up on scene. I'm monitoring on the scanner to see if they're going to go defensive on this one. And what that means is they're not going to let anyone on the roof or in the building. And at this point, I haven't seen either or. So I'm not seeing anyone on the roof because the fire is actually shooting through the roof. So if the firefighters got on the roof, they run the risk of having the roof collapse. And if people are in the building, the roof could collapse right on them. So for that reason is why we're starting to see some of these master streams come into place here. So they're going to surround and drown this building. The water can go from the outside in, but we're not going to see any firefighters in the building.
Yeah, it appears that they, except for the firefighters right underneath the building, that they are definitely in a defensive mode. They don't want to risk their lives here trying to put out this fire. Like you said, there's no way they're getting on top of that. Eliana, I know that your shot was mostly focused on this fire as you approached it from miles away. Do you see any kind of other police activity in this area, any other kind of looting or anything that strikes you as odd during this time?
Yeah, let me look around a little bit because as you mentioned, we were, completely focused on that fire as we were approaching the scene. But we are seeing more additional units throughout the city here. So on all of the neighboring streets, we are seeing police officers with their lights and sirens. We understand also that there's still some looting going on in the area. So that we remember covering the looting that was taking place there at the Pike outlets earlier today. And then Gil Davis in News Chopper 4 Bravo was here not that long ago covering additional looting in the area. So that's still going on. In terms of peaceful protests, though, we haven't seen any of that in a little bit, not since earlier today. Right now, their main concern is going to be to stop this fire and to keep it from spreading to any of the adjacent structures.
And this is exactly what they were concerned about in Long Beach. We heard from the fire chief there. That's why they is there as well. And we heard as well from the chief tonight he said, and I'm quoting here, "I hope you're disturbed by what you see. We are disturbed by what you're seeing, by what we're seeing as well." You know, the effort was to get the peaceful protesters off the street and then deal with the other folks, the other element there, the people who were looting, the people who may or may not have been starting these fires. Again, we don't know if this is arson, but if it goes the way it did last night in Melrose and Fairfax, there's a better than 50% chance that this fire was deliberately set.
And Colleen, you know, you mentioned the mayor's comments, and you're right, we don't know the cause of this fire at this point, but it does coincide also with the timing of the fires that were being set last night, as you mentioned earlier. And you know what, the mayor also struck a really, it was a striking chord when he said, "You are not welcome in our community," when he was talking to the looters and the people causing destruction. "You are not welcome in the city of Long Beach." And I think he was being very, firm and saying, as we move forward in the days to come, they are going to take a very different approach to how they handle a lot of the violent acts that take away from the peaceful protesting that they want to happen, they want to see happen. They made it very clear that that's something they're in support of, especially the cause that the protests are all about, but that this will not be tolerated.
You know, it's interesting as well. They said, according to the chief early on, this was a scheduled protest. It was scheduled for just outside the police station. All of a sudden, they looked up. There were thousands of people outside, and that's when they asked for mutual aid. They asked for the National Guard to come in and protect property there. They also asked for the Sheriff's Department. As we heard from the Sheriff's Department, Long Beach is definitely one of the spots that they're concentrating on tonight. The other, Santa Monica, which is where we've been as well, and Whittier, although, as we heard from Jim Heldman, who's with the Sheriff's Department, that the police there were able to get that under control and sort of arrest the looters on their own. I'm not sure if they're still out there or not, but we'll try to find out.
And another thing that we were wondering about earlier was the issuance of its own curfew, right? The city of Long Beach issuing its own curfew of 8 p.m., which came 2 hours later after the countywide curfew, which already covers the city of Long Beach, but they called it an emergency curfew, and it's unclear if maybe it helps them in a certain way. In terms of staffing and asking for emergency resources. We want to bring in our own Conan Nolan, who's been here with us today following this coverage and giving us perspective and talking to sources. And Conan, we're watching this fire burn in Long Beach, just yet another hot spot after what we saw all day in Santa Monica.
That's right. I have to add to what you and Colleen were saying about the news conference. My jaw dropped when I heard the police chief say that this surprised him, that he knew there would be some agitators, but he had no idea there would be this kind of violence. And that's a remarkable statement, considering the police chief knew what happened in Minneapolis. He knew what happened on Melrose last night, and for him to say that in the news conference was quite remarkable. And that yes, they were surprised by the fact that there were people there who were bent on destruction when we had seen it in other parts of the county. And
not only other parts of the county, Conan, think about Oakland and think about Portland, think about a number of cities in the South. We're talking Dallas. Tonight we saw D.C., Atlanta. It's happening all over the country. So yeah, it did sort of take me aback a little bit when he said that. It was almost as if, well, it won't happen here, and then all of a sudden they had thousands of people right in front of the police station there.
Right, and when he said 80% were peaceful, that means 20% were not. That's a huge percentage. That means for 1,000 protesters, 200 are out to loot and burn the city. So yeah, I think.
And they also talked about how they quadrupled their staff today. The number of officers, they had quadrupled today, and it's just astonishing that we're still seeing this happen.
Right. Although it would be interesting to find out, and I'm sure we will, when the call for mutual aid came. But if the chief actually was surprised, that if this is a surprise to him, then I can guarantee you that news conference is going to be used in civil litigation by people and store owners and individuals who have been harmed by what's happened in that city. It's a very difficult job that he has, and 2020 is hindsight. I certainly understand that. But the fact that he said that he was not anticipating this was somewhat dramatic. And to the point that I hate to bring this up because it's not a nice point to make, but for those who believe that what we're seeing here in this city, throughout Southern California, in many cities in Southern California, throughout the country, if it's deflecting the peaceful message for social justice and the effort against any kind of police brutality, if they believe it's deflected it, it hasn't. It has overwhelmed it, because we're looking at destruction, the likes of which we are not going to recover from for some time to come, based on the fact we have a Depression-era unemployment. Currently, there is no money to rebuild right now, none. And whereas those of us who remember Rodney King and the years it took to rebuild parts of Los Angeles, we have the potential for this being these burned out shells staying in this condition for quite some time, because there's just no capital to invest in communities when you have 40 million unemployed. So the COVID-19 crisis, the pandemic, it could not, there's never a good time for something like this, but this is unique. We didn't have this in the Watts riots or the Rodney King riots, where you had a Depression-era economy that is going to have to look at this and say, where do we get the funding to rebuild? It's just not going to be there.
Conan, you've talked to the mayor, you've talked to other people today. How concerning is it that this is not over tonight, that there are other scheduled protests this week, and no doubt, given the intel that we've heard from law enforcement, this will happen again?
Well, Colleen, to that point, those of us, and you remember Rodney King in 1992, the iconic image of that civil unrest were small business owners in parts of the city who went to the rooftops of their establishments and protected them with weapons fire, with guns. And I can only pray that doesn't happen here, but I can guarantee you that there are business owners who are watching this in other parts of the city who are saying, if the police aren't going to protect my livelihood, my investment, my family, and my family business, I will. And for those who lined up at the beginning of this global pandemic, when we had the stay-at-home orders, lined up at gun shops because they thought there might be this chaos that would develop, they certainly didn't anticipate what happened in Minneapolis. But they're now sitting back and saying, "I'm glad I'm armed," because they are not seeing the kind of police response that they expect. Remember, the #1 priority of safety, and when you have citizens trying to stand up against looting and no police, that sends a message to everybody.
I suspect you're right about that. Very quickly, we have to switch back to Santa Monica as we continue to look at this fire in Long Beach at 6th and Pine. Conan, a question about the curfew. It's in effect again until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, LA County, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. Thank you for that.
I should point out that other cities in San Francisco, I just learned, the curfew has been extended. It's indefinite. And this curfew may extend farther than that. This is obviously a fluid situation. So the worry is that the worst is yet to come.
At this point, nothing would surprise us, right, guys? I mean, all right, we want to get to Kim Tobin right now on the ground in Santa Monica. You were covering a fire, Kim, just moments ago, and now what are you seeing?
Hey, Jonathan, we just moved maybe a block down here. We're at Santa Monica and 3rd, right near the promenade. We're at a Gap Kids, and you can see just some of this destruction that was done here a little bit earlier. It's really quiet now in this area, but we're just going to look. We hear the fire alarm going off, and we see inside of this Gap Kids that the sprinklers have turned on as well. So in addition to all the damage that was done here by the looters that came in and busted open these windows, stole all these clothes, inside, it could have possibly been a small fire that was started or something that triggered that sprinkler system. And we can see maybe an inch of water that's pretty much filling up this entire store right now. But again, just so much broken glass. We know that a lot of these people that were targeting these stores had gone up to them with hammers and they were able to get through. But this is some super thick glass that we're talking about here. But they pretty much pulled all the mannequins. It doesn't look like the looters were able to really get too close into the promenade area and affect a lot of the businesses and the shops inside of it. This is kind of the surrounding area. Light, it looks like the fire alarm that's going off there. You can hear it. If I'm quiet there, you can hear that kind of ding off in the corner. This is a really big store that wraps around here. But again, the Gap Kids, they have all of this water that's really starting to fill this store up right now. Don't see any police right in front of it, but over on the corner here, we can see that they're blocking off, telling us even that 4th and Santa Monica is closed. So we do have Santa Monica police out here in this area blocking off this place to anybody who comes out to here. We did see one car driving through. Hang on here. It looks like we have a group of people. Don't know if these are police officers here that we've been just keeping an eye on in this area. So there's a lot of media out here, of course, reporting on everything that's happening. But we do have a lot of damage to this store, a lot of damage to a lot of nearby stores here. We see a lot of sirens going on. We have another fire truck or possibly an ambulance coming through in this area. It's going to get really loud, so bear with us. But they have really been responding to this spot here, too.
Remind us again, what's your exact location?
Keep in mind all the calls that they're making. And they might be getting to the area of that fire that we were covering here. Yeah, it looks like an ambulance is making its way down. And that was the fire that we were just at here, just up the street there at 4th Street. Now we're at 3rd Street, just kind of looking through at this Gap Kids. So we'll give you one more look. Again, and we see some police officers out here, too. You can see in the back of the bed of that sheriff's truck. And they might just be making these rounds. We talked about they've arrested several hundred people in this area. We saw that big bus come through that likely had some people who were arrested on it, and they're heading there to the county at this point. So they're just making their way through. These are kind of the small kind of back alleyways. And again, there's so many places for people to hide, and then they're able to jump out and possibly start looting again. But so far, looks calm, but you get kind of, there's a little bit of excitement each time one passes, some of the ambulances and some of the sirens that are going off. But this whole area, it's going to be a big, huge mess, and one that they're going to keep cleaning up. We also see what looks to be some fire trucks here in this area, too. It's a pretty fluid situation, so we're just kind of keeping an eye on everything here. They don't have their sirens blaring, but they do have their lights on. But just keep in mind, they could possibly be responding to some new fires or ones that have kind of lit back up after they weren't able to put too much water on them and they had to move on to that next call. So we have some police coming through this area here. We have some fire trucks making their way down. But Colleen and Jonathan, we're just going to keep an eye on everything happening down here in Santa Monica. We haven't seen any arrests in this area where we are just now. We're going to keep watching it for you. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Kim, thank you. We want to bring in the Long Beach City Fire Chief. Are you with us, Chief?
I am, thank you.
Okay, we've been monitoring this fire. By far the worst destruction physically of any structure we've seen so far in terms of the looting in your city. What can you tell us about what may have caused this and how you guys are attacking this fire?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the actual cause of the fire was, but as you can see from video, it got going pretty well in a short period of time. Our response to it was 2 task forces, and we have a task force mode going right now so that we're teamed up so that nobody's ever responding on their own. Once they got there, it looks like they got a handle on it fairly quickly. I believe from the reports I'm getting that it was kept to that structure alone, and so it did not get any of the exposure structures, and so they did a great job getting out in front of it.
Chief, what about the area around this building here? It appeared to be new construction, exposed wood, things like that. Are you concerned about that at all, even at this point?
Well, yeah, the concern would be that the exposures would end up get going, and it looks like we stopped it short of the exposure. I do have some reports that there was some damage to the new construction. How much, I'm not really sure. We'll find that out tomorrow morning.
Are you hearing of any other reports of fires being set anywhere else in your city, Chief?
To this point, no. We've been very fortunate this go-around. We've had a number of small fires that we were able to get ahead of, some vegetation fires that we got on very quickly. This is the first structure fire, if you will, that I can recall from today.
No doubt you're in contact with Chief Luna there. What about other police activity? Other hotspots where there might be protesters and things? What are they telling you?
Yeah, so at this point, I'm not really sure where the hotspots are. I'm just getting back into my office. I will be in contact with Chief Luna here in about 5 minutes. We are co-located at our headquarters, and they have their command staff downstairs, we're upstairs, and we'll get back together here in just a few minutes. But we have been working very closely with them. PD has been providing force protection for all of our firefighters as we respond out, and we've been collaborating very closely.
How difficult, Chief, is it going to be to recover from this? I remember Pine going through this real resurgence. There was a lot of building in that area. How difficult is it going to be to rebuild? This is one fire, but it's a big fire. It would seem to be one of the anchor stores in that area.
Yeah, it will be difficult, and to your point, it's heartbreaking for me to see this happen. It's the second one that I've gone through. I was here with in the '92 riots, and to watch a lot of that burn to the ground, and I've seen the resurgence of Long Beach from the time I got hired in 1986 to today. It's a beautiful city with fantastic residents. We get great visitors that come into our city. I have every confidence that we're going to rebound, and then we'll come back stronger than ever.
Do you worry, though, it will hurt some of the tourism there right around Shoreline? I mean, that's really built up as well with sort of the restaurant row and the outlets. I mean, the outlets were the Pine Outlet Mall there was targeted today as well. Are you concerned as a person who lives in the area, who works in the area, that this could affect the economy?
Well, while it certainly could affect the economy, it comes at a time when actually the economy is down, as you're well aware. Everything has been closed up for a number of months, and we're just starting to open up. That's the heartbreaking part of it, is that people are just starting to get back on their feet. So I worry about them, but I do know that we will make it back. We'll get downtown cleaned back up, and we'll get our visitors back here, and our residents are going to be here throughout.
Chief Espino, as we talk to you, we're watching live pictures from our news chopper of the building, and it looks like your firefighters have made significant progress, which is a good sign there on that fire at 6th and Pine. As we talk to you, you know, we heard from the chief of police earlier, Robert Luna, talk about, you know, how a lot of the looting kind of surprised him today. But they had also said at the same time that they had quadrupled the number of officers that they would have on staff today. How is your department in terms of staffing because of today and going forward in the weeks to come?
Yeah, so we were staffed up, fully staffed up today, and we even had additional firefighters throughout the city. Our command staff, which would normally we would have one on-call chief available. We had our entire command staff has been here since early this morning. We've had them distributed throughout the city. Because of the pandemic, a lot of the things that we would have had to stand up here in short order, we already had in place. We already had a joint information center. Our EOC was stood up. Our DOC was stood up. And so a lot of those things were already in place. It really helped us stay out in front of it. Along the same lines, when we reached out for mutual aid, we received it early. We reached out for additional units that I believe have just entered the city here recently, and so we're going to stay out in front of it.
Chief, I have another quick question. COVID-19, the specific test sites around the county. We looked at the protesters out there today. Many of them wore masks, but some of them did not. Does that concern you greatly?
It's a huge concern. I can tell you that I visited many of the stations today, and what I impressed upon them is that not only were we going to see the things that we're seeing right now, the looting and the fires and the rest of that, but also the fact that there were going to be thousands of people here that were not wearing masks, that are not practicing social distancing, and all of the things that we've been doing to try and keep our personnel safe go out the window. But nobody faltered, nobody hesitated to respond. Everybody's doing everything that they've been taught to do. And just as a side point, both for myself and for Chief Luna, we've got 2 graduating classes that just came on the job at the beginning of the year. And within the course of a couple of months, they've had to deal with a pandemic and now this situation. And it's just, I can't fathom myself having to go through that in the first couple of months on the job. Very tough, but we got fantastic people.
The pictures we're looking at right now, I just want to explain those. Those are some of the protesters earlier today. As you can see, they're coming around Shoreline. They're not that far from Ocean Boulevard as well, and they are shoulder to shoulder here.
Right. Yeah, disturbing. And, what I fear is what may occur, what history tells us occurs here within a couple of weeks. You look back to the pandemic in 1918 and the resurgence on the second wave of the pandemic. And, I'm just praying that it doesn't happen here. But, looking at this video, it's very, very disturbing.
Chief,
go ahead, Colleen.
I want to ask another question about the COVID-19. I'm not as familiar with how many testing sites you have in Long Beach. I know that you have your own health department there. Do you know going forward if those will be open tomorrow? If people have appointments, have those been closed at all? Because we heard some of the volunteers in LA City, LA County were fearful. They didn't want to be out there if there were going to be if there was going to be any kind of violence. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so I can tell you that we actually did close our testing facilities a little bit early today just because of probably we'll keep them closed for tomorrow, at least for a day, just in order to keep everyone as safe as possible. I believe it's prudent that we maintain the safety of all of our volunteers that are out there trying to help everyone, and it just doesn't make any sense to put them in harm's way when we still aren't out of the woods with the events that are going on right now.
Chief Espino with the Long Beach City Fire Department, we want to thank you for your time and in talking to us. We want to get to our own Darsha Phillips on the ground in Santa Monica right now, outside of what appears to be a bank that's clearly the front end is just gone. Darsha.
Of what happened today, you can see just the destruction. We're in front of a Chase Bank here on 4th Street. You can see the doors just completely busted out. And what's so interesting about this is that this was really just about destruction. They pulled out computers, threw chairs, tried to break through the colored glass, just did this to destroy this Chase Bank and move through the tables and stuff. And if you walk down this way, you can see they even tried to light some of the trash cans on fire. Thankfully, that didn't move or take fire. And then the ATMs, the complete destruction of the ATMs. So we're talking about this type of destruction that's going to be, hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair when we're finally in that spot to repair them. Across the street, we see the wasteland. Those windows also busted out. People got into that storefront and did some damage inside there. So we did see looting, but we also just saw people doing stuff for pure destruction, just to vandalize these storefronts in these areas. And of course, it's going to be such a tough cleanup for so many of these store owners. This is the Roadrunner Sports, the glass completely broken out there. And if you take a look inside that store, it is pretty much ransacked. Completely empty, a lot of looting going on there. So we're just giving you a picture of the destruction and the aftermath of all of this. It goes on for blocks and blocks and blocks, and it really is hard to wrap your head around. We're going to keep moving down this way, and I'm just going to show you, I used to live in Santa Monica, and to see these stores the way that they are right now is again, like I said, very hard to wrap your mind around. The glass in these storefronts completely busted out, inside the stores, ransacked, items taken, obviously, but then also items just destroyed. They just destroyed tables and chairs and just items that if they couldn't take it with them, they decided to just vandalize them. So such destruction to see here in Santa Monica. The area here is littered with glass. This is completely all just glass and trash. And right over here is that fire that was taking place just about an hour ago. It seems that they have it under control. We still do have a lot of firefighters here, but that building was on fire. There is a bit of smoke still left over, but of course they're going to be here trying to mop up any hot spots, making sure it doesn't reignite. So many elements that first responders are having to deal with, and law enforcement. Again, we've seen such a presence of law enforcement here. Jonathan and Colleen, we've actually seen the sheriffs in their tactical gear just riding in the back of unmarked pickup trucks, just patrolling this area because even though they have blocked off all of the streets, there's still so many alleyways and pockets that people can still kind of come back in and loot if they wanted to.
And Darsha, as we're talking to you, we do want to apologize to our viewers about some of the profanity. It's the nature of what we're doing. We're covering this live. This is real. This is raw, but we do want to apologize for some of the profanity you might see. Darsha, you earlier, before you had made it out to Santa Monica, did speak with some protesters. Can you give us just some of the perspective from their end about why so much of where you are right now continues to deviate from the message that they're trying to portray?
Absolutely, Jonathan. I spoke to protesters who were here peacefully protesting, taking part in that demonstration that was peaceful, and they wanted it to remain peaceful, but unfortunately this is what ended up happening. I did speak to a protester who tried to stop some of the looting and stop some of the tagging. She did not want this to be the message of what was happening. They did not want it to deter from the message of George Floyd and how he died. But unfortunately, these are the images that we're showing right now because this is the result of what happened when those protesters, the protests dissolved into civil disobedience. But again, we did have so many protests across the Southland that remained peaceful. And it was just a few of the bad actors, if you will, that decided to cause a bit of chaos and destruction. But again, the protesters that I spoke to, they really said that violence isn't the answer, inciting violence isn't the answer, and it really detracts from the message, and social justice and progress is really what's going to stop things like this from happening.
You know, it's interesting as you're talking, Darsha, there seems to be a lot of traffic behind you. This is an area that's closed off, and yet I counted, 3 or 4 cars that just came up and made U-turns just behind you. Could these be owners maybe surveying the damage?
So, Colleen, you know what we're seeing is we are seeing a lot of the owners being allowed back in here, but the law enforcement and first responders are a bit overwhelmed, and they are having to pick and choose on who they are telling to get out of here because they have to keep all eyes out. So we have seen them approach people who were trying to get into stores and arrest people who were, you know, not being good citizens at this hour, but they are not telling every single person to get out. And I just think that the sheer numbers of people, they're not able to police it that way. They're able to keep their eyes out, and they're able to watch, and they're able to react and act if something does pop off, but they can't go to every single car and every single individual and tell them to turn around or arrest them for breaking curfew.
You know, the one thing we've heard over and over again from law enforcement when we ask them why they're not moving to the next hotspot is that they cannot give up ground. And it would almost seem, looking at your picture now compared to even 2-3 hours ago, that they have the upper hand in Santa Monica right now.
And that is true. I mean, it's what it has felt like in the few hours that we have been here. But, Colleen, we have seen that change in just a matter of moments. When there was a group of looters that came, we were rolling when this happened. A group of looters came. They tried to get into a shoe store. And then all of a sudden, all of the cops had to regroup and go after those looters. So even though there's a sense of calm here and it seems that things are under control, I don't think that they're going to let their guard down anytime soon. We're not letting our guard down anytime soon because, of course, we've seen it happen, and it just takes a few moments of a group of people who want to cause some chaos.
And detract from that message, that's the biggest thing we cannot keep stressing enough. Darsha, thank you for that. We'd want to get to Kim Tobin, who's also on the ground there in Santa Monica. Kim, I believe you're probably not even far from where Darsha is. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, really not far at all, Jonathan, at the 3rd Street Promenade here, right near the Cheesecake Factory, the Nike store, and the Lululemon store right here. And you can see this is pretty much Broadway and 3rd. You can see this man in custody right now that the sheriff's deputies, Santa Barbara County Sheriff's deputies, are getting help from all over the area. We saw that guy just get patted down. He had Ziploc ties on his wrist. So we don't know what his situation was, if he was one of those looters, one of the ones that got into the stores and caused a lot of that damage and destruction. But we can see here the sheriff's deputies, they're kind of congregating here. They have their shields, they have their helmets, and they're kind of debriefing, it looks like right now. They've been speaking with Santa Monica police in this area. So this is right next to this area where the National Guard is posted up right behind me, right at Santa Monica Place. So again, 3rd and Broadway. And we can see a lot of the National Guard's members here carrying their rifles. They have their helmets on, all their camo gear, and they've pretty much been just ordered to really block off this area. They're not going to engage with some of these looters and stuff. That's what's going to be happening with the sheriff's department, with the police department here, as they're going to be those ones. But these are the guys here that are going to be kind of all around the mall area, just keeping it safe. I'll send it back to you.
Okay.
At the very least, the guy there being arrested is breaking curfew. While all of this is going on, we have a chase, and it's a dangerous chase. Ileana Marino over the scene right now, News Chopper 4 Alpha. Ileana, call out your location for us.
Colleen, we're in the Diamond Bar area on surface streets, but very close to the 60 and the 57. This is a California Highway Patrol of a Ford Fusion wanted for speeding. And during the course of this pursuit, this person has gone anywhere from 90 to 100 miles an hour. It's unclear exactly where the pursuit began, but we first heard about it on the 60 freeway near Azusa. And then the suspect exited the freeway and eventually made his way to the 57 freeway. And at one point, when we first arrived overhead, the suspect was actually going the wrong way on the 57, going southbound in the northern directions, but he just exited the freeway and he's back here on surface streets, currently on Grand with the sheriff's, or rather with the CHP helicopter overhead, as well as those ground units right behind.
Eliana, what do we know about who's in that vehicle?
At this point, Jonathan, we know that it's somebody who failed to yield after speeding away from authorities, and that's the reason they initially tried to pull him over, was for speeding. But in terms of how many people may be in the car, that's still unclear to us at this time. We haven't really had a chance to take a good look inside of the vehicle to see if perhaps we can even sneak a peek if the windows aren't darkly tinted. But you can see the vehicle now. This has really been like the best shot we've been able to get because he's been going so fast. And now he's, I believe, on the 60 freeway coming away from Grand.
Which direction is he headed? East or west?
He's going westbound. Westbound, if he continues in this direction, he's going to come right up to the 57, and then he'll eventually get to the 605. He's just on the other side of that overpass there, but we will continue to watch him here, really picking up the speed. I'll try to get my speedometer up here up in a second so that we can watch how fast he's going together.
In terms of traffic up ahead, it seems to be just this light, correct?
Yeah, so traffic has been pretty light, especially with the curfew in order for all of LA County. Streets have been very light. The freeway has been generally light as well. Going the wrong way on the freeway, because that could have been extremely dangerous. And fortunately, he didn't hit anyone or anything. And at this point, I don't see any visible damage on the car whatsoever.
So he's going, what, almost 120 miles an hour right now?
Incredible, huh, Colleen? 120 miles an hour in a Ford Fusion. We have no information on the car that would lead us to believe that it is stolen. We just know that it was someone who was wanted for speeding. So if the car is not stolen, then the CHP likely already has the plates on the car. They've been able to run the plates, get it back to the register owner to figure out if perhaps the car was stolen at some point and just not reported, or if it is the rightful owner behind the wheel. I can guarantee you that they're already sending units over to that registered owner's address.
Have we passed the 57 yet, that crossing where you could hit the 57 and then go up to the 10 or the 210?
Yeah, so we just crossed the 57. The next freeway coming up is going to be the 605, but I don't know that we're going to get that far because it looks like he's about to exit. Saro, he's going to come right under us. So pardon us if our camera spins here as he comes right around us, but we will catch him on the other side here. He's going to go over the 60 freeway, and I'll get you the street right here. It's going to be Nogales. So Nogales, this is the Hacienda Heights area, and you see that CHP unit getting very close. Is he going to try a pit? Is he going to do it? There it is.
Wow.
Right at Nogales, right at the freeway on-ramp, and he is running. Okay, so we've got that person running. I don't know if that's the driver because he came out the passenger side. I don't think he is. Here we go. Here's two additional people.
Two people
I'm going to go into infrared so we can keep a track on them. And there they go. They're running. Hopefully not onto the freeway. Please don't run into the freeway. I'm going to stay with this guy. He came out the driver's side. I don't know if it is the driver because two people came out the driver's side.
Yeah, it was too hard to see, Eliana, exactly who the driver was, and someone probably popped out of the back seat as we saw that third person run out of the passenger seat. And is this an on-ramp, an off-ramp? Where are we?
This is, I believe this is going to be one of the off-ramps for the 60 freeway, which is the Pomona freeway. And you see cars coming right at them. They have no idea why these folks are running in their direction on the freeway.
There's
actually two guys
well,
right there.
Okay.
Yeah, so two guys right there on the off-ramp for the 60 freeway near Nogales.
I don't think I've ever seen them pit at that speed.
Wow, I haven't either, Colleen, because as you know, I know you have a lot of experience in this because you were in a vehicle that got pitted when you did that special segment with the LAPD. 35 miles an hour is the perfect speed. That to me looked like more than that, but hey, it worked.
Yeah, it definitely worked, and it worked. I mean, I was afraid when he flipped around, he might come back in the other direction.
Okay,
and it looks like they're running.
Yeah, is that just a big open field there?
Yeah, so this is some brush area next to the off-ramp, rather, for Nogales for the 60 freeway. And the mistake that these two guys are making is that they're sticking together. Usually, if they want to get away from the authorities, if they can split up and go different ways, it makes it a little bit more difficult for the authorities to keep track of where they're at. But so far, these two that came out of the same side of the vehicle on the driver's side, so for that reason, I don't know who was the driver, they're sticking together on this one.
And where are they? Are hiding in the shadows there?
Or is that one there with the lights just pulling up?
Yeah, I believe that they're still hiding there in the brush. I haven't seen them come out. Again, this is going to be the 60 freeway Nogales exit, and our shot looks a little bit red there because I have the infrared in so that we can look at these guys. And this vehicle is coming up and stopping. I wonder why. I think it's because the CHP is right in front of him, and so he can't exit off the freeway. This guy has no idea what's going on. He's just trying to get home, getting off the Nogales Street exit from the 60 freeway, and now the CHP is blocking, and there they go running. So they're going to run in the direction of the freeway. I hope they do not run onto freeway lanes and they just stick to the right shoulder, which is what they're doing so far. And now you see the night sun from the sheriff's helicopter to keep track of these guys as they run on the freeway.
You know what? We're going to keep an eye on the situation here. The only reason we broke away from the pressing story today, and that, of course, being the protest, was that this was so dangerous. What is he doing? Crossing the freeway?
He's running on the freeway.
Okay, we're going to stay with this for just a minute.
This is incredibly.
Yeah, oh my gosh! Look at these cars. They're coming at freeway speeds. Oh no! I'm going to zoom out, guys. I don't feel comfortable. I don't know what's going to happen here with all these cars coming at him at these speeds. And he just moved off to the emergency lane again. I'll zoom in once again. But boy, this is so dangerous. This guy should just stop. He really runs the risk of getting killed.
Okay, once again, they were doing 110 miles an hour at one point. The issue was speeding. That was what the warrant was for. They failed to pull over. He is running down the freeway right now. We're going to keep an eye on the situation, and we're going to go back to the story of the protests and what has been going on today. Looks like he's run out of speed here, run out of gas. Robert Kovacic, you're up in the newsroom. You have some news for us as well?
Well, Colleen, this is something that you're going to hear for the first time only on NBC4. So many people wonder what exactly is the National Guard's role here. You know, we know, and it's been made very clear to us by LAPD Chief Moore, as well as Sheriff Villanueva, that they are not going to be policing. They don't have the experience or the credentials to do that. Their job is to also hold turf. Well, their job as well, as we learned tonight, is to save lives. This is Olympic and Hill at 7:35. There was a man there, a car drives by, a white SUV, Cadillac, and all of a sudden, shooting starts. And the man is hit. Another victim is hit as well. The National Guard is driving by. They jump into action. And what do? A member of the National Guard gives CPR and tries to resuscitate a 25-year-old man. We're not going to show you the video. That 25-year-old man has passed away. But while they were working on this man, waiting for the LAFD to arrive, when the LAFD did arrive, the National Guard, as you see right there, went into place and tried to protect our firefighters as they went to work trying to save this man. And so that was just one of the heroics that was instituted today by the National Guard, a member there trying to save the life of an Angelino on our streets tonight, again at Olympic and Hill. So that is just one job the National Guard has performed here in downtown Los Angeles. Before we go back to you, we had so many responses from viewers online and into our newsroom about a piece of video I tried to play on my iPad that LeBron James, that King James said, you know what, I bet the media is not going to play this because it is so beautiful and it does show a peaceful protest. Here is what happened. We've got the video now for you of what happened in Denver today. Take a look. Those are thousands of people lying on their stomachs chanting, "I can't breathe." And they did that for 9 minutes, was the time that has been clocked by investigators when George Floyd had a knee against his neck. And that was this afternoon in Denver. King James, we did play it because you asked us to, and we appreciate you drawing our attention to it. That was the scene today in Denver. There's so much going on as well, all across the country, as well as here at home. For that, let's send it back to you guys.
Robert, I want to point out that so many of the National Guard are battlefield trained for wounds like that. So it's not surprising at all that they would jump into action and try to save someone's life. This was at Olympic and Hill. Do we have any idea if this had anything to do with any of the protests today? Have they been able to ferret that out yet? You
know what? We don't know exactly what happened, but this was sort of a drive-by, if you will. There was something that happened. There was some type of altercation. But you look at these young men and women of the National Guard, and they are suddenly deployed here to Los Angeles in the overnight hours. Remember, they arrived here in the middle of the night. They are told just basically, you got to hold the turf. You got to just sort of help protect us while we try to protect the people of Los Angeles. And what do? You know, they went into action and they did exactly what they're trained to do as much as they could. And they tried to save the life of this guy, this 25-year-old. And they called the LAFD, and the LAFD arrived. And then what do? They form a line around the LAFD, as you see right there, trying to do what they can to protect that young man who unfortunately lost his life. But his family will know, and soon enough, that the National Guard did everything they could there on scene, as well as members of our fire department. And that's what's going on. That you want to remember is that there are so many people that, yes, causing destruction, and there are so many people right now that are simply trying to help.
A lot of people still doing good things. We never want to lose sight of that. Robert, thank you for bringing that to us.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, we'll see you back soon here. And we want to get over to Kim Tobin on the ground there with another National Guard member behind you. Kim, where are you right now in Santa Monica?
Hey there, Jonathan. We're along 2nd Street right now between Broadway and Colorado, and you can see a lot of the National Guard members behind me right near Santa Monica Place, the mall here. And this is just an area where they have these big fences up, but earlier this is one of the ones that was breached by some of those looters. And you can see another barrier fence and even a baby carriage there. So you can imagine maybe what was going through some of these people's minds. Maybe they had to get out and leave that behind, take their child. We're not sure. We just see the baby carriage right there, but it is completely empty in here. I did talk to one of the Santa Monica police officers who was blocking off the area on Broadway, and he had said that looters did get past some of this area, but they were caught very quickly. And the last time that we had seen you guys, we had a man who was getting arrested. Multiple people, hundreds of people, like Santa Monica officials have said, have been arrested tonight. And down this way, really, this is the National Guard kind of protecting this entire area. Again, we were over on the Bloomingdale side where they were. They're pretty much just guarding this entire area, the men and women of the National Guard with their rifles here, with their helmets on, and they're pretty much just staging around this area and kind of creating this line, protecting it. As we have seen members with the County Sheriff's Division, and even as far away as City of Guadalupe. We saw a lot of different places. Santa Barbara sheriffs are here, so they are getting a lot of response, a lot of help that they're going to need, because they're going through so many areas right now, because we still see a lot of these people that, you know, should be home right now, but breaking that curfew that's been in effect since 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we have seen a lot of arrests happening, but it is quiet right now in this area that we're in around Santa Monica Place, and the National Guard kind of just posted up here, reinforcing this line. They have their weapons here and just kind of staging here along this area near Santa Monica Place, because they don't want anybody to get inside of the mall and cause even more destruction. They were able to do a little bit, but so far it looks pretty clear. We do see, actually, now that I'm talking, one of the stores there, Lorena Jane Active Living, has some shattered glass on that side. So it doesn't look like they were able to really bust in, but we see kind of big shattered glass, but not able to actually get inside the store. Jonathan and Colleen.
Kim, when we first came on the air today, this is really the first scene with Santa Monica Place, and where we started seeing a lot of the looting. And initially, police got there very quickly. We saw looters scatter over to the 4th Street area, and that's why so many of them got pushed into there, because they were quickly run out of this mall. But unfortunately, about an hour later, we saw them come back, and the very fence that you're standing in front of was pushed to the ground. And this is a very sensitive area. I mean, this is a very difficult. There's one right there, right on the ground, and this is what we were seeing as looters made their way back into the mall. It's an interesting mall in that it's indoor and outdoor. A lot of places for people to hide, made it very dangerous for police to go in there. But after a while, unfortunately, after enough looting, we did see police kind of control that situation. Kim, in your few hours now that you've been on the ground in Santa Monica, the scene of what we saw earlier has just dramatically calmed down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Jonathan. I mean, we've just been really watching this. You'll see occasionally a couple of cars drive through. You do see the sheriff's deputies there with men and women there in the back, kind of loaded in, a lot of their deputies that are ready with their face shields on. But even here, you just see a car driving through every once in a while. Some of them trying to maybe even show some kind of either credential or ID to some of the police officers. But so calm, so quiet here right now, kind of eerie, really, because just off in the distance, we had shown you where there was some fire alarms going off, some sprinklers going off in some of the stores. You can kind of just hear some of the sirens and the alarms off in the distance right now, but really, really quiet. Just such a stark contrast to what you saw this afternoon when it was first starting, like you said, and they breached this fence line here, got in, but like Santa Monica police had told me, they got in there, but it was very quick that they were able to get them out. So, we're just keeping an eye here. They have the line drawn all around this, and kind of National Guard just on their feet, ready, as we do see some people walking through right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kim, it's interesting. The curfew in Santa Monica has actually been going on longer than the curfew in the county. It's been on since 4 p.m., and yet we still see random people walking through this area. Can you talk about some of the people you're still seeing and whether or not they're being approached by police and being asked to leave?
No, honestly, I mean, these two guys walking down the street here, we have somebody across the way. We had even when we were reaching to you, when we were at the fire that was burning, and the fire department was putting out some flames that were in one of the buildings there over at 4th Street and Santa Monica. even when they were actively there putting out that fire, the REI is right across the street from it, just right on the corner. And even then, we were just seeing still some of the looters that were using a towel to get over the glass and get inside of there, but they were doing it so quietly, so inconspicuously, you wouldn't even know. I didn't even realize that, oh, they're still looting at this hour. And right next to the police and the fire department, nobody was stopping them. It was 3 people. So at this point, I haven't really seen a lot of people. I mean, those guys just walked by us. They went on through and they haven't been stopped. We've seen a couple other people across the way. It looks like some individuals who might be experiencing homelessness. We saw them on the street too. Some of them sleeping on some benches here. They haven't been told to move out. That's only been a couple that we've seen, but we haven't seen them actively approaching them, telling them to get out of here.
All right, Kim, thank you for that. Stand by. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Now at 11, protests and unrest on the streets of Southern California tonight. A county-wide curfew is in effect for LA County once again, as peaceful protests and looting clash once again. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for staying with us. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Here is where we stand right now. A curfew is in effect for all of LA County and its 10 million plus residents. It started at 6 p.m., goes until 6 a.m. tomorrow. The National Guard is helping police tonight in downtown LA as well as Santa Monica and on the way to Long Beach. We're also waiting for an update from the city of Santa Monica any minute now.
After hours of looting in Long Beach, a men's suit outlet, a store there, went up in flames. The location here is 6th and Pine. NBC4's Christine Kim is on the ground where firefighters are still on the scene there. Christine?
Colleen, I'm on 7th and Locust Street. You can see behind me here Long Beach police officers. They're standing in a line preventing people from coming through this area. As you know, the city is under a curfew as we speak. Now, 2 blocks west of where I'm at, you can see those fire engines and that ladder truck. That is where firefighters remain here, keeping an eye on hotspots. They say that they are working on overhaul right now. When they first got here, it was wall to wall of flames. I want to give you a look of the scene here from overhead on News Chopper 4. This is what it looked like. But again, they did get a handle on this. We're going to leave you.
Christine, we're going to stop you for just a moment. We're going to switch live to a press conference.
Deputy Chief of our Santa Monica Fire Department, Judah Mitchell. We have our Mayor Pro Tem, Terry O'Day, our Chief of Police, Cynthia Renaud, as well as Assemblymember Richard Bloom from California's 5th Assembly District. We will begin this evening's update to the community from our Mayor Pro Tem, Terry O'Day.
Good evening again. As we near the end of the evening, we're beginning to get our arms around the impacts of today's events in Santa Monica. And with the arrival of the National Guard a few hours ago, we have remained focused on securing our city and restoring order. We remain mobilized to secure our city throughout the evening, and our thoughts are with our neighbors in the south in Long Beach who have encountered much of the same destruction we have today. We won't tolerate looters or anyone who's inflicting damage to property in our community. The city and our police department will continue to enforce the curfew and arrest anyone who breaks the law. Earlier tonight, we were asked about the historic significance of tonight. And the fact is, we are living in history. And we all have the choice to find ways to heal, to rebuild, and to work through this together. Our community and businesses were just beginning to reopen as the county has lifted its health orders. And to have this hit today is just maddening. Our message to our shopkeepers and restaurateurs is that we are here for you as we rebuild. And I'm going to have a broom in my hand tomorrow at 9 a.m. Let's double down on our commitment to each other. Let's restore jobs and restore respect for one another. Let's seek justice together. As we move into the late evening, I want to thank all of our law enforcement officials and agencies for their efforts today. Our police and fire officers who have worked tirelessly all day have not only helped to clear our city, but we have no reports of any injuries of the public or to any of our officers. Now, while there's still activity out there in the community, as we look to tomorrow, we will work to reinforce damaged storefronts and continue to closely monitor the city. If you know someone who's on the street right now, they are breaking the law. They have no business being outside. Get them safely home. This has been a very tough day for everyone in our community, and particularly for those businesses that have been affected. And we'll work to clean up this distraction and begin our road to recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. I would now like to invite Assemblymember Richard Bloom with California's 50th District, representing Santa Monica. He's also a Santa Monica resident and former mayor of Santa Monica. Richard Bloom.
Thank you. Let me begin by commending the City of Santa Monica, its employees, its residents, the police department, fire department in particular, for its many acts today. And as Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, a very, very difficult day. I also want to commend those people who came here with good intention to express their First Amendment rights, as they have a right to do, and it's something that Santa Monica values. I fully support the people's right to protest, and the pursuit of justice on behalf of George Floyd weighs heavily on all of our minds.
All right, we're listening to city officials from Santa Monica right now talking about the city and how it really stands up against intolerance and hate. And really the good news we gleaned from the Mayor Pro Tem there, Terry O'Day, is that no one was hurt out there today, no injuries. But right now we do have breaking news, something about a curfew, breaking update on that.
Consider this perhaps a sign of things to come, and what one city does, expect other cities to follow suit. Just got off the phone with the city of Beverly Hills. They are now extending their curfew. It will then start tomorrow at 1 o'clock for the business district, and then their citywide curfew will begin at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and will extend until 5:30 in the morning. Also just spoke with the mayor of West Hollywood, Lindsay Horvath. She says their curfew remains in effect, very similar to what we saw in the city of LA, 8 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. And then, of course, it changed with the countywide curfew going from 6 to 6. She said their curfew is still in place. They're waiting to evaluate it. She said she is very well aware of a major protest that is planned for tomorrow afternoon on the border of West Hollywood and LA City, and that could change things dramatically. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. We'll keep an eye on the situation there. Now, when we last talked to you, just a couple of minutes ago, before we broke away for the news conference, we were hearing from Christine Kim. She's covering this big fire at 6th and Pine there. It's the culmination, really, of a lot of hours of looting in Long Beach today. Christine, are you back with us?
Colleen, yeah, I'm here right now in 7th and Locust Streets here, and like you said, yeah, we got here to the scene, and the good news is that firefighters made a quick knockdown on this fire here. You can see the fire engines there where the ladder is, about 2 blocks from where we're standing right now. That's where they're working on this fire, making sure, doing the overhaul operations here. But I want to go ahead and show you what it looked like at its peak when firefighters got here to the scene. They say that they saw wall to wall of flames. This is a look from News Chopper 4 there. As you know, they have been stretched thin. It was all hands on deck in the area with the protests starting earlier on in the afternoon. They started off very peacefully, but the here in a press conference, and then there were groups that quartered off into looting some of the businesses here in the downtown area. We saw an outlet mall get looted, a bunch of stores there, and then there were posts all over social media too about mom and pop shops that were getting looted as well. So you could see a heavy police presence here in the downtown area. As you know, there is a curfew that is in effect right now. They're trying to make sure that nobody is in this area as police try to take out those people that are looting, make sure that everybody stays safe. So there is a presence here, a lot of activity right now. But as for this fire, again, they were able to make a quick knockdown. They are working on overhaul operations. Long Beach Fire Department, the public information officer, and asked him if this fire that we saw overhead, if it had anything to do directly with the looting. He says right now it's kind of hard to tell. They'll have to do the investigation to find out the exact cause. But yes, there was a lot of looting going on in the area. They were actually very busy. They had to call in mutual mutual aid sources. LA County also sent a strike team here. We are hearing that the National Guard will also be here as well shortly tonight. They're on their way, so they do have all hands on deck with police and fire. But the chiefs of both departments, they have a lot of experience under their belt, decades of experience. They also were working during the 1992 riots as well. So a lot of hardworking people out here, a lot of presence with the police and the fire with the various incidents that they're dealing with right now. Back to you, Colleen.
Christine, thank you. I'll take it from here. We want to get to Eliana Moreno also over the Long Beach area. And Eliana, as we've been watching your shot for the last minute or so, we're seeing a lot of police activity and definitely some of the damage left over from the looting there. What can you tell us?
Absolutely. This is the WSS store, Jonathan, right at Anaheim and Molino Street, and you can see the damage left behind. I'm sure the Long Beach Police Department would like to find the people responsible for all of that damage to this local store, but unfortunately they don't have anyone immediately connected to that looting under custody, but they do have some other people under custody. We just saw them put one person into the back of a squad car, and that person is off to the jail. But you can see the number of police vehicles here on Anaheim Street. They really number for several blocks, and just a few minutes ago we actually saw a Metro bus, and I think I can find it. There it is. We believe that there are a number of people who have been arrested inside of that bus, and if you're questioning why are they using a bus, it's because they have arrested so many people that the squad cars are just not enough. So you see that police escort for that Metro bus. Again, police activity here in Long Beach, and it's really not the only stretch of roadway where we see cop cars. As I look around, even as I look around to the west, and I'll move the shot over there just very quickly, you're going to see that there is police activity all around. Here's some additional police vehicles right here, just further along on Anaheim Street. So that's the story here in Long Beach. We're not seeing too much in the ways of crowds at this point, and we haven't seen any looting now for the last 30 minutes or so, but you can see that the police department is still out here trying to take people into custody if they are responsible either for violating the curfew tonight or if they are responsible for any of the vandalism that has taken place.
Liana, we want to show you some other looting that was going on in Long Beach today. This happened, I believe, at the CVS. Jonathan, you remember this. Yes. Dozens of disruptors set off the fireworks outside the CVS pharmacy. Then they ran in, they ransacked the place. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, I think this was Long Beach Boulevard and about 6th Street.
Yeah, it was in that area. We also saw the flooding there. And suddenly at one point, Colleen, we saw everyone just start to run away, even though we didn't really see a heavy police presence in that area. Unclear what was causing them to run. But soon police did come, if you recall. And it took just one officer in a patrol vehicle to get, a lot of these people to disperse.
And what was interesting about this as well, this was all boarded up, but somehow the boards were taken down, and there was flooding as well that we could see coming from inside the building.
Absolutely. As we want to transition now to what's been happening, obviously Long Beach, a hot spot tonight, but the biggest issues in terms of looting we've been seeing, obviously in Santa Monica. That is where the majority of our coverage has been. We have 2 reporters on the ground in Santa Monica, but we want to begin with Kim Tobin, where we know that, Kim, the National Guard has been deployed, and we learned within just the last few minutes that there have been more than 200 arrests in the city of Santa Monica. Tell us where you are right now.
Hey, we're in that same spot here, Jonathan. It's 2nd Street near Colorado and Broadway. 2nd Street in between Colorado and Broadway here at Santa Monica Place. So this was the area where protesters had breached this fence, and they were able to crack some of the windows here on the stores, but they really weren't able to do too much damage, we're told, within the mall. The police say that they were able to quickly arrest a lot of the people who were able to get inside this mall. So this is the National Guard that's kind of surrounding this entire area where this fence line is made, and you can see them here with their rifles. They're kind of staged all around this area to keep this spot safe, kind of reinforce these lines that have been set up. And I think we do have some video from a little bit earlier, because just on the other side of where we're standing, we're right on the True Food Kitchen side. On the other side is the Bloomingdale's, and that one had its windows completely shattered. It looked like it was cleaned out. We could see all the jewelry, all the clothes coming off there of the mannequins. I mean, just completely stripped that store. So this is where it all kind of came to an end here. Some of the people were able to knock down this fence, get inside of this shopping mall. But now tonight, as it is quiet, that stark contrast from what we saw a little bit earlier when the protesters kind of had the protesters and then the rioters and looters that broke away and they made their way into this mall area. Now we have the National Guard surrounding this area so far. They even have some of the folks that have kind of we even saw a guy just a little while ago on a bike just roll up and start talking to some of them. So we know that police are out here arresting a lot of people. We saw a couple live shots ago. We saw a man that was being taken into custody. He was being patted down. He had his arms behind his back. So he was clearly being one of those those hundreds, like you said, that have been arrested. So far, we're keeping an eye on here, but it is really quiet at this moment, a really stark contrast from what we saw earlier this afternoon when all of that looting began. Jonathan.
All right, Kim, thank you for that report. We will get back to you, I'm sure, within the hour. Right now, we want to get to NBC4's Darsha Phillips, also there on the ground in Santa Monica, not far from where Kim is. Darsha, what have you seen in the last few minutes since we've last talked to you?
Well, Jonathan, we're on 4th Street, and this is where a lot of the looting happened at the storefronts. And you can see just behind me, a lot of the boarding up of those storefronts are happening right now. That's the activity that we're seeing here. We're also seeing a lot of police presence, and we also did see a drone that has been here for several hours. So that could be part of law enforcement and their surveillance of this area. They've, again, had a very, very heavy presence here just across the street. That's the National Guard. Their presence around Santa Monica Place Mall to deter any folks from going into there. So again, such a heavy police presence. Now, if we go over this way, we're going to show you some more people boarding up their businesses here on Broadway and 4th Street. And then just over to our right, actually, they are boarding up the Vans store that was looted earlier today. We have some video of that looting when the protests kind of dissolved into civil disobedience. We can show some of that video. It was pretty much chaos. Groups of people just running in, kicking in the store doors and grabbing whatever they can to get out of there. And we also had some video just to give you some context of how things got out of control here in Santa Monica. We have some video of an Amazon truck. Take a look at that video. It appears that a woman was thrown down to the ground. It's not clear if she was the driver of that Amazon van, and then folks went to the back of that van and started grabbing packages and taking whatever they could from that van. So, of course, things really did get very intense. And unfortunately, Jonathan, as we were talking before, right now this is the story. This is the story, the looting, the damage, the vandalism, when really what this whole message was supposed to be about George Floyd and the injustice that black people feel. And they wanted to get that message out. And I did speak to someone here who said this is the wrong message, and he wishes that it would move to more of a message of peace. Take a listen.
There was a lot of good blessings and heroes of the day. They smashed the window with a baseball bat, and there must have been 10 of them trying to push down the gate. They weren't able to get in, and we were all kind of here, but no, I didn't say anything because obviously that would have made me a target.
That was Bill Bobber. He has owned a jewelry store here in Santa Monica for the past 75 years. He goes on to talk about how he remembers the riots in the 90s, and he had wished that we were past all of this. And his store did get broken into. Fortunately, they were not able to make entry into his store, but there was some damage. But of course, he's just one of the store owners here who's just disheartened by what he sees. And these are all these store owners who are here trying to board up their businesses and make sure that they are secure, because they do not want people to come back in here and be able to gain entry into their storefronts. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you, and Colleen.
Darsha, thank you. And as we watch your shot there, we do want to remind our viewers that, the one message from the city to small businesses was that they are going to help in the rebuilding process. Look, we don't want to lose sight about how this day started. Before looters began hitting stores, before any kind of violence erupted in Long Beach, hundreds who were there were just there to demonstrate, to practice their First Amendment right to peacefully protest and take part in that on Shoreline and Ocean Boulevards. You see that right there. Some protesters at one point did begin to enter the freeway. There were a few standoffs with police, but again, the march itself, Colleen, remained peaceful throughout.
And while we saw those images, peaceful images, demonstrations in Long Beach, This is what no one wanted to see today. The looters charging into the Hot Topic store. This is at the Pike outlets there. Dozens of people rushed in through the broken window. They stole clothes, whatever they could get their hands on. This lasted for about 10 minutes before police officers arrived to secure the area. And in fact, there were several places hit just like this in Long Beach today. Now, for observers across the nation, violence and vandalism are casting really a negative light on all the peaceful protests that have been scheduled in and around Los Angeles and, in fact, across the country. NBC4's Beverly White reports now how many local African Americans are striving to keep hope alive and keep everyone on target.
The mayhem in LA's Fairfax district was a harsh reminder that what starts out peaceful doesn't always stay that way.
It is unfortunate that the last several hours have been taken over by a conversation around buildings and businesses when the conversation should be about black bodies.
And I'll just call them anarchists who not only disrupted a peaceful demonstration, but then began to take that to the streets.
Bakewell's LA Sentinel newspaper is based in the Crenshaw district, an area untouched by the violence or vandalism from the George Floyd protests. But Bakewell says the issues are relatable.
We always worry about ourselves, but more importantly, our children when they walk out that door and what's going to happen at the hands of the police.
The return of destructive unrest in LA really stings for citizens who recall the 1992 uprisings or even the Watts riots of 1965. But they remain hopeful nonviolence will prevail and the protest message will not be lost.
Show the images of those who are peacefully marching. Show the images of those that are standing for justice. Show more of those images, and unfortunately that didn't happen last night.
It brought back memories of Rodney King, and I understand the frustration, I understand the disappointment, I understand the anger.
Looters last night cleaned out the estimated $500,000 inventory at Ye Kim Clothing on Fairfax, but the owner, who's too young to recall prior local uprisings, says bouncing back is in his DNA.
I just know that God got me, I believe in God, I know I'm a blessed individual, so this is like small things to a giant for me because I work so hard and I know how to work hard to get it back.
As volunteers cleaned what they could, the spirit of LA Rising was evident if you knew whom to ask.
I can't, sit home and cry every day and, not try to get my business back up and running.
Protest is a good thing, and we need to protest. But we also need to know what we're asking for in the midst of that protest and not just tear up the city of Los Angeles.
In the Fairfax district, Beverly White, NBC4 News.
And demonstrators marched through Santa Ana today in Orange County during this mostly peaceful protest. Even though things appear to be under control there, Santa Ana is actually still under a curfew. That went into effect as of 10 p.m. and it is set to last until 5 a.m. tomorrow.
And some of the residents there in Santa Ana today, Jonathan, taking matters into their own hands today. They went to work trying to get rid of some of that massive graffiti that's been left behind by days of protests. As you mentioned, there were large groups of people out there last night, way past curfew. The folks out there today even pulled out rollers and painted over the graffiti.
Protesters in downtown LA were met by the National Guard as well as LAPD officers earlier this meeting. There on the steps of City Hall, hundreds gathering there for what was mostly a peaceful demonstration. Protesters were kept away from the 101 and 110 freeways, and we did see one person get taken away in an unmarked vehicle. We are still working to find out why that person was taken into custody.
Boy, and take a look at some of this video out of San Bernardino where looters forced their way into a pharmacy. This is located in a strip mall there. You can see all the graffiti as well. Lots of vandalism. This kind of thing we've seen all over Southern California. This one with police officers forming a line not too far away.
1,000 National Guard members are now assigned to cover Los Angeles County. They arrived overnight with 500 of them working in the city of LA alone. NBC4's Rick Montanez explains the city's plan of action.
LA's mayor and the police chief say the National Guard will be deployed out here to the Fairfax district to watch over local businesses so officers can get back on patrol and try to keep the peace. A response the city of Los Angeles has not seen in years. 500 troops from the National Guard activated to Southern California, called upon for the civil unrest that is bringing demonstrations, protests, and vandalism reminiscent of the early 1990s.
And it's a heavy decision because we recognize the symbolism or the idea of a military uniform.
LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Police Chief Michael Moore today from City Hall saying they called the Guard in while the LAPD is on full department call-out.
We mobilized our entire organization in a matter that has not happened in more than 30 years.
As protests continue across Southern California, the National Guard is working to deploy to areas deemed unsecure.
These actions are intended to protect our neighbors, our local businesses.
And not, he says, to be out patrolling the streets. The Guard is stationed at the LA Convention Center in downtown. They arrived late last night following hours of unrest. What started as peaceful protests turned into a night filled with destruction, vandalism, and looting.
We feel a righteous rage, and we have to express it. But the rage must not consume us.
Garcetti and Moore say there will be conversations with community, faith, and civil rights leaders and activists. Conversations that are certainly not new to the city.
Los Angeles has incredible successes, and like any city in America, we still have a long way to go. But those commitments, especially now, must be accelerated. We can't do that while there's burning in the street. So let's bring that peace back and simultaneously talk about the progress forward.
Peace, he hopes, the National Guard can help secure. Rick Montanez, NBC4 News.
And of course, what we're seeing here is playing out around the country today. NBC4's Robert Kovacic joins us again with some new video just into our newsroom. Robert.
Colleen, we continue to monitor cities across the country, also cities with curfews in place, and some people are paying no attention to those curfews. Let's start with, if we can, with what we have from the nation's capital. This is D.C. There have been protests that have been going on there now for several days. These are people that have done their best to get as close as possible to the White House. They want to make their voices and their presence known. A couple of days ago, President Trump was rushed to the bunker inside of the White House when again tonight they're at it, lighting things on fire and creating some chaos there in D.C., as well as not only in front of the White House, but Lafayette Park. And as you see from the Dome, another of a state's capital, this will be in Boston tonight. We understand there was some looting there as well. Thousands of people took to the streets, and they were met by thousands of police officers in riot gear. And you can see at times there was some contentious confrontations. And now we move to Minneapolis, and this was scary video. Look at this. This is a semi-tanker. It is going, according to the governor, at full speed, racing towards the thousands of people that were on a bridge in Minneapolis. When you look at this video, we can tell you tonight that no one was injured of the demonstrators that were on there. The driver tonight in custody. His motives remain unknown. These are just some of the cities where these things are happening. Of course, state of California is no exception. More problems tonight up in the Bay Area. Just heard that there is looting in Santa Maria. Ventura County took precautionary measures and closed the Oaks Mall there to make sure that there was no problems. And as we told you a short time ago, here in LA County, we look to the days ahead. The city of Beverly Hills already said we are taking no chances. The city leaders told me tonight, out of an abundance of caution, curfew goes into place tomorrow, citywide, starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And Colleen and Jonathan, you can certainly expect other cities to follow.
Robert, thank you for that. We will get back to you, I'm sure. We want to get to Eliana Moreno right now, a news chopper for Alpha. Eliana, tell us where you are exactly and what you are seeing.
Jonathan, we're in the Larchmont area, just off of Melrose and Wilton Place, which is just west of the 101 freeway. This is where an officer-involved shooting has taken place involving the LAPD. Now, at this point, we do not know if this shooting is in any way related to today's protests and looting, but that is something that investigators will definitely look into as they start this investigation. We first learned about this from an official tweet from the LAPD advising us that that shooting had taken place and that a public information officer would be on the way to provide us with additional information. But at this point, we have no information about a suspect, his or her condition, and it's also unclear if any officers were hurt in this officer-involved shooting. But we, of course, are going to stay overhead and continue to gather information for you. But for now, reporting from Larchmont in News Chopper 4 Alpha, let's send it back down to you in the studio.
All right, Ileana, thank you for that. Of course, as always, we have 2 choppers in the air. News Chopper 4 has News Chopper 4 Alpha and Bravo. Gil Levis live over Long Beach right now with the latest there. Gil, what do you have?
Colleen, the police here are doing a great job going through all the streets right now. We're looking at 7th Street and Long Beach Boulevard, and I'm going to take you up here. There's been several arrests. In fact, there's one of the suspects that's being taken into custody right now. I'll come in for a closer shot. That person being sat down there on the yellow sweater there. But this scene here, the strip mall off of Long Beach Boulevard, the building there to the north side, the larger building there, the darkened one, was looted, as were all these shops in this strip mall. The one on the left was on fire for a short time, but the fire department was here to put it out. But look at the devastation here, as all these shops in this row here were hit by the looters tonight. But right now the police have moved in, and here they called for an arrest van to come in and pick up the ones that they have arrested. So again, 7th and Long Beach Boulevard, that's where all this activity is happening right now in Long Beach. That's the latest in News Chopper 4 Bravo. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gil, thank you for that update there in Long Beach. Peaceful protests in Huntington Beach came today as well. Became unruly, however, after counter-protesters there clashed with the demonstrators.
No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace!
Now, at one point, both sides started yelling back and forth, and around 1 o'clock, crowds also gathered on PCH to block off the traffic. That is when police declared it an unlawful assembly. There was no looting in Huntington Beach or any injuries being reported, but police have set up a command post in case a crowd returns tonight or tomorrow. We want to get back now to our coverage in Santa Monica. We have 2 reporters on the ground there.
One of them, Kim Tobin, she is live in Santa Monica right now, where the National Guard, as we've seen tonight, has been deployed to protect areas. Kim.
And Colleen, not only is the National Guard protecting areas here, but a lot of business owners are coming out and doing the protecting themselves. We're at 10th and Broadway here. We're at Broadway Wine and Spirits. And you can see this is Joe Green here, and we have some of his neighbors here. And you can see they are armed. They are ready for any looters that might be coming into this area. One of his neighbors is here with his AR-15, and he's holding here one of his pistols. So he's getting ready. Tell us, Joe, what you experienced, because we see this broken window behind you. You guys dealt with some of these looters earlier.
Yes, we did. You know, I got a call from the alarm company saying my alarm was going off, and my neighbor called me. I turned the car around, came back to the store, and seen 4 or 5 kids with the skateboards, and they're trying to break into the window, chased them off. Then my neighbors seen, and my neighbors came to back me up, and they've been with me throughout the whole night.
You said that you've owned this place for 20 years, the family since, you know, the 80s. How does it feel to have your friends, have your neighbors out here with you by your side?
It's a tight community. I mean, I can't express my gratitude for my neighbors and my friends and my patrons, and even ex-employees that live around this area still come back to my store. You know, it's a staple in this area. People know that they can come here and get what they need. Even through the COVID-19, I've always tried to keep a good amount of supplies here, and everybody knew that, you know, this was a little spot to get their necessities.
And what would you fear if you weren't holding your gun here, if your neighbor wasn't having his rifle here? What do you fear would happen?
Just a single gun doesn't intimidate. When you see 2 or 3 people having a weapon and standing guard, it deterred a lot of looters today. I mean, and it got pretty scary here on Broadway. That car was stolen and burnt at the corner.
Yeah, we actually do see Joe's talking about that car right there. This is at 11th and Broadway. Looks like it does not look like a police vehicle here. It looks like possibly a stolen vehicle that was lit on fire, and that was one of the ones going up today.
Right.
Wow.
And then, you know, for a little while there before the police, and I mean all 3 agencies, the sheriff, the Santa Monica, Hawthorne, they all came in. So, and things got a little bit tense there for about a half hour, and then they started dispersing the crowd.
Well, you have your friends here by your side. This is one of your neighbors who came out here. Can you just tell me about why you wanted to come out here and help Joe out?
As he said, it's a tight community. I've lived around here for about 11 to 12 years. He's been a very good friend, him and his wife. And like I said, they're a staple in this area. If it wasn't for them, we have to go extreme distances to get certain little things. And we appreciate them. So we're here to help. We're here to give him his support. And we're here all night.
And when you saw some of those images of what the looters were doing in some of those stores, did you say that this isn't going to happen here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're not going to let that happen to this man. Major corporations are insured for their items. This man takes a huge hit when things like this happen. So we're here to stop all that.
Thank you very much. We have Joe here. Thank you very much, you guys. So we're going to send it back into you. But again, some of these business owners are coming out here, taking matters into their own hands, and they're protecting their storefronts. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Kim, thank you for that. And we want to let our viewers know this is exactly what Conan Nolan was warning about. It's what we saw in 1992, where, again, shop owners were arming themselves to protect their property. We want you to know we do not condone that.
All right.
Jonathan.
Thank you, Colleen. We want to get to NBC4's Darsha Phillips, also on the ground in Santa Monica. Let's go back to her live. And Darsha, you know what, we did see armed, store owners there. You spoke with a store owner earlier today, earlier this evening, about protecting their store. And where are you right now as we see yet another store just completely ransacked behind you?
Yeah, we actually just moved toward the Santa Monica Promenade. We're on 3rd Street Promenade, and you can see just behind me, this is the Brandy Melville store. The glass completely blown out, and the store was ransacked. The promenade was well protected, and it is well protected right now. We are not seeing anybody allowed to come through the 3rd Street Promenade. It is flanked with officers on all entry points. And of course, if you want to just move back down this way, I want to show you what's right next to Brandy Melville is the Apple iStore. And thankfully, no damage here, and no one was able to make entry into this store. I do want to show you some video from this area from earlier. This is what it looked like, and this is the stark contrast of what we are seeing from tonight from earlier. People were being arrested, and there were looters. People were trying to get into the stores here at 3rd Street Promenade, and police and law enforcement were able to keep a lot of them away from this particular area, but it was pretty chaotic, and it was very, very intense. That spread all of those agitators and looters to 4th Street, which is where we saw most of the damage, and that's where we saw Bill Bobber that we spoke to earlier. He's owned a jewelry store in that area for a very, very long time. The jewelry store has been in his family for 75 years, and there was damage to his store. They're boarding it up, and that's really where we're seeing a lot of those storefronts that were damaged and being boarded up right now. Now, we are walking through 3rd Street Promenade. Again, it is completely empty. Folks are not allowed to make entry here. We have seen cars, and we have seen people walking through the areas of 4th Street in Santa Monica, but that is not happening here in the promenade, and this is why. If you take a look just over that way, we see police presence, and we see the National Guard protecting Santa Monica Place, really not allowing folks to get in here because of the sheer amount of stores that are in this area. They are not allowing anybody here. So, of course, just such a very different feel right now, because it is dark and it is everyone has left, and we haven't seen a lot of people walking through here. There's a heavy police presence, and I did say earlier we've seen drones kind of in the area. We cannot confirm, but it appears they might be law enforcement drones. They've been wanting to keep an eye on what's happening here, and we are seeing an incident, possibly an arrest, going on right now. It looks like there's a man who's taken off his bicycle, possibly being taken into custody for violating curfew. So, there are still some incidents that law enforcement officers are having to deal with at this hour. Again, they want to make sure that this area remains safe for the people who live here and for the business owners who have their stores here and are having to continue to board up and protect their stores. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Darsha, thank you for that. And certainly it would make sense if they are using drones out there. It would allow them to cover a lot of territory in a very little time. Video posted throughout the day on social media really does give us another perspective on the protest and some of the unrest we've seen today. Kathy Vara is here now with that story for us. Kathy?
Colleen, as peaceful protesters marched through the streets, they also reached for their cell phones, some to document part of history and others acting as heroes and to hold vandals accountable.
This is not a black woman who's putting Black Lives Matter. I just want you to know that right, but y'all doing that for us and we ain't asked you to do that.
In Santa Monica, the woman who shot this video wants to set the record straight about who she says is doing the damage.
We're fighting for a man who lost his life in the streets. This was not their opportunity to mess this up and blame it on us. And I knew that if the news was to get that footage of just the graffiti, I knew the face that they were going to put on that. And it was going to be a face that looked like mine. And the truth was that was not the case. So I had to say something.
And we saw video from people marching peacefully in Santa Monica. But we also saw another side, the ugly side. Looters breaking into an Amazon Prime truck, busting into stores. And breaking into a Bank of America in San Bernardino. In Pasadena, a peaceful protest met with a potentially dangerous incident. And in Santa Ana, we saw this. A chance for people to have their voices heard. And there was also this video circulating on social media. If you take a look at it, it shows a police SUV coming in contact with a crowd, and a pedestrian ends up underneath the front of that SUV. The LAPD says they are aware of that cell phone video and the incident is under investigation. Back to you.
All right, Kathy, thank you for that. We want to bring in our own Conan Nolan and Colleen. I know I can speak for both of us when I say, Conan, we've appreciated you being here with us today and your unbelievable perspective that you bring to our coverage.
Well, I appreciate it, and I quite admire all that you've done tonight, Jonathan and Colleen. You've been down this road before as well. I just wanted for a moment to focus our attention not on the peaceful protesters or the looters or vandals or arsonists, or even the police, or even the fire, or even the city officials, but for a moment talk about the 16 million people who call the 5 counties of Southern California home, and the questions tonight they are asking about tomorrow. Is this the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning? Are they going to be safe just leaving their home? I can guarantee you there are people out there, and we saw a few of them in front of a store just now, who are asking, should I arm myself? They're also wondering these other issues that were not present in 1992 with the Rodney King riots. Am I in a greater or lesser danger of catching a deadly virus based on what I saw today with the potential transmission of this disease? There's also the question for the 1 million in LA County alone who are unemployed. Does, based on what we've seen here, is that help me get a job in the future, or did I just see this economy getting even more difficult, incredibly difficult, in the months and perhaps years ahead? And then they have to ask this one final question. Do the city leaders know what they're doing? Because I can tell you, based on the video that we have seen tonight, I can guarantee you there are lots of folks who don't have confidence that the city knows how to stop this, because they have seen just rampant illustrations of law breaking without any consequence whatsoever. And yes, we have heard government officials and police departments say they're sad about what happened. I can also guarantee you a lot of people are saying they don't want to hear sad. They want to hear that you're going to get this under control, because right now they believe their life, their livelihood, their city, their county is in the balance, and they want to have confidence that somebody's going to do something about it, because the number one responsibility of local government is the protection of the public health and safety. And one person who knows that as well as anybody else is LA County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, who I believe is on the phone. Supervisor, are you there?
I am.
Give us your perspective. You heard those questions. What can you tell the people of your district and the people of Los Angeles County going forward?
Well, I think we are in the midst of trying to understand what, in fact, is going on. We have civil disobedience on the one hand. We have peaceful protests on the other hand. We have a level of lawlessness called looting on the other hand. So it's not just one thing that's happening. But it is the responsibility of this community, all of its facets, to make sure we conclude this chapter as reasonably and as efficiently and as quickly and as justly as possible. Let's not be unmindful of what prompted it. It's an accumulation of pain, of misery, of suffering, of inhumanity, of injustice, and that boils over. That's what we are essentially dealing with. No apologies offered here, no defense for it, essentially an explanation of what the reality is. No one can contradict the persistence of racial injustice, racial intolerance, call it racism, that is driving the slaying of unarmed African-American men from one end of this country to the next. And Los Angeles is not exactly exempt from that either. And so I think we have profound problems with which we have to contend, and I, for one, am committed to that, and I know many, many others in Los Angeles are as well.
Certainly, but the argument is that, yes, you have those problems, but those problems have now been diverted. It's impossible for you to address racial injustice when you have an economy, when you have law enforcement, when you have a city that's burning. And so one would argue that your enemy is not just racist cops. Your enemy is with arsonists and people who are promoting their own injustice while hiding amidst those who are legitimately protesting what they see as a social wrong.
No tolerance for lawlessness, no tolerance for looting. That has to be dealt with in the appropriate manner. That's why we have law enforcement, but law enforcement has to exercise judgment, do its job professionally and constitutionally, and not compound the problem by doing things that they shouldn't do, as is the case in Minneapolis, what brought this to a head yet again. We cannot ignore that. We should not ignore that. If we were to ignore it, we will repeat it. We have to confront it for what it is. And let me just simply say, law enforcement officials across the length and breadth of the nation have looked with a very, very dim view of what they witnessed in the death of Mr. Floyd. Our own police chief has said, you know, I looked at that and it is hugely problematic by any standard of measurement. No one's rushing to judgment. It is essentially obvious that something was awry there, and the delay with respect to the arrest of the 3 remaining officers fuels the tension as well.
Supervisor?
Yes,
can I interrupt you for just a second? Can we talk a little bit about some of the specifics tonight? I think everybody knows what the message is of George Floyd, but, you know, Conan remembers this. I know you probably do, from 1992. We're seeing shop owners in and around the Southern California area arming themselves. We just saw 2 gentlemen in Santa Monica. What can you say to them to allay their fears that when they wake up tomorrow morning, their shop will be there?
Well, this is the role of the law enforcement community to come forward and make sure that order is restored. And you see examples of that with interagency activity with respect to police forces from Los Angeles, the Sheriff's Department, Santa Monica, name them, have come forward to say we will not tolerate lawlessness. And you've heard elected officials speak to that as well. You've heard faith leaders speak to that. Community groups, the peaceful protesters have confronted those who are engaged in acts of looting. And so there is no denying the fact that there is a pushback on those things that are unacceptable and detract from the message of justice and peace. Everyone has to be a part of that. I do not recommend, nor do I subscribe to shopkeepers or business owners taking matters into their own hands. That takes it to a whole nother level, which is clearly problematic.
All right, Supervisor Mark Ridley-Thomas, we certainly thank you for your time. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you here. I think the sound is a little low, but we certainly got the message. And this.
Well, I think the sooner we can get this under control, the better. And this is why I do not disagree with the mayor, the governor, with respect to reinforcement. You may recall in 1992, the criticism was that we took too long to get reinforcement here. Now the criticism is, why do we need them? Well, we need them so that we can arrest this problem, bring it to conclusion, and move on with trying to restore a sense of decency, order, and working on jobs, health care, economy, education. That's what we need to be focused on, and better police-community relations. That's what the challenge is before us. But any delay in terms of trying to contain this is a mistake of high order.
Supervisor Mark Ridley-Thomas, thank you for joining us this evening. We want to switch gears here, and you talked about those reinforcements. We want to get up to Gil Levis live in News Chopper 4 Bravo. And Gil, what we're seeing is apparently the National Guard, which we know that the chief of police in Long Beach had requested a few hours ago. Is this now their arrival?
It certainly is at the Long Beach Convention Center. On the loading docks here in the back, you're seeing the team that just arrived just a short time ago, about 7 vehicles and members of that National Guard that are assembling here, a staging area, so to speak. And along with the Long Beach Police Department, they're all on scene here and getting ready to deploy, it looks like. But for now, they've pulled into the parking lot. The National Guard is in the city and ready to deploy in the area if necessary. Just a few short blocks away from here to the north is where all that looting was taking place along Long Beach Boulevard, and they're very close to that area right now and ready, it looks like, to deploy anytime.
And of course, we did see hours of looting in Long Beach today, and it culminated with a fire at 6th and Pine at a men's clothing store, a warehouse there. Let's go back to Christine Kim on the ground right now for an update on the situation. Christine?
Colleen, we're actually on 5th Street now off of Long Beach Boulevard, and on our drive here we kind of looked through all the side streets, and this is what we saw. Just a lot of damage to the stores, a lot of vandalism, graffiti, some looting you can see out on the street here. But Jeremy, if you could pan over here, because I want to show you the police officers here that are manning the streets. These are actually not Long Beach police officers. They've asked for mutual aid because they are stretched thin right now. We have Redondo Police, Manhattan Police, Torrance, various other agencies here standing by, making sure that possible groups that have bad intentions don't come back here to keep this area safe. But just take a look at this damage. This street, there's nobody else walking here. The police officers are here, so we are safe. But there is a lot of glass on the ground. We have to be careful where we're stepping. But I want to show you, this is a GameStop right here. You can see the lights on, but the noise that you're hearing is the alarms. There's various stores here with the alarms ringing. But through this glass, you can see a lot of the games, the packages that are open. They just wiped this whole store out. They busted open the glass doors over here. You can see the shelves are empty. Just take a look at the ground here. A lot of paper, a lot of packages here that are left. Just really a horrible sight. And this is what we're seeing on almost every store on the street. Again, we're on 5th Street. And on the side streets, when I peeked through, we saw a lot of graffiti, boarded up businesses that still saw some vandalism, people that had looted and made their way inside the store. That's a GNC. You can't see anything there with the lights on, but if you take a better look, you can see the shelves. They've taken stuff from there as well. The subway, you can see graffiti on the walls. They've broke open the window. I don't know what they could have taken in here. It's a subway, but you could see the damage to the glass. Again, like, look, this fire hydrant on the ground, just papers everywhere. And I'm not sure if this is a family-owned store, because these are a lot of the chain stores here. But if we take a walk, that's Verizon. They have the bars here. I'm not sure if they were able to get inside. They have the lights on in there as well, but it looks they have the bars still intact, so that may be a good thing. Actually, I think they might have gotten in to the right side here and pushed open this gate. So they may have, yeah, it looks like they did make their way inside. Look at that. They pushed the side here to make their way inside to take whatever they could. Just really a horrible sight. If you want to take a walk over here, as we're careful with, there's this glass everywhere, so we're trying to be careful with our steps. There's a store. You see clothing just trashed everywhere. That's from this store, apparently, Fashion Island. This is just one of the clothing stores here on the street along 5th Street. And this is where we're hearing much of the alarm from as well. You can see hangers just all over the ground. You take a peek look inside. It is just trash. There's mannequins thrown on the ground. The broken glass here, you can see inside. This is just what's left. A lot of the clothing just tossed on the ground. They're not going to be able to resell this. So this is what business owners are having to deal with here. I mean, we've seen this happen throughout the night as well in various other streets. But yeah, just a really horrible situation. I talked to some of the police officers here on scene, and they're just shaking their head, hoping that it'll stay more peaceful throughout the night. Back to you guys.
Colleen, as we were seeing those images there in Long Beach, very reminiscent of what we were seeing along 4th Street there in the Santa Monica area. We've also seen, as we've been mentioning, large protests in virtually every major city across our country, even protests in around the world. You're seeing different images here from Sacramento, Washington, D.C., Boston, and of course, Minneapolis. And it comes nearly 100 years after one of the most violent incidents of racism in our country. We have Robert Kovacic again joining us from the News Operations Center to explain that. Robert.
Jonathan, what we have witnessed in the past few days reminds us of our past history. And of course, 1992 comes to mind for many of us. But there is another date, a date many people say we should be talking about all the time. We should be teaching in our classes all the time. We should be talking about with our friends and our families. Well, before the stroke of midnight, we're going to talk about it right now. Its significance and its symmetry. One horrific act to one black man in Minneapolis has sparked thousands of demonstrations nationwide. Many venting rage of the ongoing racism in our country that still has so far to go.
For 99 years, African Americans have been under siege. They have been threatened, and that's the challenge that we face. That's what people are protesting out loud today.
99 years ago, the single worst incident of racial violence in American history.
Imagine what life was before 1921.
Imagine a community so affluent, so highly valued, it was dubbed Black Wall Street because it was made up entirely of African Americans, black doctors, black attorneys, black businessmen.
My great-grandfather, Isaac Evatt, who had the Zulu Lounge right here on Greenwood.
Kevin Ross standing on the site in Tulsa, Oklahoma, of the Black Wall Street Massacre. In 1921, on Memorial Day weekend, resentful mobs of white Tulsa residents stormed into the wealthiest black community in the United States. Residents murdered, decapitated, and from above, using private aircraft, bombs were dropped, leveling more than 35 blocks. Kevin's family escaped, their memories long hidden by fear.
And the people didn't want to talk about it. You know, it was just like, if we talk about it, more trouble will come.
Solidarity! Put them up! Put them up, man!
Here we go again. Here we go again with the same story.
To Kevin, images of George Floyd's death in Minneapolis, a parallel to the deaths almost a century ago on the grounds now covered up by highways.
We all got to learn right now what happened and no longer sweep it.
We are still struggling for our survival, for our existence, similar to what happened in Tulsa 99 years ago.
Danny Bakewell Jr. is the son of the civil rights activist and is closely following what is unfolding on our streets. It will certainly make the front page of the Los Angeles Sentinel, the Bakewell family's newspaper dedicated to LA's African American community. But Danny looks at these protests and the 99-year anniversary we mark tonight simply through the eyes of a black man who can tell you nothing has changed.
Black men still get a pit in their stomach every time the police pull up behind them. We have to worry every time our children walk out the door if we'll see them again. And unfortunately, our biggest fear is that they die at the hands of law enforcement.
We did not turn the page of our racial history 99 years ago. Will we now?
If you are a fan of the Watchmen series on HBO, this will seem familiar to you because Watchmen begins with the massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. So I'll leave you with the words of David Lindelhoff, the creator of Watchmen, who marked this anniversary today, this 99th anniversary. He said his show is fictionalized, but what happened in Tulsa is real. Wounds need air. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you. Now, as we wrap up another day of violence and vandalism and fires here, let's not lose sight of what this is all about. It's about the death of a man, a black man in Minneapolis last week, almost to the day. His name is George Floyd. And what's interesting about all of this, Jonathan, is that so many police officers and law enforcement actually agree with the protesters out there, and yet they find themselves on different sides of the fence. As we really brace for another day of protests, and God willing, only protests tomorrow, they'll be able to keep the looters in check.
We just can only hope that in the days to come, as those protests continue, as they continue to call for justice, there are still 3 officers who were involved in that violent arrest who are still outstanding and have not been taken into custody. We can only hope that there are no more people taking away the message that these protesters are trying to convey.
Tomorrow morning, Today in LA begins at 5 a.m.